Buenas tardes, chat. Como é que vocês estão? Tudo bem com vocês aí? Salve Alexandre, salve Zurlin. Como é que vocês estão, gente? Buenas tardes. Quanto tempo, hein? Benção, lindas. Benção. Benção. Vamos começar essa bagaça. Depois aí de uns diazinhos sem live. Confesso que não estou 100% ainda. Mas hoje não pode deixar a peteca cair, né? Tô me recuperando. Esses dias aí eu tava malzão do corpo. Agora tava malzão do corpo, agora só tô com a perna doendo aqui agora, mas para isso tô bem. Seu lado Nindras, always come back. Exatamente, Zurlin. Pois, justo hoje, né, Zurlin? Justo hoje a Pokémon Company decide passar um regional. Justo hoje que tem live do Rick dele jogando Pokémon Platinum, fazendo o desafio do professor Carvalho, né, no Pokémon Platinum. Pô, caraca, cara. Tô louco, então, né? Ué, tá. Vou ter que abaixar esse negócio aqui, não tá pegando vento em mim. Depois eu tenho que só ver como é que vai ficar o negócio. Estão competindo com ele, se pá. Então, né? Eu precisava ou do Dragapult ou do Marlo, porque acabou o Global Challenge e eu não faço ideia onde fica a pontuação. Eu não sei nem quantos pontos eu ganhei, não sei quanto eu fiquei, porque não aparece. Aí, ó, pronto, pelo menos agora tá na contagem. Pelo menos já tá na contagem, 16 minutos, nó. Live de Platinum? Ah, mas eu vou ver. Todos nós sabemos onde isso vai acabar. Então, em falar nisso, segunda-feira tem um negócio muito da hora pra gente ver, tá? Segunda-feira tem um negócio muito da hora pra gente ver. O Simon enfrentou a Elite dos 4 e a Cynthia. Segunda-feira a gente vai estar reagindo, beleza? A gente vai estar reagindo segunda-feira se pá, ou os dois ou um. Porque aí eu não sei se eu deixo a Elite 4 pra uma live. E aí a Cynthia na outra. Eu não sei se eu... Não sei o que eu vou fazer. Champions? Ó, o Dragapult! Boa tarde, Dragapult! Gente, desde já um ótimo sábado pra vocês. Dragapult, tu sabe onde eu conseguiria ver minha pontuação? Porque acabou o Global Challenge e não apareceu no jogo qual foi o meu rank, qual foi a minha pontuação, não apareceu nada. Aí eu queria saber onde é. Eu queria saber se pelo menos um 0,0001 ponto eu ganhei, entendeu? Vocês estão ouvindo o negócio de fundo não, né? Indras, eu sonhei que eu... Peraí que eu acabei de acordar, eu tô meio zonzo ainda. Nindras, eu sonhei que eu tinha um Switch Lite 1 e tinha instalado o Cobomon. Oxi! Tô ouvindo um ventilador. Tá, mas vocês estão ouvindo minha voz, pelo menos? Se tiver ouvindo o ventilador, sinal que não tem problema. Nossa, veio um ventinho tão bom lá de fora agora. Tá dando pra ouvir. Ah, então beleza. Tô ouvindo. Cara, eu não faço ideia se o regional de hoje já é no Champions ou ainda é em Scarlet Violet. Aparentemente é em Scarlet Violet, porque a Victor Road pelo menos vai ser no Champions, pelo que eu vi. Ah, novidade, chat. Anteontem, Eu tava querendo muito, muito, muito um dito Shine, né? Acho que não é no Champions, viu? Tá, menos mal. Eu tô curioso pra saber como é que quando vai ser no Champions, cara. Vai ser muito da hora. O Mundial vai ser, a gente já sabe. Mas... mas o que eu... Continuando o que eu tava falando, gente. Eu tava atrás de dito Shine, né? Porque eu queria ter um dito Shine, né? Aí na sexta-feira. Provavelmente, Alexandre. Provavelmente o Mundial é em agosto. Aí sexta-feira eu tava na live do Rick. O Zurli eu acho até que tava. Eu tava caçando dito Shine. Aí eu fiz pelo Poké Radar, né? No Brilliant Diamond. Eu sei porque você sumiu. Tava tentando pegar o shape do Cars. Não. Eu sumi porque eu tô desde... Cara, eu passei a semana... Dragapult, eu passei a semana inteira de cama, pra você ter noção. Eu fui levantar na sexta. Eu só dor no corpo, cansado, cheio de dor. Na sexta eu fui levantar, mas com dor na perna. Inclusive minha perna tá doendo até agora. Por isso a ausência de live, basicamente, entendeu? Eu ainda tô meio... Eu tô meio cansado ainda, mas... Como tem regional, a gente não tem como fugir, né? Ou eu vivo quase isso, Dragapult. Eu sei que tava insuportável. A dor não passava, pô. Mas enfim. Tá com virose? Salve, Belzinho. Desculpe não ter falado contigo, cara. Como é que você tá? Desde já um ótimo sábado. Não sei, talvez. Que eu sei que eu fiquei brabo aqui, cara. Ficou brabo aqui, cara. Eu não conseguia sair da cama, basicamente. Seu velho desgraçado, nem pra você avisar, só me falar que ia ficar sem live. Achei que você tinha morrido. Não, mas eu fiquei de cama, sabe, uma semana inteira. Só fui levantar ontem. Só fui levantar ontem, mas ainda assim eu tô com a perna doendo. E o pessoal ainda me faz ir na rua. Mas enfim, a gente deixa isso pra lá. Celular. Criatura, eu não saía da cama, basicamente. Quando saía da cama era cama, banheiro, cama, cozinha pra pegar água e voltava. E tu comeu como? Então, acho que foi minha mãe basicamente levando algumas coisas pra mim aqui. Você via minhas mensagens e não respondia. Cara, eu não tava bem. Eu olhava, mas eu esqueci a real de responder. Eita, Alexandre recebeu notícia boa? Aí sim, Alexandre. E tu comeu como? Já respondi. Aí, continuando. Aí eu tava fazendo... Aí, pra vocês terem noção, eu tava deitado na cama, com o controle do Switch lá. E o Switch aqui fazendo o chameante do dito, né? Aí eu não consegui de jeito nenhum, porque no Brilliant Diamond você tem o Poké Radar, né? Pra quem jogou Pokémon Platinum sabe que tem o Poké Radar, né? Que você tem que achar o Pokémon a 4 matinhos de distância de você e você começa a chain, né? Gente, eu fiz 10 chains, 10. 9 delas o jogo quebrou. Eu não conseguia chegar de jeito nenhum. Aí eu pensava que era 40, mas aí o Rick, que é o youtuber que eu tô assistindo, ele falou que é só eu chegar a 17 e ficar resetando os matinhos. Só. Aí eu falei, tá. Cara, eu não conseguia chegar, eu chegava em 17, a chain quebrava. Tinha algumas que não conseguia nem chegar a 17. Aí o que que acontece? Ela falou pra mim que é um querido, mesmo ela ouvindo meu amigo me chamando de misógino. Tá ótimo. Ela não te chamando de fofo já é uma das melhores frases do mundo. Gente, eu peguei ranço dessa frase, na moral. Quando mulher fala isso, cara, nossa, me dá um ódio que eu viro as costas e vou embora na hora, cara. Pô, doideira. Aí, continuando. Eu passei a sexta inteira tentando pegar o dito Shine, não consegui. Aí eu falei, pô, não vou conseguir pegar e tal. Aí no sábado eu fiquei quase metade da live do Rick inteira. A live começou 11 da manhã. Eu fiquei até as 5, acho. 4, 5 horas tentando pegar o dito Shine. Aí, e nada, beleza. Aí chegou, consegui fazer as 17, né, checagens. Fiquei resetando um pouco radar, finalmente brilhou. Peguei um dito Shine. Eu falei, beleza, tá. Aí eu falei, a chain vai quebrar. Não quebrou. Conclusão, eu consegui fazer uma chain de 47 e peguei 3 ditos Shines. Pois é, na ausência de um, o jogo me deu 3. Cara, eu tenho 3 ditos Shines. Um eu não dei nome, o outro eu chamei de 1000 e o terceiro eu chamei de 1002. Entendeu? Cara, 3 ditos Shines. 3 ditos Shines. Então assim, eu estourei no norte. Aí agora eu tô querendo fazer com outros pokémons, né? Eu tô fazendo com o Beldon. Eu já tava fazendo com o Beldon por ovo. E agora qual é o meu plano? É pegar uma Staryu Shine e fazer as chains no Poké Radar. Que aí facilita mais, né? Acho que é porque eu falei não sou machista. Não, mas... Gente, eu não vou lembrar. O que significa ser misógino, né? Ser misógino seria o que exatamente que eu esqueci? Não é uma parada positiva, não? Não, positivo é ser monogâmico. Monogâmio, né? Eu acho que é assim que fala. Eu esqueci a palavra. Eu zurro em 3 pontinhos. Ó, alguma coisa contra... tá. A misoginia deve ser... Deve ser... sobreposição de alguma coisa, né? Tipo uma soberania. Então deve ser por isso. Isso, obrigado, Bielzinho. O que é... Então é uma coisa ruim, tá? Esse teu amigo aí, se pá, não é tão amigo assim não, hein, Alexandre? Relembrando, o Simon deve estar aí no chat, gente, mas segunda-feira a gente vai estar vendo como foi a visão do Simon jogando, batalhando contra Elite Four de Sinnoh e jogando contra a Cynthia, tá? Eu digo uma coisa pra vocês, é a Cynthia apenas. O Simon vai entender. Essa vai pro meu livro, mas misógino não é uma coisa positiva. Desculpa, gente, eu tinha esquecido o significado dessa palavra. Uma amizade dessa, quem precisa de inimigo? Exatamente, Biel. Se o cara chega e fala isso de você, meu amigo, você precisa rever suas amizades. Agora uma dúvida, Zurlin e chat. Será que dá pra passar o dito pro Champions? Mas ainda bem que... Ah, mas para de falar esse nome que tá me deixando vermelho. O que? Cíntia? Deixa eu só ver se tá ao vivo. Chat, quem puder deixar o like, deixa o like aí, beleza? Não aceito ofensa nem da minha mãe. Não, da sua mãe é diferente. Dos seus pais, Belzinho, você tem que ter respeito. Você pode não concordar, mas não levantar, mas jamais levante a voz, tá? Jamais levante a voz. Eles podem estar os errados que forem, mas você deve, no mínimo, respeito para eles. Então, assim, é uma coisa que você tem que falar só pra você. Tipo assim, você ficou chateado na hora? É normal, é uma coisa normal, todo mundo fica, mas jamais virar e bater boca, ser desrespeitoso, essas coisas. Por quê? Porque por mais errado e ruim que eles sejam, você fazer isso de responder, questionar essas coisas, você meio que dá brecha pra seguinte frase: você tá fazendo a mesma coisa que eles. Você quer ser igual a eles. Entendeu? Tem isso. Então, se você viu que tá errado aquilo ali, se seus pais são aqueles tipos de pessoa que você consegue conversar, beleza, ok. Agora, se não for, lute pra você mudar, pra você mesmo falar assim, ó, eu não vou ser igual eles, eu não vou ser assim, pra aceitar a ofensa dos... Só fazer algo simples, não chegar a esse ponto. Exatamente. Entendeu? Deixa eu só montar aqui, gente, por causa da música, mas eu já volto, tá? Inclusive, eu acho que eu vou pegar algum negocinho pra comer e já volto. Fiquem aí com a live mutada. Aí, ó, voltei. Aí, ó, finalmente, ó. Eles falaram aqui, ó, fim de uma era. Esse é o evento final de Scarlet Violet, ó. Viu? Finalmente. Ou seja, chat, provavelmente, oficialmente, esse é o último regional que estaremos vendo de Scarlet Violet, tá? Vocês estão ouvindo a transmissão de fundo? Já tava na hora, né? Finalmente. Não estão ouvindo? Pera aí.
If you figure out a new strategy that people aren't prepared for, it can give you a huge edge.
Ué? Me avisem quando vocês ouvirem, tá?
We don't, I feel like it's like, well.
Estão ouvindo agora? Rapaz. Aí? Tô ouvindo? Sim. Ah, tá. Beleza. Olha, moça bonita! Que o Simon, toda vez que fala, parece... Ela fala que ela parece a Ellie de The Last of Us da série. Aí, Simon, será que o povo tá preparado pra segunda-feira? Ellie? É. Você... Aí, ó, Ellie, é você. Gostei da blusa dela, do Pikachu. Sei não. Será que eles estão por um segundo? Ah, não, Alexandre. Não ofenda a moça bonita com essa coisa horrorosa aí, não. Com esse ser aí desprezível. Ô Simon, será que segunda-feira eles estão preparados para ver você contra a Elite Four e a Cynthia? Android que você não cancelar. Ah! Eu falo na cara, hein? O repórter parece vinheteiro, não sei o que é isso. Ah, eu falo na cara, fica... Pô, eu tô fazendo um negócio na moral e fica aparecendo os negócios dela meio ridículo lá. Eu falo, ah, pelo amor de Deus. Pô. Eu pego um negócio de reportar, eu coloco um negócio de não mandar esse tipo de coisa mais pra mim. Pô, assim, desnecessário de assistir. Vários lendários, intimidadores e terápagos. Então, né? Tá indo pro sexto ginásio do seu Silva. Depois tem que me falar do time. Aí, ó, gente. O Simon tá jogando agora o Soul Silver. O Simon vai ver a melhor animação de lendário da história do Nintendo DS da Gen 4, né? O lindo e maravilhoso Lugia. E como sempre, né, o Incineroar dominando o meta. Eles devem estar jogando na Regulation E, né? Que foi a dois lendários restritos, né? Provavelmente. Tá. Quem não deixou o like, se puder deixar o like, deixa o like aí, chat. Tá tudo de boas? Não tá tudo de boas. Essa jossa tá descarregando. Como é que foi jogar até agora, Simon? Foi tranquilo? Foi desafiador? Feraligator, Ampharos, Dragon Knight, Heracross, Titari e Nindoki. Pera, Feraligator e Ampharos, tudo bem. Agora, o Dragonite tu pega tu pega em Goldenrod, né, no cassino. Ô Zurlin, eu acho que o Dratini, né, que ele pega no cassino lá de Goldenrod. Agora, Heracross é fácil, que é só bater a cabeça na árvore. O Titar, cara. Cara, o Titar. Tá, tu falou teu time pro futuro. Ok, não o atual. Tá. Ok. Tá. Eu falei, ué, como é que tu conseguiu? Um Titar, se só dá pra pegar ele lá como é que fala? Na Safari Zone. Não, se bem que se ele acessar o ginásio de lutador, ele já consegue já o Zurlin. Para tirar Alligator, Dragonite e Nidorino. E o que tá achando, Simon, da mecânica de conseguir levar o Pokémon pra andar com o Pokémon fora da Pokébola? Como é que tá achando? O que você tá achando de Jotô, por enquanto? Lembrando, tá, gente? O Simon já zerou o Firehead e o Firehead e o Pokémon Safira, tá? Jotô o Pokémon Soul Silver se passa primeiro em Jotô, depois que você vai pra campo, pô. A região é uma bosta, mas a mistura com canto. Vamos lá, chat, vamos fazer a pergunta de milhões pra ele. Ele tá indo pro sexto ginásio, né? É o Price? Não, o Price é o sétimo, né? O Price é o sétimo. O sexto é o... Deixa eu tentar lembrar. Ele acabou de enfrentar... Ele tá indo pro ginásio lutador. Ou metal. É um desses dois, né? Mas a pergunta de milhões, Simon, como foi enfrentar a vaca da Whitney? Simon não deve entender nada no começo, mas depois ele vai lembrar. É um cara na cachoeira? Então é o Chuck. Ele enfrentou a Jasmine, aí agora tá indo pro Chuck. Ele fez a mesma ordem, basicamente. Como foi enfrentar a vaca da Whitney, Simon? Perdi os Drat. Ok, ele enfrentou a Jasmine primeiro, sim. Perdição, Dratinho. Aí, ó. Então. Só uma coisa, Simon. Duas, na verdade, tá? A anti-evolução do Ampharos matou com 10... a Fluffy, né? Eu acho que é Fluffy. A Fluffy derrotou? Boa. Só uma coisa, Simon. Duas, na verdade. Tem algumas coisinhas pra fazer em Goldenrod, se você quiser. Mas... Primeiro... Três, na verdade. Você deve ter ganho... Você deve ter pego no ovo do professor, né? Provavelmente. Você deve ter visto que tem um parque. Se você subir a rota de Goldenrod, você deve ter visto que tem um parque. Ali tem um negócio engraçado, tá? Eu não sei se é terça. Acho que é terça, quinta e sábado. Lá tem um evento de captura, onde você participa tipo de um mini torneio. Você pode capturar alguns insetos. Tem Scyther, tem Weedle, tem Kakuna. Quem capturar o melhor Pokémon inseto ali sendo julgado pelo cara lá, pelo dono do evento, ganha algumas recompensas. Eu não lembro quais são, mas tem algumas recompensas para ganhar. E outra, no prédio de Goldenrod, onde você compra os itens, no último andar tem um cara que te dá um machoque, tá? Um machoque no caso, né? Machoque. Não, machoque, né? Não, machoque. Acho que é machoque. Que é super efetivo contra o ginásio da Whitney, tá? Caso você não saiba, agora está sabendo. Ó, o time do James Bach. Esse cara tá fazendo live de Pokémon Champions direto, tá, gente? É o Calyrex Shadow de Life Orb, Coraidon de Clear Amulet, Incineroar de Safety Goggles, Regelec de Focus Sash, Rillaboom de Assault Vest e Volcarona de Leftovers. Já solei o ginásio de metal. Reconheceu a líder do ginásio de metal, Simon? Ela te foi familiar? Talvez você tenha encontrado ela numa certa outra jornada? Não? Simon, quando você sobe na cidade de Sunny Shore, quando você sobe pra ir pra Victor Road, na praiazinha que você usa o surf pra subir, tem uma moça que eu falei pra tu interagir, pra tu conversar com ela. É a Jasmine. É a líder do ginásio de metal no Soul Silver. Ela tá no Platinum. Eu ainda falei pra tu gravar. Pra tu, ó, Simon, gravar bem essa moça, tá? Tu vai... Digamos que ela vai aparecer em outro lugar. O time do Raleigh Factura. Zamazenta de Rusted Shield, Calyrex de Life Orb, Chimpao de Focus Sash, Orugepon Máscara de Fogo, Raging Bolt de Boost Energy e o Whimsicott de Covet Plunk. Não lembrava dessa mina. Pois é, ela tá lá. Gente, o mais engraçado é que o Simon não sabe nada de Jotô. E numa dessas de esquecer de responder ele as mensagens, tá lá uma foto dele enfrentando o Entei e ele falando: que diabos é isso? Ele não sabendo de nada, chat. Resuminho rápido, Simon. Não sei se te explicaram, mas basicamente 2 dos 3 cães lendários, gatos no caso, né? Raikou e Entei ficam andando pelo mapa. Inclusive, se você abrir o mapa, você consegue ver eles num certo lugar. E toda vez que você troca de rota, eles trocam de rota também. Então você tem que fazer tipo um certo esquema. Se quiser capturar, você tem que fazer um esquema de conseguir estar na mesma rota que eles. 100% das vezes eles vão fugir. Então é bom você, sei lá, se você quiser capturar, deixar o Pokémon dormindo ou dar bastante dano nele, porque no próximo encontro você tentar capturar. O único, se eu não me engano, que é obrigatório a captura é o Suicune, mas você só vai pegar ele lá em Canto. Vai ser lá em Canto que você vai pegar, então não precisa se preocupar. Mas se você quiser pegar o Entei e o Raikou, você vai ter que ficar mudando de rota até você estar na mesma rota que os gatos, que o Raikou ou o Entei. Eu sei que eu sofri muito com esses Pokémons, porque o pessoal aí do chat que viu a live de Soul Silver tá de prova. Eu acho que foi o mais Acho que foi umas 3 lives pra pegar o Entei, não foi? E o Raikou acho que foi uma. O Raikou acho que foi mais de boa. Mas o Entei eu acho que eu demorei umas 3 lives pra pegar ele. Ah, mano, não tá carregando essa bodega. Aí já pensou, eu tô falando tudo isso, o Simon não tá no chat. Eu lembro, eu tava lá então, né? Tô aqui, doido. Chat, será que será que com um Dog Trill na frente fica mais fácil? Em teoria deve ficar, mas eu não sei se o sistema do jogo faz ele conseguir fugir obrigatoriamente. Só não entendi o que você falou. Simon, você foi numa torre queimada, não foi? Aí você desceu na torre e estavam 3 bichinhos lá e eles só fugiram, não foi? Sendo que um deles ficou olhando pra você por muito tempo, depois ele fugiu. Inclusive eu acho que foi o último, né? 3 pokémons ficaram olhando assim pra... fugiram e um deles ficou... Tipo assim, ficou assim do teu lado, olhando pra você e depois foi embora. Eu que sou velho, chat, mas a memória do Simon aparentemente não tá boa. Mas, ó, achei. Achou o quê? Larvitar Baby? Aham. É o... Pera, tu tá na... Pera. Tu tá na Safari Zone? Tu foi pra Safari Zone? Claro. Então... Lembrou do que eu falei agora, sabe? Que você foi numa torre queimada, tinham 3 pokémons lá parados, aí 2 deles fugiram direto, um ficou olhando pra você e depois foi embora? Então, esses são os gatos, né? Trio dos gatos, né? Entei, Raikou e Suicune. Você conhece no Pixelmon. Inclusive o Suicune é o que mais aparecia pra gente, né? Então, o Entei e o Raikou, eles ficam andando pelo mapa. Eles ficam andando pelo mapa de Johto. Tanto que se você abrir o mapa, você vai ver o íconezinho do Raikou e do Entei. Você vai ver um íconezinho do Raikou e do Entei. Se você quiser capturar algum dia, você tem que estar na mesma rota que ele e ficar enfraquecendo até você conseguir capturar. Se eu não me engano, o único que você consegue... Zurlin, o Suicune é obrigatório ou ele não precisa necessariamente capturar? Porque eu falei que é obrigatório, mas eu não sei se é realmente obrigatório. Talvez no Gold Silver Crystal seja. Agora no Heart Gold Soul Silver eu não faço ideia. Ah, já acabou. Hein, Zurlin? Sabe dizer? é obrigatório. Ah, então, ó, viu? Como o Zurlin disse, não é obrigatório. Então, basicamente, você vai conseguir fazer a tua jornada de boas, mas eles vão ficar... O Suicune fica parado num lugar, se você quiser capturar, mas é só lá em canto, enquanto o Raikou e o Entei vão ficar andando pelo mapa. Eventualmente, você vai acabar achando eles durante a tua jornada, mas... Simon, uma pergunta. Você tá jogando em português? Ô, sua desgraça. Você sabe a natura dos pokés em português? Não. Eu sei que tem alegre, tímido. Eu sei que tem alegre, tímido, Como é que fala? Astuto. Eu sofri com isso também no meu, porque no meu tá em português. Chat. O Simon tá jogando em português. Sabe o que isso significa? Ele vai conhecer o trepa-rocha. Let's go! O Simon vai conhecer o trepa-rocha. O que raios é natura e forte? Então, né? Tenta ver, Simon, se algum site consegue traduzir. E pega também pela descrição da comida, porque embaixo da natureza deve falar: ah, esse Pokémon gosta de comidas picantes, ah, gosta de comidas secas, ah, gosta de comidas apimentadas, entendeu? Se bem que, se eu não me engano, Simon, ouvido sempre alerta. Jogar Pokémon em português é a mesma coisa que água e óleo. Dragapult, você não viu a minha série de Soul Silver, tá? Foi cinema. Simon, vê pelos stats. Se eu não me engano, o que tá em azul é o que o Pokémon menos tem, e o que tá em vermelho é o que mais tem. Então lá onde tiver HP, ataque, defesa, ataque especial, defesa especial e velocidade, o que tiver em azul é o que ele perde, e o que tiver em vermelho é o que ele ganha. Dá pra saber assim. Tudo normal, não tem nada em vermelho e azul. Então significa que essa natureza não influencia em nenhum status, provavelmente. Dá pra saber por isso, então. Então ela não aumenta nem diminui nada. O Zurlin me confirmou. Azul diminui, vermelho aumenta. É bom tu até anotar, Simon. Deixar anotado aí num bloco de notas assim, colado na tua área de trabalho aí. Coloca: vermelho diminui, ou azul diminui, vermelho aumenta. Pronto. Aí toda vez que você pegar algum Pokémon e quiser saber se ele tem isso aí, pelo menos tu já sabe. É depois do 7º ginásio que ele vai encontrar o Lugia ou o Zurlin, ou é agora? Ou ele já pode ir atrás do Lugia? Não, ele precisa do surf, né? Não, ele já tem um surf, porque se ele for pro ginásio do Chuck, ele já tem um surf. Rapaz, o 8º, Eu tô tentando lembrar qual é o 7º ginásio. Não, pera. Ah, não, deixa, lembrei. Porque o Simon tá no 6º, eu falar, qual é o 7º mesmo? Eu esqueci. Tá, falta o Price e a Claire pro Simon, então. É o Price, eu tinha esquecido. Agora, a cidade do Price é Blackthorn, né? Se eu não me engano. Ou essa é a cidade da... Pela minha bolsa é um velho. Exatamente, é o Price. É o Price. Gostou de algum líder de ginásio, Simon? Gostou de alguma mecânica de algum ginásio aí? Qual foi o ginásio que você mais gostou? Eu tenho uma dúvida. Depois você primeiro me responde essa daí do ginásio e depois eu quero saber uma coisa. Deve ter sido engraçado, tá? Vamos ver se ele teve esse mesmo problema de inseto. Ah, tá, o do Bugside. Entendi. Simon, no ginásio do Mori, você caiu muitas vezes no vazio? Você caiu da plataforma? O ginásio do Mori é o ginásio fantasma. Aquele que você tem um caminho, um monte de vela acesa. Ah, mano. Por esse amando. Não me lembro. Como é que é? Não me lembra disso, não. Eu sabia, relaxa, Simon. Todo mundo já passou por isso. Aquele ginásio é um dos mais desgraçados que tem. O Simon, o pior, gente, o pior é que o Simon é daquele pessoal que não joga olhando as coisas, não. Ele sai, é ginásio, ele quer ir direto. Ele não olha as coisas, não. Aí eu fico imaginando, ele andando pra frente, ele caía. Ele andando pra trás, ele caía. Ele andando pro lado, ele caía. E voltando tudo de novo. Eu lembro, no ginásio do Mora, eu acho que eu caí bastante também. Eu imaginei que ele tinha caído. Ai, ai. E tu viu que tem uma casinha de Celebi, né, ô Simon? Tu viu que tem uma casinha de Celebi. Infelizmente só dá pra pegar. Só dava pra pegar o Celebi por evento numa época lá. Você ganhava uma GS Ball. Aí você interagia com a casinha. Você entrava em batalha com... Entrava em batalha ou você já capturava o Celebi, Zulin? Você sabe? Era alguma coisa assim. Ô, na moral, pedrada braba, tá? O Simon vai enfrentar os dois... O Simon vai enfrentar os dois treinadores mais fortes que tem nos jogos Pokémon. Eu tô louco pra fazer o evento do Celebi. Ah, tu conseguiu? Como é que tu fez, Ozulin? Você batalha com o Celebi... Ah, tá, é só no Gold, Silver e Crystal, né? Era só no Crystal que você fazia isso ou era no Gold e Silver também? Infelizmente não tem como passar, né? O Celebi ficava lá. A não ser... Agora me deu uma dúvida. Se você só conseguia jogar ele no Gold Crystal... mano, pra quem derrotou a Cynthia... Mais nada minha bala. Simon, eu só tenho uma palavra pra te dizer. Red. Apenas isso. Red. Sim, é possível. Eu falei, Os dois jogos aí, ó. Você vai enfrentar os dois treinadores mais difíceis da história dos jogos. Dragapult, pra você nenhum treinador é difícil. A Pokémon Company pode oficializar que ele é o personagem mais difícil da franquia. Você vai falar, não é, basicamente. Caraca, o James Bach tomou uma surra, hein? 2-0 limpo. Não foi isso que aconteceu na minha run, mas a minha jornada lá. Até agora, em toda a minha vida, o treinador mais difícil de Pokémon. Gente, já adianto pra vocês um mini spoiler, mas o Simon tomou uma preocupação séria contra a Berta, tá? A Elite Foreground de Sinnoh, tá? Aqui tá um frio. Manda esse frio pra cá, Alexandre. Tô querendo. Segunda-feira vocês vão ver, gente. Segunda-feira vocês vão ver o sofrimento do Simon. No dia que eu aprender a fazer isso, eu mando. É só falar assim pro frio. Frio, vai lá pra cidade do Nidras. Aí eu vou estar olhando aqui pela janela esperando. Cara, o céu tá azulzinho hoje. Quase sem nuvem nenhuma. Pelo menos tem um lado que tá sem nuvem e o outro tem nuvem. Frio, vá para o RJ. Então, né? Tomara. Deu erro. O sistema não reconhece Rio de Janeiro como servidor para ter acesso ao frio. Aí o vento vai pra Chique-Chique baiano. Então, né? Eu tô precisando, gente. Eu não aguento. Cara, sabe o que é o pior de estar? Sabe qual é o pior de estar? Doente. É estar doente num calor. Isso é insuportável. Deixa eu só ajeitar o ventilador aqui, gente. Porque, pô, tá um pra mim. Eu tentei colocar o ventilador. Pegar assim, mas não tá pegando. Indras, me dá motivos para pensar que o Red é o mais difícil. Nunca fui bom com escolhas, por isso levei os 3. Míticos, raros, lendários, todos eu capturei. Pikachu foi uma jornada e tanto, mas nossos limites vão muito além de canto. Tá bom pra você? Referências? Exato. Não. Nunca tá bom pro Dragapult. Nunca. Não, mano. Queremos mais. Infelizmente. Sabe uma coisa engraçada, Simon? Tu chegou a ouvir o rap de Pokémon, né? Caminho da Vitória, né? Que é esse que eu cantei, inclusive. Tem que ter um time com sinergia, de preferência em dupla. Eu vou pensar em um, então. Você me mostrou, seu nego? Então. Tu tem que ouvir o da Cynthia agora. Procura aí, Cynthia Mystery. E prepare-se para ouvir uma pedrada. essa música é digna de ser ouvida enquanto você tá enfrentando ela ou antes de enfrentar ela. Cynthia não. Pessoal, Simon, eu não sei se na segunda-feira eu passo só a Elite Four e na terça eu passo você contra a Cynthia, ou se eu passo a Elite Four e a Cynthia no mesmo dia. Digna de você ouvir enquanto você tá no trono. Assim, você que sabe. Assim, Dragapult. Não. O canal é seu, meu brother. Chat, falem pro Simon que ele precisa ouvir essa música da Cynthia. Falem pra ele ouvir. Ele tá perdendo uma obra de arte. Eu acho que se bem que eu acho que o Simon, acho que ele não quer mais saber da Cynthia tão cedo. E um detalhe, chat. Depois do Soul Silver, o Simon vai pra Black and White. Eu conto ou vocês contam? Obra de arte foi o que eu fiz mais cedo. Que isso, Simon? Eu não precisava saber disso. Eu conto ou vocês contam, chat? Qual a chance do Simon ter ouvido essa música agora? Não, ele não ouviu, não. Ele não vai ouvir até eu encher o saco dele. Essa é porque, assim, eu vou ser sincero, o Simon tem meio que um preconceitozinho com rap, né? Esse rap de música. Mas a gente não, tecnicamente a gente não classifica essa música da Cynthia como rap, né? É só uma música mesmo. Meio não. Nunca vou entrar em casa lá. Mas essa da Cynthia eu acho que dá pra categorizar como uma música normal, né? Ah, mano, os caras estão fazendo análise. A cara do Coraidon, mano. De cair, como se nada lhe pudesse te ver. Mas mudar até o sistema começou a travar. Cynthia com um time de 3 pokémons fracos a gelo ensinou. Tem um monte de pokémons de gelo bons. Aí, Simon, o Dragapult tá falando que o time da Cynthia é fraco, que é fácil de derrotar aí, ó. Parece eu montando um monografia de jogo todo. Inclusive, Simon, uma curiosidade. Quando tu for escolher o teu inicial, tu viu que aparece, né, a Pokébola quando gira, né? Até hoje, se eu não me engano, o Pokémon Heart Gold Soul Silver é os únicos jogos que você consegue ver o Pokémon assim, e você consegue ver se ele é Shiny, inclusive. Roubando meu papel. Ó, foi só falar de Pokémon que o Marlon aparece. Aí, Marlon, Oficialmente esse é o último campeonato de Scarlet Violet, segundo a transmissão. Dá pra ver se é Shine? Sim, sim, Alexandre. Se você salvar antes de escolher, toda vez que você resetar pra escolher, quando estiver girando, você consegue ver se é Shine. Eles estão roubando meu trabalho de falar as coisas que os casuais acham difíceis, são fáceis se você tiver um miolo. Aí, ô Marlon, segunda-feira tem o Simon versus a Cynthia. Simon jogou o Pokémon Platinum, tá? E agora tá jogando o seu Silva. E depois vai pra Black and White. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Você perdeu um Pokémon pelo amor? Segunda-feira você vai descobrir. Ô Nindras, eu já consegui 2k de kill. Boa, parabéns, Alexandre. Ah, ô Marlon e Dragapult, eu acho que vocês não viram, né, no começo da live. Ontem eu peguei 3 ditos shinies. O Marlon com o time mais counter da Cynthia. Gente, eu só posso dizer uma coisa sobre o Simon versus a Cynthia. Cynthia. Só isso. Vocês vão entender segunda-feira. Vai parecer estranho, mas vocês vão entender segunda-feira o porquê que eu tô falando disso. Não é não, Simon? Mano, na moral foi muito engraçado. Ai, cara, foi muito engraçado, na moral. Eu sei de algo, mas não tenho como provar? Então, exatamente. Voltei para os gols chamado Blocks Fruit. Ah, não. Você também? Como é que vocês conseguem jogar isso, gente? Já não basta o pessoal lá da... Lá do grupo... O King tá jogando também. Ah, o King, o Simon... Trafalgar também, que é outro lado do servidor do King. Ah não, gente, por que vocês estão fazendo isso? Mas calma, eu tô vendo o que xingar. Ah tá, não, mas mesmo assim. Ô Marlon, tu ouviu que eu falei que eu tenho 3 ditos shinies? Mano, não jogo tem meses, só entro pra ajudar eles. Ah, já vou fazer minha primeira reclamação. Na minha opinião, o Blocks Fruit só é bom caso tenha evento. Eu nunca foi minha praia. Então, toda hora matar 1 milhão de NPC. É, o grind do jogo parece ser chato mesmo. Seu porra. Que isso? Calma lá. É muita intimidade numa ofensa, pô. Duvido que você pegou 3 ditos shiny. Peguei. Quando acabar a live eu te mostro. Eu falei no começo da live, eu fiz uma chain no Platinum de 47... como é que fala? Checagens, né? Com 3 ditos shinies. É bem de boa de pegar. Aí agora eu vou atrás da Star Shine pra fazer Shine Hunt de outros. Por isso que eu só joguei 2 nesse mês. Pokémon Brick Bronze e os Jujutsu Xeneras. O Brick Bronze o pessoal lá também joga direto. Mas eu acho que é outro, eu acho que é o Roria. Acho que é Pokémon Roria. Não lembro direito o nome. É que sempre muda. Desse. Aqui deve acabar de chover. Em teoria, para acabar 8 horas. Entras fazendo jogo para pegar simplesmente 3 shines. Roria Conquest? Não sei se é esse. Aparentemente, em teoria é pra acabar 8 horas aqui, ô Simon. Aí, no caso, pro Marlon, eu mando no Discord. E pro Simon eu mostro pra ele na call. Aí, eu não dei o nome. O segundo eu dei o nome de 1000. E o terceiro Shine eu chamei de 1002. Você tava ali, naquele caso, sorrindo pra mim, como se o caso fosse só brincar, como se fosse tudo. Como se nada me pudesse te Blocks flui, buraco se fruitou. Bicho, que é isso? Você falou mal do buraco se frutou. Tá, você começou no round 2. Será que vai até o 9? Agora só falta o Heracross no meu time. Simon, lembra a cidade que o velhinho te dá os sapatos pra você andar mais rápido? Eu não vou saber o nome. Eu sei como pega? Ah, então tá. Mas tu colocou o headbutt em quem? Quem foi que você colocou o headbutt? Porque tecnicamente... Ah, não sei se você achou, né, também. Tu deve ter achado, cara, né? Não é possível. Tu sofreu pra pegar o... Tá? Tu sofreu pra fazer o puzzle dos Farfetch, sabe? Ou foi de boas? O caminho para se tornar um mestre ou um campeão, cada um com sua individualidade, com o poder nas mãos, a elite da elite de cada região. Sabe uma coisa? Nem me fale. Meia hora nessa bosta. Ah, entendi. Vamos ver se aconteceu com o Simon. Consegui resolver porque vi suas lives depois. Ah, ó, minha live foi útil. Nice. Deixa eu perguntar uma coisa. Você me fica com energias dele. Meu Deus do céu. Tá, né? Falei. Tá. Eu vi um negócio curioso que o Simon provavelmente não vai entender, mas talvez o Alexandre, o Zurlin, o Marlon, o Dragapult, né, entendam. Marlon, é explicado nos jogos ou em algum lugar por que no Pokémon Emerald o Wallace é campeão e não o Steve? Opa! Porque Deus quis. A explicação mais plausível, né? Não falo porque é isso. Porque assim, cara, foi um questionamento que eu ouvi na live ontem do youtuber que eu assisto, o Rick, que o Zurlin até assiste também. Que é... Por que tem essa troca? Tipo, o que o Wallace fez pra merecer ser o campeão da Elite dos 4, entendeu? O Steve é 1000 vezes mais forte que ele. O Sprigatito é fofo, cara. Olha lá. Bonitinho. Welcome back, trainers. Ó, eu conheço esse lugar. Steve mais forte não é. Não, mais forte que o Wallace é, pô. Com certeza ele é. E o Steve fica tranquilamente no top 4 de campeões. Cara, ele só fica atrás. Olha só, o Steve só fica atrás da Cynthia. Porque o top 3 é Leon, Cynthia e o Steve, né? Pra mim, não. Marlon, a sua lista de coisas sobre Pokémon e a do Dragapult são questionáveis, entendeu? Você fala que um Propopés é um Pokémon que ganharia. Cynthia no top 3, que crime. Sim, ué. Vai colocar quem no top 3? Questionáveis não, errada sim. Então, Iris? Ah, para que a Iris é... Pô, se for falar de treinador do tipo dragão, vamos colocar o Wallace, então. O Wallace não, o Lance, o Wallace. Sim, meio culto o Wallace aqui. Vamos colocar o original mestre dos dragões. Colocar o nosso querido e amado mestre dos dragões, que só tem um dragão. O Wallace, oh meu Deus do céu. Lance, pô. Se for assim... Não, colocar a Iris, cara, na moral. Até o Alder é mais forte que a Iris, pô. Ai. A Iris só tá lá por causa do Haxorus. Tira o Haxorus do time dela. Você lida tranquilamente com o Reagindo. Da onde? Não. Então. Você lida tranquilamente com o Reagindo. É chatinho, é. Mas você lida tranquilamente com ele. Aí vamos lá. Tira o Haxorus, ela só tem o Reagindo. Acabou. Drodigon é fácil de lidar. Qualquer dragão que ela tem é fácil de lidar. O mais chatinho seria o Reagindo, só. Aonde? Ué? Em breve, na locadora mais perto de você. Lindras, tu tá bem? Tu fala que a Cynthia é bucha. E a Cynthia tem counter pra basicamente tudo. E a Iris, que não tem counter pra nada, tu fala que ela é mais forte. Meu Deus do céu. Mas Roserade e Togekiss são fracos a gelo. Tu sabe que esses Pokémons têm pelo menos um ataque counter, né? Definitivamente Roserade, Togekiss e o Garchomp vão ter ataques que não vão nem deixar você sonhar em bater. mano, eu fico me perguntando qual é o top 3 de campeões de vocês. Marlon colocou a Iris, cara. Esse meu jeito de viver até parece, vai. Sei que ninguém nunca foi igual. A minha vida é fazer o bem vencer o mal. Jornadas, culturas, pessoas, amigos, destinos, batalhas, como um choque do trovão. Roserade é um lixo em movie pool. Olha, segunda-feira eu acho que a sua opinião vai mudar, tá? Segunda-feira eu acho que com mostrando como foi a jornada do Simon, acho que a sua opinião vai mudar, né, Simon? Ele tá falando que a Roserade é ruim, né? Se o Simon ainda estiver aí na live, provavelmente vai ser, cara, vai ser muito engraçado. Foi legal, tá? Só isso que eu posso dizer, foi legal. Foi Absolute Cynthia. Não fale da minha Roserade, então. Não fale da Simon, eu revelo o nome, pelo menos, da Roserade. Será que eles vão pegar a referência? Falo mesmo. Falo mesmo. Fale. Ô Marlon, olha o nível que tava o time do Simon. O nome da Roserade do Simon era Dona Florinda. Quem pegou a referência pegou. Quem não pegou não pega mais. Mano, essa blusa da moça bonita é uma mistura de coisa, né? Parece que ela tá de abelha. Ela tá usando um daqueles pisos de ladrilho, de labirinto. Se quiser X1. Vai ver que eu lixo. Que é isso? Calma lá. Inclusive, Simon, tu mudou o nome do Giratina pra Giraspas? Ou tu não fez? Será que é o Gelatina, inclusive? Não, F. Esqueci. Mas não tem problema. Tá achando os ginásios fácil até agora, Simon? Não sei como é que tu não teve vontade de ter um Scissor no time. Chat, eu vou levar um negócio na cozinha aqui, eu já volto rapidinho, tá? Oh, Mega Ginga! Ah, é por causa dos pezinhos dele, né, que fica em outra dimensão. É, o pé dele! Meu Deus, quando ele mega evolui, o pé dele vai pra outra dimensão, abre um buraco, por isso que não aparece o pé dele, pô. Aquilo ali é a mão dele. É isso, as mãos e os pés, né, vão pra outra dimensão, abre-se um buraco. É tipo uma outra dimensão, é isso mesmo, uma outra dimensão. Enfim, chat, vou levar um negócio aqui na cozinha e já volto.
Last time around when it was super strong.
I think so. I think it's like solidly A, B tier. I think that there are things that people can do to optimize the use of Gengar that will make it a lot stronger than where I think it is currently. But like, it can do a lot of different things pretty flexibly. You got Perish Trap as an option, of course with the Shadow Tag ability that it gets when it Mega Evolves. You also put yourself into a really great position if you just catch like the wrong Pokemon on the lead for your opponent. But then it's also just so fast. And who doesn't love a fast Sludge Bomb in this format right now with all those fairy types running around?
I like how we have this panel set up where we have like Rosemary and I giving our takes, and we have like the answer key at the end. I did. Is it as good as it was before? No, I think it's drastically better. I thought Gengar was fine in the previous iterations of Mega Evolution, other than I guess the World Champions it won. Right? I think it was much stronger in that format than some of the previous ones. I think there's a real chance Gengar is the best Mega Evolved Pokemon in this format. I think you do a lot of really cool stuff. I think it's going to be the most difficult Pokemon to play around, but like trapping is a really powerful mechanic. We've already seen trainers do some really neat shenanigans. I think the Encore disable thing with Ninetales is really funny, but there's got to be a lot of different ways to play, and I think one of the weaknesses perhaps of Regulation MA as a format is I think there's a pretty well-defined group of top Pokemon on top, but I think that makes Gengar scarier because if you pretty much know 3/4 of your opponent's team, you can start game planning for ways to trap those Pokemon and get sneaky advantages where I think there's likely to be a solution to this format where like Gengar's kind of just far and away the best in a similar way to how like I always complain about Aaron's stupid Gothmar team in 2014 where he ruined our format.
Regional champion Gothmar team.
Right just like outrageously powerful trapping team. I would not be very surprised if Gengar does a similar thing.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about Gengar is it's about how it supports the rest of the team rather than something like Charizard or Floette, which just, it deals all the damage. Like, Shadow Tag just plays in such a unique manner that you can't replicate with any other Pokemon, literally, because we don't have things like Gothitelle right now. What's tough about Gengar is, to Scott's point, it's like a lot of the common Pokemon actually match up pretty well in a 1v1 situation. King Gambit, Basculegion, Garchomp, for example, all threatening Gengar with a one-hit knockout. And so the current trend right now is people are making Gengar super bulky. You still do pretty good damage with your super effective attacks, but what it means is like Gengar's not going to be the one damaging, like getting huge knockouts on a Garchomp. So it means you need the right partners around it to truly enable and trap your opponent in. But I think it's such a hard Pokemon to fight against because it feels like if you get one turn wrong, suddenly you either get Perish Trapped or you're locked in and your key carry now gets like blown up by whatever's next to Gengar. So I think it's a exceptionally difficult Pokemon to pilot, much harder than Charizard or Floette. But to Scott's point, yeah, I think if like you can crack the code and team building around it, that might be the key to solving the format.
Yeah, I think, I actually think, going back to it, I think the first regional I ever attended was when you won, but that was Philly, right? With
Philadelphia,
the Rockslide Mawile,
yes,
right?
Yes, Rockslide
Yeah, that was actually the first regional
beat
I ever
Charizard.
attended.
We're talking about I was so sick of fighting Charizard. I was like, I'm going to trap you in with Gothitelle. I've got Salamence to make you sad. I've got Rotom-Key to make you sad. And if I've got Trick Room, I've got Mawile to make you sad as well. I'm just going to click that Rockslide button and delete Charizard.
Those were the days. Also, very bold statement for Scott to say Gengar's the best Mega in the game when Mega Emboar exists, you know?
I forgot about him. I will not lie.
I look forward to an exciting Pokemon.com Mega Emboar strategy article soon. We hired Jamie Boyd. He did his best. That's all I'll say.
If there's anyone that can make Mega Emboar work, I would trust Jamie Boyd. So.
All right, let's get on to our next guest, that Mega Pokedex here. It's better at beating things than grasping them. When it battles for a long time, the weight of its pincers become too much to bear.
This is Mega Crabominable, right?
What?
Surely.
I was going to say Mega Pinsir.
Oh, no, I agree with Rose.
No,
the CS thing is very critical here.
I think it's Mega Crab.
Okay, yeah, yes, fair.
Why would it be Mega Crabominable?
Because it's just beating things up.
That's fair.
It's just...
What counts as a pincer, though? Does a crab have pincers?
Yeah, but it has, like, you know...
I can't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
But they're, like, enlarged.
They are. Did anyone else get absolutely obliterated by the two Mega Crabominables in the DLC? Raise your hand, show of hands.
I'm I've also gotten obliterated on ladder. Like, this Pokemon is surprisingly very funny. Like, I think it only does like a couple things really well, but when you get the conditions for it to do those things really well, you do just lose if you're in that.
Are you sure it's not Mega Pinsir?
Yeah, I'm not
wish
even
it
Mega
was.
Crab. I'm not
I thought it was Pinsir. I'm the dummy that's like, yeah, Pinsir's, Pinsir. I see.
But maybe I'm the dummy. I'm just like
Scott, you're the middle ground here. You got to break the tie.
Oh, no, I think this is definitely Karamata, who, by the way, for me, it's only crushed my hopes and dreams, where I fell for some of the hoaxes about what its ability might be. I was like, oh, man, Crabominable, I'm so excited. I'm going to use this Pokemon. Like, maybe not.
All right, I think we're locking in Mega Crabominable.
Show me.
All right,
the
show
crab.
us the Pinsers. It's Mega Scizor.
Oh, no. Also, okay.
It was a red herring the whole time, Rose.
Get it red?
It's actually red.
Hey.
I didn't even do that on purpose. Let's
No.
go.
Although I kind of, I see it too. I mean, I think like Rose could still do like the clamping gesture again. It still works for
Okay, so Mega Scizor has had viability in the past, just as a really strong, Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, great into Xerneas, and now that we have kind of mini Xerneas with Mega Floette, it's back in the metagame.
Scizor is an interesting one to me. I always feel like this Pokemon on paper will be better than it is in practice. So like there are a couple of ways that I feel like I've seen it run, and I'm always so excited because of the ability. I'm like, oh, Blood Punch is gonna feel so nice. And then you, even with a Sword Stance, like don't actually get a one-hit knockout onto any of the
And
fairy
Incineroar
types
swaps
in the
in and
yeah,
Intimidate,
format.
yeah.
So I'm like, you need a setup turn, and you don't get a one-hit knockout with like what is supposed to be a strong same type attack bonus attack. I think Scizor might be C tier, guys. I don't know.
What do you think, Scott?
Maybe worse than that.
Ooh, I'm definitely higher than that. I mean, I'm not like as high as I want to be. So, honestly, if I went only based on my own experiences, I would actually have it very high on the list. Where Scissor's been incredible for me. I've actually played this Pokemon a lot. I am biased to this one. Actually, so is Aaron. Where maybe with the audience disclosure here, if you're basing your team decisions based around this panel, Aaron won, what, 2 national championships with it, and I played it at Worlds the year I was a competitor instead of a commentator. So like, it's Pokemon near and dear to my heart. So I always try it out, and I think for me, I'm not used to the Sword Stance version as you have to play now, because I was playing Swagger back then with the self-swagger thing, and that plays very differently. I've been very impressed by it. I played it a bunch next to Coil Milotic, which I'm sure is everyone's favorite Pokemon, and I'm sorry if I'm about to induce some toxicity onto the ladder. But like, I thought it was like actually kind of incredible, where there was a shocking amount of teams I ran into where they just like couldn't beat Milotic Scizor. Either like they just couldn't break the board very well, or like I would just click Swords Dance and Coil, and whoever they didn't target would just kind of blow them up. The problem I have with it, and kind of just physical megas in general, is that Regulation MA has very few like really strong special attackers, and they're almost all Mega Evolved Pokemon. And I think if you're using Mega Scizor, it tends to cause team matchup problems. But I think Scissor's strength as an individual Pokemon is like really high, and if there were like stronger special attackers in the format, I'd like have it at like near the AS range. Especially if Floette was actually as overpowered as people think, which like, I kind of disagree at a little bit. But I think it's like low A, high B, and it's mostly the context of other Pokemon that weaken it a little bit.
Fascinating.
Well, Aaron, we know that Carson Confer won LAIC with the Rain Mega Scizor team, and many teams right now in Champions are dual Megas with Mega Floette on it, and they're just choosing to opt out of that mirror by having Scizor as the kind of counter for the Floette teams.
Yeah, I think Scizor is probably best in this format with another Mega Evolution, specifically because Fire is just so threatening, and so Charizard's obviously everywhere. Rain solves for part of that, obviously, but it's part of the reason why you see like Mega Tyranitar being a common partner with Scizor, because you just bring Tyranitar into the Sun matchup. What's cool about Mega Scizor is that it works as a standalone Pokemon as well, so even if you don't Mega Evolve it, you can still just be a pretty strong Pokemon with Swords Dance and Bullet Punch. So yeah, I think it's interesting. It is not the easiest maybe to use because the ladder right now is overrun by Charizard teams, for example, but to Scott's point, if you pair it with the right partner, suddenly that Charizard becomes way less oppressive. And if you think about the Charizard teams right now, well, what do they have on them, right? Like, Basculegion, King Gambit, Sylveon. Like, Scizor actually does pretty well into a lot of those. And I think one of Scizor's selling points is it actually feels really difficult to knock out if you don't have fire-type damage on your team. Like, you often have to launch 3-4 attacks into it to actually get the knockout. So I haven't actually used it that much, but I think it has a lot of strength just to be able to blow up something like Sylveon or Floette in a format where those are like everywhere right now, right? Like they're taking over the format, it feels like, and having something like it say, you know what, I'm just gonna Mega Evolve and Bullet Punch you and also resist your damage in itself is quite appealing.
And you eat everybody's citrus berry, you eat their lum berries,
That's
right?
true.
I think that's actually like a non-trivial point because this is like the most berry-based format we've had in such a long time because of the lack of items, right? And so being able to steal away citrus berries is actually so nice because most teams will have a citrus berry these days.
I kind of like double of it too, because I feel like one of the other things that like hurts Scizor as a Pokemon, not so much Mega Scizor, is that one of the reasons why I think it works to use Mega Scizor really well is like their second Mega is that like there's nothing to give regular Scizor anyway. Like, and he's like, bro, where's my Life Orb?
No Steel Gem, no Life Orb.
I feel like he's taking his revenge. Like, fine, if I can't have an item that actually does something, neither can anyone else. My berry. Like,
Scott, the one item I saw like a regular Scizor team today, and the item it had was a citrus berry. So it's just
it's hungry. It wants to go to the snack zone.
Okay, maybe I look the fool over here, but every time that I have played against it, I have had a fire type like move on my team.
So you're ready.
Mega Meganium is ready to punch the Scizor in the face. So I guess that's my bias, is the fact that every time I have played against it, it's felt like it has not done nearly enough into my team that I would have liked to be able to see of this Pokemon. But I agree with you guys, like on the right team, it can be very good. I just haven't seen the right team yet.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where, like, under the skills of someone who's, like, good enough to win, you know, a Regionals, Internats, Worlds, it could look probably absolutely amazing, but on, like, just a regular team, it can feel super underwhelming because I think, like, part of the skill in Pokemon is recognizing when do I actually bring this Pokemon into the matchup, and if you're just bringing Scizor into every game and there's Charizards everywhere, you're probably not going to have a lot of success.
I think it's really important to know your calc with it, too, just because it's kind of one of those Pokemon where, like, often you're like, okay, I can Swords Dance once, now I'm kind of all in, and, like, knowing exactly how much Bullet Punch does, like, oh, like, I have to protect here, like, oh, I don't have to protect here, oh, I have to use a spread move with my other Pokemon. I think, yeah, it's easy to kind of look a fool if you're not really careful about the board state, but when it's good, it's incredible, or it's definitely one I do recommend trying out. It's just, yeah, I wish there were a few more special attacking Pokemon to make it easier to play.
Someone solved the format for me.
I was going to say, unfortunately for Rose, we are not going to have Mega Floette, or not Floette, Mega Meganium as an answer because its Pokedex entry literally has Meganium and Mega Soul in the definition. So if you
just put it and like censored it, like put it as blanks and see, we could have gotten it.
And it would have just been the easiest guess of all time. So let's see what our next Guess That Mega Pokedex entry is. Due to the colossal power poured into it, this Pokemon's back split right open. Its destructive instincts are the only thing keeping it moving.
Blastoise? Its back split open?
Scott before breakfast.
Where's my coffee?
Its back splits open.
I know this one.
It has to be camera-upped, right?
I mean,
but
it
still has humps.
But now they're flowing lava.
I mean, that's pretty sick, yeah.
I think I will say, there are a lot of Pokemon that do expand when they evolve. So not just camera up. I'll steer you into is not camera up. There are other Pokemon that kind of get some things going on.
Tyranitar, Blastoise. That's where my head's at.
But Tyranitar
where I was going.
grows spikes. It doesn't like split open, does it?
But sometimes after Sneasler fights it.
Yeah, well, then
it splits open when it's hit by close combat. It just actually crumbles.
No!
My guy.
Like, it feels like Tyranitar because Tyranitar feels so destructive, you know?
Yeah. I think it's like strong dark type vibes of this Pokedex entry.
I mean, I'm inclined to disagree with Scott anyway because he knows the answers to these.
Well, I don't know if I do. I mean, that was what I was thinking too. So Aaron also saying is good, but hey, you know, after the Charizard question, I'm half expecting like, no, it's Venusaur, you idiots.
Yeah.
And also, let's be honest though. Would I really run this segment without showing off my boy Tyranitar?
That's actually so true. I'm happy to log in.
It's gonna be so great when the answer is not Tyranitar.
If it's camera upped, I'm leaving.
All right, let's see. Is it camera up? No, it is Mega Turn. So here's where this discussion starts, Aaron. Many people would argue that regular Tyranitar is better than the Mega because you at least have access to the Chople Berry.
False.
Yeah, those people
I
are
actually
dumb.
think there's that's actually so. I wasn't gonna say that.
I didn't
but-
say I said it. I said I'm scouring YouTube videos, and a lot of people are deciding to go Choppo instead of Mega.
I think that the Mega's better.
I actually want to look at the damage count because if it's like Admin Sneasler is so common now, and it's like I know Admin Sneasler is a 50% chance to Oko King Gambit with Choppleberry, so I'm like I would actually probably run like Focus Sash or maybe Scarf instead on Tyranitar if I were putting an item on it personally. But I just think the ability to Mega Evolve is so important for weather matchups, and like Charizard teams are everywhere right now, and like Tyranitar is like one of those few Pokemon that actually makes those teams like really struggle based on how you play with it, because the Charizard will like high level players will spend multiple turns not even Mega Evolving just to bait you to Mega Evolve, but then you also just don't have to Mega Evolve in response, and the fact that you can make Charizard so much weaker just by having a Mega Stone and not clicking it, I think is such a big testament to its strength.
Same thing with like Frostlass, as that's been going around. Trying to think about. That's the only other one that I'm thinking of that I'm like, oh, I really want to have Mega Tyranitar.
It's positive into all of the other weapons.
Incredibly good, I think. Where like I've been playing a lot of Sand. Where I think the thing I earned most of my championship points on as a player is just like mindlessly playing Sand teams and just like coasting to early top cut losses. So feel right at home, like doing okay but not great on champions with Sand. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so good in the Tyranitar the Charizard matchup, which I think is a huge one. I'd still rather play the Tyranitar side of the Rain matchup, even though it's weak to like every Pokemon on that team, just because it can enable its friends to beat up the Rain team pretty well. I think it's also just like scary bulky, where like the stats matter a lot, and like the kind of the nature of these Pokemon that naturally have high stats when they Mega Evolve, usually the stats you gain from Mega Evolution aren't super well optimized. But like getting bulkier and something like that is still good, especially because having an alive Tyranitar versus a knocked out Tyranitar is a huge difference in the weather war so frequently. I just think it's really strong, and like I had similar issues. I did try regular Tyranitar a lot, which as a mostly Gen 5 player, that's where my experience is. Like, man, it would really be convenient if this is good. I think Scarfar in particular, I was kind of disappointed by. I think both because it's not fast enough, where like even before you kind of had to run Jolly, but like now you really need to be Jolly, and then like, well, like Unburdened Sneasler still ruins your life.
Mega Aerodactyl,
Mega Aerodactyl
opposing
ruins your
Scarf
life.
Basculegion.
Yeah, even like regular Basculegion where Aqua Jet hits you hard. Scarf Garchomp being so popular is really annoying. It's like, what do you mean I can't Rock Slide spam
What do you mean I
things?
can't go Terra Flying like
Yeah,
normal?
it's life's tough. Yeah, I mean, like, I do think, like, jokes aside, I get the defensive item thing, because, yeah, like, if you can Mega Evolve something else, great. I think the problem is, like, it's tough to fit another Mega Evolution on the Tyranitar teams anyway, where, like, I've tried, like, the double Mega Tyranitar Meganium thing, and, like, pretty quickly,
I've done that.
Yeah, it's like, Meganium is, like, the part of a team I thought was weakest, personally.
That's true.
And, like...
Poor Rose.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tyranitar is like, awesome. Like, I did not love Mega Tyranitar the first time around, but I think, to me, it's like one of those like high A options this time.
There are some really important defensive calcs, to your point, that I think Mega Tyranitar gets that you just don't get with the non-Mega version. For example, you can live Basculegion's Wave Crash if you Mega Evolve Tyranitar. I cannot say the same if you don't do that, so that's on you. But the Rain is active, then don't forget it. Neither of those are gonna live the Basculegion Wave Crash. But if you have Stand Up and you're Mega Evolved, you can actually survive. Another thing is like Stomping Tantrum from Garchomp, even with Soft Sand, you can survive that too. So there are some really important things that I think are very impactful with that, on top of the fact that you also get some extra attack stats when you Mega Evolve. So think about like Knockoff, you can one-shot Mega Gengar, you can also one-shot Mega Frostlass. Like there's just some really important dark type attacks too that I'm like, oh yes, I would rather Mega Evolve Tyranitar here, ensure that I can get a KO, rather than like preserve that for later.
Yeah, and I think my favorite part with the Mega Tyranitar, like the unsung hero portion of it, is that just a little bit of additional speed it receives, because in this format in particular, there's not a lot of fast Pokemon. Like Mega Meganium is a speedster in this format just with the tier that it's at. So now the Mega Tyranitar, it outspeeds Sinistcha, it outspeeds Incineroar, it outspeeds the Frigoraph, like all of those Pokemon that are kind of in the same speed tier. Now, even without investing in speed, you can get the jump over them and start flinching them with Rock Slide.
Yeah, I think my prediction for where Mega Tyranitar teams will go is either like Mega Tyranitar enabling Sand like Excadrill, and then Aiza Soul Mega, or we've seen it with Mega Scoville and Scizor as secondary Megas right now, and so I think like both of those make a lot of sense where it's like Mega Scovillain probably ends up megging most of the games when you bring it because Tyranitar still works as a standalone Pokemon and Scovillain protects it so well by burning things like Sneasler. But if you're up against opposing Charizard, then suddenly you have this Mega Evolution with Tyranitar. So I don't know. I think it is like a very interesting and powerful Pokemon, and like, yeah, it doesn't love going up against Sneasler, but once again, if you support it properly, it can feel amazing. And I think also being able to break Focus Ashes with Sand is like a non-trivial fact in this format when, for example, Focus Ash Basket Legion is like one of the top trends on top teams right now, and it's so much harder to use when you're like, oh my gosh, I actually like probably won't get value out of my Sash.
Yeah, I think it's really strong just in general. We're like, it's one of the reasons why I played Sand back then is because we were playing closed team sheet at the time. It's like, well, especially early rounds of the tournament where there tended to be, let's say, more offensive Pokemon than perhaps you would see on the ladder nowadays. It's like, oh, there's a Sash somewhere. I don't want to have to guess correctly on where it is. Like, Tyranitar, just deal with this for me. And I think that's really strong in a game where, like, since there's fewer options for held items, more people just kind of by default use Focus Sash, right? Where by the time you get to the 5th, 6th item on the team, you're kind of already digging pretty deep into the bottom of the barrel. So your Sash is going to be there somewhere, like 9 times out of 10. I think that's really strong. I think one thing I'm excited to see is kind of I think both Tyranitar as a Flex Mega and Aerodactyl as a Flex Mega are both so strong. I think once we start seeing more official events, kind of seeing where trainers opt to go for one Pokemon or the other, and if best of 3 versus best of 1 changes anything is going to be really interesting to me because they're both just incredible Pokemon.
All right, well, thank you guys very much. I say this was very successful, besides the Garchomp part of it. I'd say very...
I still, you know what? If I speak, I'll be in trouble.
There you go, exactly. All right, we are ready for our round 3 to start. So Sierra and Yuki, take it away.
Thank you so much. How many of those answers did you get right? Because I was kind of struggling out here, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have gone that Tyranitar one correct, and maybe the Meganium would have been perfect for me.
See, I was the one with the pincers, and I was right away. I was like, Mega Pincer! And then Aaron's like, Mega Pincer! I'm like, oh my gosh, same wavelength.
Same wavelength, yeah.
And then they're like, you guys are so silly, and of course it's never Mega Pincer. And I'm like, no. And then none of us got it right. But games aside, we gotta get serious here. Sure, it's still early on in the day here for the LA Regional Championships, but we have a very serious matchup ahead. As said, this is our final Scarlet Violet event here in North America, so it only seemed fitting to highlight 2 trainers that have achieved the accomplishment in winning a regional for our next matchup on broadcast, Montana Mott and Behzad Muntazir, which I'm so excited about heading into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Montana being the defending LA champion here, so that's really exciting to feature him so early on in the tournament and already doing so well. But also with Behzad having a regional win himself over in the Vancouver Regional in the single restricted format, so a different format that has also consistently performed very well since then. So I think we definitely have an exciting matchup here for sure. And yeah, so many really strong names up here. I think we recognize basically all of them. And yeah, it just goes to show that even with the champions hype out there, there's a lot of serious trainers trying to get those championship points, trying to make that cut into the World Championships.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't even talked about. We're running out of regionals before the World Championship, so trainers trying to get points to make sure they qualify. Oof, especially too, since the World Championships is the biggest stage to be able to show what you got. And Montana is someone who is not a stranger to that stage either. Reminder, not only did he win the LA Regional Championships back in 24, he also did top 4 at the World Championships that past year in this same format. Though, so he's definitely very familiar, though we do get to see a little switch up from what he previously played.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Montana compete here because he's one of the very few players who already has an invite to the World Championships, thanks to the very strong performance from last year. So, and this is not the regulation that's coming up next. So it just goes to show he just loves that Calyrex Shadow Rider so much, wants to continue competing as much as he can. And I don't blame him. I think he's one of the players I think of the first when I'm thinking of Calyrex Shadow Rider players, right? Like he won LA Regionals with Calyrex Shadow Rider, got top 4 with Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, a team that's very similar to this one. So yeah, I'm just excited to see Montana wield Calyrex Shadow Rider, but definitely not to brush off Behzad here, also having a lot of exciting teams.
Going on though, as you said, like, I mean, this restricted pairing just makes so much sense for Montana. But when we saw him get that top 4, it was a Dragonite as opposed to that Tornadus. And we got to see that Dragonite at that Orlando Regional Championships too. So very, very recent change, and actually changes quite a lot on this team.
Yeah, I think the Tornadus is pretty interesting, having more options for speed control. Before it was basically just entirely on the Chien-Pao with the Icy Wind. So taking that pressure off the Chien-Pao and having multiple options for speed control. And also having a better matchup into the Smeargle Cadillac Shadow Rider, Zamzet Mir, where, yeah, before I think sometimes you might have to make some pretty good reads, use your Amoonguss more cleverly, but yeah, with the Tornadus having access to that taunt, you can shut down both the opposing Tornadus Tailwind as well as their Smeargle as well. So I think it's a pretty interesting change from Montana, and goes to show that he's definitely thinking about the team and the meta a lot more, even after having had so much success with something similar at the World Championships.
And going from something that was like a choice band Dragonite to that Tornadus is really prioritizing the other damage options on this team. But if we want to talk about switch-ups, well, Bezod has definitely switched it all up. I mean, you talk about that restricted pairing with Montana. I thought of Bezod and I think of Lunala. That is what he won the Vancouver Regional Championships with in that single restricted format. And at the World Championships, we got to see a run back with it. But now, completely switching it up, it's going to be everyone's second favorite Sunsetter, the Groudon, to really try and pack a punch. And I mean, there's a reason why people do play it, because those ground type moves, that press this.
Groundon! Olha Groundon, chat! Groundon, Assault Vestes, Amazenta Rustic Shield, Flutemane Foxesco, Dingula Fjord, Orgepon Máscara de Pedra e Corimon de Costianis. Apesar de o Tazir. Se eu não me engano, no regional passado a gente viu uma partida dele. Eu não vi o time do outro mano. Esse daí. Já passou o time dele? Ou já passou? Seja um par que tá fazendo live de Champions. Aparentemente com Megalopane, o Pudra de Risui e Silvio no time. 13 dias? Caraca, o de Praga tem quase 2 semanas que eu fiz. Caraca, que rápido. Ainda também tá jogando. Desafio novo. Chat, eu vou ver a live, conectar a live do River. Eu vou lutar, acreditar até o fim. Vou caminhar. Ah, tá, é o Zamazenta, Kali Red Shadow, o Among Us, Chipao, Raging Bolt e Tornados. Time do cara. Vamos dominar e as trevas acabar. Eu vou lutar, acreditar até o fim. Vou caminhar, te buscar até te encontrar. Sempre devagar, eu vou me aproximar. Um pouco que eu sou e todos que eu amo. O tempo vai passar, mas não desistirei. Vou te entregar o amor que você me machucar. Eu não quero perder tudo que eu conquistei por você. Eu não quero mais perder pra sempre. Caraca, a VKS tá tomando um pau mesmo. É isso? Olha o Groundon. Realmente o cara vai jogar de Groundon. Legal. Mano, como é que pode, cara? A loja tá 2-0. Aqui vai ser um 3-0 cedo, é isso mesmo? Ah, tá, só rolou de jungle. Bom braço. Nossa, TP atrás. Oxi, pra que o flash? Então, né? Mano, por que isso? Por que o Miru flechou, cara? Ele matava. Nem. Nossa, o Bull tomou muito dano aqui. O céu ainda matou. Acho que se não fosse o... Deixa eu ver. Se não fosse o G-Wing, eu acho que ele matava. Meu Deus, tá tendo luta toda hora nessa bodega. Não? Ah, não. O negócio chegou. Ai. Nossa, é que demais. Ground não caiu. Caraca, por incrível que pareça, o Ground não caiu. Não tá carregando. Se a corrente pega, acabava ali. É, bem que ele deu o famoso passinho pro lado. Caraca, o dano que ele dá no céu. Meu amigo. Fechou a casinha, viu? Zero. Ué, deu TP? Tá, né? Era só dar B na era só dar B na moita, mas ok. preguiça, na moral. Olha, vou ver. Será que o Besad trouxe o Ground? Vai descobrir agora, será? Trouxe. Legal. Ativou a habilidade do Raging Bolt. Astral Barrage. Eu tô com volume, né? Pokémon já passou, né? Esse é o round... Caraca, ainda é o round 3. Meu amigo, achei que a gente já tava no 4.
Just needs to pick one of those two.
And this is where things can get quite interesting as well, right? Because if you know, well, from Montana, you do not want this Roaring Moon to get this Tailwind up to be able to match that speed and then have the advantage when 2 turns. Well, then you have to go after the Roaring Moon, right? But then also that's kind of leaving this +2 Golden Go by itself and lonesome. And if you do try and target down this Pokemon, well, all of a sudden the Protect could be huge. Zamazenta instead, though, is going to start trying to chip some damage into this Golden Go, and a Bleak Windstorm is the next one. Again, Roaring Moon is going to be able to stay safe past this, and we finally will get a connect. Still not very effective. Golden Go can, that was even a critical hit. Golden Go can go on the offensive, make it rain, +2 into these Pokemon. Torn goes down, and Montana, only 2 Pokemon left in this match, and 1 more turn of that speed advantage.
Yeah, that was a pretty big turn for Montana, though, because especially with the Life Orb tick, yeah, even a Heavy Slam might be able to KO this Golden Go now, and especially with the Thunderclap, yeah, you can lose a speed advantage and stall out the Tailwind, but then you're still going to, you only have 1 more turn of Tailwind left, but you just might not need it anymore. So with the Roaring Moon having just protected, that's going to be vulnerable as well. So that 1 turn might have changed everything. If that Bleak Wind had not connected, then with the Raging Bull not having access to Terra, may not have gone that knockout with Thunderclap. So wow, yeah, I feel like the tables have completely turned. I wonder if Bezod has a way out.
We're just making up for the missed Bleak Windstorm on the previous turn. We're trying to equalize things here, right? A miss 1 turn, the critical hit the next is called out. Montana still has that speed and ways to try and check into these very low health Pokemon. So keeping that in mind, Golden Go will protect. Body press into the Roaring Moon, again, at super effective, will be enough for a KO. Another critical hit coming by. Crit mattered, but now Bezod also down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, so then there's one last mind game this turn, which is, okay, does the Golden go for a double protect? Because if it goes for a double protect, regardless of if it succeeds or not, the Thunderclap will fail. So in that case, the Golden would be able to survive, and then maybe the Zamazenta will be able to knock out the Raging Bolt before it can knock out the Golden Go. But yeah, also with the Zamazenta on Bezod's end, being threatened by the Zamazenta on Montana's end, could go for the body press and get that knockout too. So yeah, it's not looking good for Bezod. I think if Montana plays this well this turn, it might be locked up for a game 3 in this match.
Oh, it's a tricky one though, because we know all the shenanigans that can happen if you get the call wrong, or if we do see this protect come out of 1 and 3 and Montana plays into that protect, things can start to go a little sideways. And is this where we eye up? I mean, the one thing with things like those priority moves and offering that Thunderclap is, well, do I go for a different move in anticipation that they won't click an attacking move? In Prison, coming out from Bezod, though, is the one thing we didn't quite talk about, and that is going to lock it down. No Thunderclap is also there, so Shadow Ball will take care of the Raging Bolt. So low health on that Golden Go, but no priority move means no chance of survival. A game that looked so strong in Montana's favor, just a few turns ago, completely turns on his head. And that is going to be Bezod Muntazir to take the set 2-0. What an incredible comeback.
Wow, it felt like Bezod really thread the needle, so to speak, in that turn, because he both had to make sure his Zamazenta can imprison first. I'm not sure if the players knew the speed interaction there, but Montana looked pretty surprised when the imprison went first, so I think, yeah, maybe it was not known to the players. And then second of all, the Raging Bolt had to not go for Thunderclap, because surely the Golden Go would have been knocked out there. But he said, yeah, I'm sure that you're going to read the fact that I'm going to go for a double protect, and I'm just going to, attack without Thunderclap. And Bezod gets both of those correct and gets it right on. So, wow, I mean, I was despairing on behalf of Bezod, but really, really getting that turn correct.
I mean, looking at like halfway through that match, when it was the survival on the Groudon, because of the Blakewind miss, it was kind of like, well, that looked like the KO that would have completely sealed it, right, for Montana right there. But instead, there was this slim opportunity. But Bezod played that so cleanly. I mean, we got to see, sure, there was like the miss to make it possible in the first place. But again, that's just what Blakewind Storm does, right? But looking at how well able to go into this match, and again, like, it could have seemed just so simple. Yeah, I have to go for the protect, right? But instead, trusting and getting that turn right is everything. And that's why I just love VGC. The mind games that go into these turns to make comebacks like that possible are just so impressive. Yeah,
it's like the mind games, but also like the luck element as well, because it's not the Blakewind missing that's the only important part. It's the fact that you didn't have an opportunity to get a speed drop, because Tornadus used Blakewind Storm twice in front of the Golden Go, and it only connected once, and it didn't get the speed drop there. But if it had connected the other time, on top of the damage, if the speed drop had happened, then yeah, the Raging Bolt didn't have to even think about, oh, do I go for Thunderclap or do I go for Thunderbolt? You could just say, yeah, I'm going to be faster. I know that based on how these Pokemon are trained. If you have a speed drop, I'm going to be attacking first. So I don't even have to think about that mind game. But because that speed drop didn't happen, because the opportunity didn't even present itself, because Blakewind Storm missed, it was just, yeah, it was so much harder for Montana to get that right and was forced into that 50-50. So yeah, wow, there's just so many things going on, both in terms of luck and how the players are thinking about each other's minds of, how are you thinking about the game state here? It came out on top for Bezod there. So what an exciting set to watch.
Even just like at the end, they imprisoned with the Zamazenta. We talked about so many options, but that wasn't one, because the first would have to rely on the Zamazenta just being faster, right?
Yes.
Which was something that seemed to take Montana by surprise. But up until like that turn in the match, Montana had that speed advantage with that previous Tailwind, right? So Bezod really being able to play out that Tailwind, position the Pokemon in the right way, and then of course just getting in Montana's head, and I'm not clicking protect, I'm just attacking, and that Thunderclap not coming through was just everything. So it was just like the perfect storm of combinations, and so well played that, I mean, yeah, they're both regional champs for a reason, but this team that we had highlighted, we really got to see what it's made of and just how well it countered, and it really came through in that way.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see that game 2 in particular from Bezod, because we saw that the Zamazenta came out in the lead, which made it a lot more vulnerable, and we saw that, yeah, Montana tried to capitalize on that, right? Getting that speed control, getting that Raging Bolt, and positioning it so that it threatens a knockout onto the Zamazenta, and thinking, oh yeah, you're not going to want to retreat your Zamazenta because that's something that I won't want to do, and just saying, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of it.
I mean, I got to hear about this team. I got to hear about that victory and that end game. So fortunately for all of us, Joe Brown is standing by with Bezod now for our post-match interview.
Thank you very much. We are here with Bezod after that crazy round 3 victory. So congratulations. That was a really fun set. Beat one of the best players in North America in Montana. You know, what was going through your head when you sat down for the matchup?
Excited. I was very excited to play that matchup. I saw Montana in the pairing, and I had a feeling like what he would be bringing because he did so well with it at Worlds last year. And I built my team first and foremost to have a good matchup into CSR and Zamazenta, which Montana was running. He had the Tornadus, right? He had like Life Orb Bolt, a couple of scary pieces that like he made it very, very interesting in game 2. It's a real testament to him as a player and how good he is. I was scrambling at some point, but in terms of like my overall feelings toward the matchup, positive, and I'm glad that I could prove it on stream.
Yeah, let's talk about that team, because you were a darling of the casters as we were watching, because, you know, Rosemary's a big Groudon fan. You have Groudon, not the highest usage of a restricted Pokemon. So what led you to the decision of having Groudon as one of your 2 restricteds?
I've been like repping Groudon for a while. I brought it to Portland last year in Reg I. It didn't go so hot. My friend got top 16 with the same team though. It was Groudon, Miraidon. So I thought about Groudon again for Worlds. Like I've been thinking about Groudon a lot in this format. The ground typing is just very good. Like there's not many good ground attackers. You have like Ursaluna and Landorus, and that's about it. And the Sun is good. I mean, it's got a lot of stats. I think it's a good Pokemon, like especially when you're hitting blades. And I feel like I found a way on this team where I wasn't forcing Groudon to be on the team, like just because I liked it. It was the natural fit to cover the kind of weak points that I needed to.
Okay, that's pretty good to hear that. And yeah, there aren't a lot of great ground attackers, so it makes sense. The other big thing that got a big pop off was the Imprison on your Zamazenta. So where did this tech come from? Because there's a moment in game 2 where Montana literally just cannot click a single attack on his own Zamazenta.
Yeah, yep. I actually brought that to Worlds too. I brought Roaring Moon plus Imprison Zamazenta. My second restricted at Worlds last year was Lunala, so very different team than this one. The only like commonalities are the Roaring Moon and the Zamazenta, but that had Imprison. And yeah, with Imprison and with like Roaring Moon's typing, like you kind of just like have a really good like duo into most CSR and Zamazenta teams, and then you kind of just have to round it out. Being able to deny opposing Zamazenta from doing anything is very nice. But at the start of Reg I 2.0, I was not planning on using it again because I brought it to Worlds and I faced 0 Zamazenta at Worlds.
Oh wow!
And it was not fun. It wasn't a fun time. I think I did decently. Like the team was pretty good. I went 5-3. I think final placement is like 80th or something at Worlds last year. So yeah, I was thinking about doing something different, but then I just saw so much CSR Zamazenta, and I came back to the core idea of Imprison Zama, Roaring Moon, and built the team out in a new way from here.
Is it ever like a scary position to not have Protect on the Zamazenta because it's such a key piece of so many restricted teams? Like, or is the positives of Imprison outweigh the lack of Protect?
Protect is great, yeah. I definitely miss it. Like, would love to run 5 moves, but unfortunately you can't. So definitely miss Protect. I think that in the case of Zamazenta, like on this team and the way it's used, like as well as like its natural, like it has so much defensive stats that like it's hard to remove anyways, that I feel like I don't have to try too hard to protect Zom and just like need it to imprison the opposing Zom in that matchup whenever I face an imprisoned Zom, and then when I'm not facing Zom, like just be kind of like a big stat ball that like eats an attack or 2, fires back with body press, supports the team with wide guard. Like it doesn't have to stick around for forever and ever. So even if it's more vulnerable without Protect, I think like you said, the positives outweigh the negatives.
And then I want to talk to you about your Golden Go, because that was a roller coaster. I don't know if Golden Go was giving you heart attacks or not, but it dodged a Bleak Wind, and then it got crit by a Bleak Wind afterwards, and you get to the Thunderclap mind games of on those last couple of turns. So, like, talk us through how your game plan was to use Golden Go effectively in that game too.
Yeah, Golden Go is not a commonly used Pokemon in this format. But it's quite good on my team, and in this matchup, I liked how it fared into like the kind of Tornadus Zama board states that I was seeing from Montana in game 1, because, you know, it kind of walls both, right, with its typing defensively. And then I figured, like, in front of Astral Barrage, like, as long as I positioned carefully and had Wide Guard support, like, I could, you know, like, with Wide Guard, it actually walls CSR as well. And then, yeah, like, this Chien-Pao can't touch it, like, with anything other than Sucker Punch. So I can, like, play, like, more, like, you know, like, Golden was pretty good, too, in the matchup. And so I was just, like, switching it up in game 2 and trying to use it as effectively as I could. And it did just barely enough, I think, in game 2. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was really impressive that it was able to hang on and get that KO against the Raging Bull. But this is something we're going to do throughout the whole weekend, asking all of our trainers here in the lounge. We're going to walk down memory lane. Let's think about Scarlet and Violet, the last 3.5 years. What has been your favorite memory from this era of VGC? You can say the regional championship. You're allowed to, but if you want to give something non-accomplishment for yourself, just whatever you feel like your favorite when you think about Scarlet and Violet, what are you going to think of?
yeah, I think about NAIC last year and the prep going into it. I had like a really fun group with my close friends, and we were all running a Ice Rider Miraidon Iron Treads team. And we were, yeah, like we were all in on the treads. That was like our call for the tournament, and we were like really hyped about it, and we just had like a really fun prep cycle going into it. A really fun tournament. My kind of like good friend and first prep partner, Michael, got his first kind of like really solid finish at that event. Kind of like breaking a barrier for himself, and so that was cool to see. And yeah, we got like treads, like stickers and stuff afterwards. You know, we were just like the tread heads that weekend. It was a good time. I think that was my favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet for sure.
All right, and then we don't want to keep you too long as you get ready for round 4. So last one for you. Do you have any shout out to any friends, family watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to my family. Shout out Mom, one day early. Happy Mother's Day for tomorrow. And then shout out to Peak.
There we go. All right, thank you, Behzad. Best of luck. You're 3-0. Hopefully, we'll see you later on in the format or in the tournament as you continue on your success.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to head on over to have a little bit of a breakdown about this last round. So let's go for a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to the LA Regional with Scott Glaza.
Sorry, Joe, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat that for me, please? Welcome back, guys. We just saw an incredible game there. I've been throwing a little shade at this format throughout the course this weekend, but I think that was a lot of fun. I think we get kind of a really great example of kind of what high-level VGC looks like there. We have one of the best players in the region at playing kind of like the really well-optimized version of kind of the expected team comps in Montana against Behzad, who's kind of one of the great chefs of fun teams in this format. So I think as we get into team preview here, it's a lot of fun kind of comparing what the sides have done here. Montana has a similar team to what he brought at the World Championships, as the casters mentioned, but critically as those changes in those last 2 slots there with the Raging Bolt and the Tornadus. If you remember back to our highly serious caster prediction slide, I wrote down Montana's team. I think in a lot of ways it was sort of interesting to think about how the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider team might do coming into this format. I think particularly because of how well Montana himself did at the World Championships, where I think at that tournament, yeah, well, we're all really want to see who wins the regional this weekend. Certainly, the World Championship's the most important tournament in this format, and in that tournament, I think that combination of restricted Pokemon was by far the most targeted team. And I think that Montana was able to make it to the semifinals despite playing a team archetype that was targeted so well. Really spoke to maybe having a good opportunity this weekend because, with another team instead winning the World Championships, the focuses of players and their preparations a little bit more spread out, perhaps in different archetypes than it was at the World Championships. Despite this, Montana makes some big adjustments to his team with those final 2 Pokemon that wind up being pretty critical in this match. However, Basad mentioned it in the post game a little bit, but man, in the 30 minutes they were sitting there waiting for the match, you have to imagine he was just psyched about what he had across the table from him. Teams like this one are really what breaks down the logic that I just explained, where he has so much hate for this matchup on his team, where kind of like he came into this one, like, hey, no matter what happens, I'm not going to lose to Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider. As we saw throughout the course of Game 2, it still could have happened, but there are just so many tools here for this matchup. We'll get into that in just a second, though. I think in this one, it is fun to look at the team sheets. Specifically, we're starting out with Montana here, and those final 2 Pokemon, right? The first 4, pretty much the same thing as we saw at the World Championship. So definitely go back and watch those matches if you can. I think he particularly has a mirror match against Michael Kelch that's a lot of fun to watch. But it's the Raging Bolt and the Tornadus that I think really wind up being critical here. I think if he still had the 6 Pokemon he brought to the World Championships, I'm already done with this segment because we talked 15 minutes ago after he got blown out in the second game. But being able to make those adjustments, I think, were pretty big and really gave him a chance to win that second game. And I think it's a little admirable too, right? I think it would have been very easy, like, hey, I got that top 4 at the World Championships. I'm already qualified for this year's World Championships. I don't need to go too crazy. I'm just going to repeat what I did before. Instead, using some Pokemon that did give Bazad enough trouble, even with what was very much a counter team to the archetype that Montana was playing, that he had a real shot at this match. So props to him there. But it really is the other side of the field where, oh boy, this is a tough one. There's the predictions that go on the Twitch.tv version of the stream, and Montana was real popular until folks started to see what Bazad's team sheet was, and then suddenly perhaps folks thought the matchup might go a different direction, and you see why, particularly with this imprisoned Zamazenta. I think the way it played out in the set was pretty funny a couple of times in that second game, but it really just so miserable to play a matchup where you have the same Pokemon as your opponent with 3 of the same moves, and you have Protect instead of Imprison. Sort of guaranteed to wind up in a tough spot. We eventually find out that this Zamazenta is also a little quicker than the one Montana was running. Like you all at home, I was sort of excited to see what happened there, because we do have the trainers' team sheets, but unfortunately both of the Pokemon, both the Zamazenta are different levels, so I couldn't easily eyeball which is going to be quicker there. We winded up having a very exciting moment that we can get to later. But it isn't just the Zamazenta, right? There's a lot of other tricky Pokemon on this team that make things difficult. We got some speed control that make things more difficult with both the Icy Wind and the Tailwind option from the Roaring Moon, and then Golden Go, Pokemon that, maybe appropriately that it showed up and did well here in this final North American tournament of Scarlet and Violet, but has been just an incredible Pokemon throughout this generation, be able to do a ton of damage and generally be powerful with that ability that allows it to ignore a lot of status moves. Going into the actual match here, first up, you kind of see that first game where the trainers here are going to lead off with the sort of Pokemon you expect to see. We're a little bit into the game now where Calyrex and Qianpao are facing down with Zamazenta and Roaring Moon, but we kind of see the problem with this matchup in general for the Calyrex, where, facing down the opposing Zamazenta, which does have a Terra type we don't normally see, right? Previous round, when we were breaking down the match, talking about the Dragon Terra type that Zamazenta almost always has, and this team, because it's so focused on winning this matchup, and instead it's that Dark Terra type on the Zamazenta, still proving to be the Terra Hog that Zamazenta always seems to be, but even with this terrestrialization that's coming in here for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Ghost Terra, most of the most powerful Pokemon in the format, it also avoiding the more common defensive Terra type for this Pokemon in order to do as much damage as it can. It's going to come down here with a Astral Barrage that perhaps is going to leave you wanting a little bit more, right? Where we're kind of used to this just devastating Pokemon, and rather than the damage that we would have done to a Terra type or a different Terra typed Zamazenta, it's not good, right? Where that is looking like it might not have even been a 4-hit KO. Pretty scary from maybe the single best offensive Pokemon in this format, and one of the best offensive Pokemon we've ever seen. Qianpao going down for nothing there as Montana sort of being forced to try to get the super effective attack, and there just wasn't anything going from this game one, right? Where a very difficult matchup, and there's not too much to show because it was really never that close. I think the second game is a lot more fun to talk about. Jumping into the action again, we see the effects of the Imprison in the first half. I thought it was fun. Montana having a little bit of fun on the stream here, showing us he cannot use Body Press, heavy slam, or wide guard, and boy, is that just miserable. I kind of thought the game was over right here, which is why I clipped it immediately. But as we skip ahead one more time, not 2 more times, it winds up not being quite so simple, where he is able to get Tailwind up and then kind of switch around, and he gets this excellent bait here where Calyrex Shadow Rider comes in on the final turn of the speed control here. Bizad going to play a little bit defensively. What he really wanted to avoid on Montana's side of the field is that Calyrex versus Zamazenta matchup, able to bait it into switching, switch in the Calyrex critically on a turn where Golden goes on the field, kind of the one Pokemon that's really easy in this matchup, theoretically at least, for Calyrex to knock out and kind of catch them. I just thought this was an incredible play where it's really easy to imagine this going in a similar way to that first game where, you know, Montana kind of just does nothing forever and then gets choked out, but he's able to put himself in a position here where I think he's probably heavily favored to win the game at this point. Unfortunately, I believe it's another clip here where we see what happens next. Golden Go going to switch out there, not so excited about the odds of being decimated by the boosted Astral Barrage there. Roaring Moon going to come in and eventually take a piddly amount of damage from yet another resisted Astral Barrage. And we can see what Groudon does as well here. Not a super commonly seen Pokemon in this format, but the Assault Vest looks really powerful on it here. Going to turn what otherwise would have been a 2-hit KO from Astral Barrage into a 3-hit KO, giving it the opportunity to dodge this Bleak Wind Storm, which certainly easily would have knocked it out. And instead of being knocked out on this turn, going to pick up the knockout on the Calyrex on Montana's side of the field and put Bizad back into this game, which previously it seemed like Montana had turned around. I do want to pause it here. I didn't get a clip of everything happening in the middle, and I don't want to make it seem like, oh, well, you know, there was one critical miss there, and then Bizad got to the last turn of the game, right? It wasn't that simple. I think Montana still had a fairly significant advantage from this point because of how excellent that switch in was with the Calyrex, but throughout a number of turns after this, Bizad makes some pretty positive trades. I think it's worth watching that one back if you're looking to get better at this format. But we wind up in this really interesting endgame situation where we have a bit of a mind game where there's just 4 Pokemon left on the field. It is the Imprison coming in from the Zamazenta, and then effectively seals the game. The casters talked over it while it's happening. There's a lot of different things that are happening here, right? I think the most critical read in theory is the battle between this Raging Bolt and the Golden Go, where, you know, will the Raging Bolt go for a Thunderclap? Will the Golden Go for it or protect, anticipating it? I think the part that Montana perhaps wasn't expecting was the Zamazenta on the opposite side moving first. I don't think we'd seen that interaction at any point in the set. To me, I'm not shocked by it, where I think one thing to keep in mind, maybe in your own matches in future formats, typically Pokemon with Imprison are trained to be quick, right? It's sort of just the critical element of that gimmick where, you know, it doesn't work in the mirror if you're out in the same turn if they get to swing once before you Imprison. So you'd really like to outrun your opposite number, you know, especially a Pokemon like Zamazenta that isn't usually trained to be like maximum speed, so it's a more tolerable investment to train yourself to be a little bit quicker. In this case, we do see the Zamazenta move first, able to imprison the attacks of the opposing Zamazenta for the second time in this battle, and poor Montana here just getting outrun by the Golden Go as Shadow Ball knocks out the Raging Bolt and ends Montana's chances in this round. I think it was just a really great set where even though it was a little bit strange the way things played out, there was a lot of strange rolls with 2 missed Bleak Wind Storms, a critical hit Bleak Wind Storm, no speed drops on the Bleak Wind Storm, which is the, you know, the more likely outcome, but could have led to a different result there. But you know, wound up being a very exciting match played by both players. And you know, I think if you're the sort of player who like doesn't like playing the most common archetypes, there's always a lot to be learned from players like Bizad there, where, you know, it's not like he's using anything super crazy, but certainly, you know, we were joking about in the pre-show, Groudon, a Pokemon that we keep hearing about, but never seems to make it to the point where it shows up on a stream too deep in a tournament looking for, you know, its first regional win in this region. So maybe it'll happen with Bizad there. He looked really good in the set. And, you know, I think both players showed why they are regional champions in the Scarlet Violet format here as we look back on an excellent championship series throughout Scarlet Violet this weekend. So I hope you all enjoyed that breakdown, and we'll be back soon with some more exciting Pokemon action.
are here with some very special people of our finalists. Aurelion Sula's mother, who travels so far around the world with Aurelion, and a very special guest here is Patrick's dad and family, who have driven from Jacksonville and arrived at 3 a.m. today to surprise him, to see him here today in the final.
Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Patrick Connors, hero of the Florida local VGC community. Day two top 64 placements to his name, is your North American International Champion. New Orleans, this is where dreams are made.
And it just goes to show you that you don't have to have all the experience. You don't have to have all the accolades. You can show up to these tournaments with your family and friends to support you and take home the crown.
This is the most beautiful winner celebration I have ever seen. Congratulations, Patrick Connors. Incredible play there in the finals.
We are here with James Beck, one of the best players in North America, one of the best players overall for VGC, and we're going to go through some advice. I need advice. Whenever I need life advice, I go to James Beck. And this is not life, James. This is Pokemon. This is VGC advice, because we're in a very unique era right now of the end of Scarlet and Violet and the beginning of Pokemon Champion. So I think a lot of players would like the advice from a top player like yourself on how should they be using this time and this opportunity when these kind of two games are happening at once to improve at Pokemon Champions on the horizon.
Well, I'd say a lot of it would probably be just like getting down to basics, just being able to figure out board position, which is probably the biggest one. You should be analyzing your matches, which is probably going to be the key factor. Like regardless, Pokemon is still Pokemon. Skills do translate depending on the formats, and maybe some might be a bit more than others, especially like for instance in Terra formats, pinning was super important because you want to be able to catch like if the opponent would Terra or not. So you might go for a double up into it with like an attack that's super effective against it when it doesn't terastallize, and then if it does terastallize, you still have that pin situation. Now, because Pokemon are still a bit more vulnerable because they aren't able to terastallize, that's still probably a factor that's a little bit less important, but still pretty valuable to have. So there's definitely some skills that you can always improve, and regardless, it will still work out depending on the format.
Yeah, I want to ask about the terastallization change from Terra to Mega Evolutions, because we know the game has grown so much over the last decade, plus from our old days of using Megas all the time to where we are now. There's a whole slew of VGC players that have never even gotten to use Mega Evolution yet until Pokemon Champions. So how do you compare the team building and the mind games of playing around terastallization for how they should be preparing to use Mega Evolution?
Well, I think team building is definitely a bit more, I'd say, more reliant on types this time around, especially without terastallization, because with terastallization, for example, like let's take an example, like let's talk about like Marco's Regulation H team from LIC, where he was using like Torkoal, Charizard, and Incineroar, right? Alongside like Ursaluna. He had multiple Pokemon that were super weak to like the same coverage options, right? Like super weak to water and the fighting coverage on that team specifically, where you could get away with it because with terastallization, you could actually have like a defensive Terra that you could go for, and you wouldn't be like super weak to just one type alone. Now you have like these options where, hey, that's not going to fly out because now terastallization is not in the game. You can't change your type. So team building is actually going to be a bit more impactful, especially with types. So you will have to have better type synergy with most compositions now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these players that have went 3.5 years with terastallization are going to have to, they can't just leave Scissorine in front of an Incineroar, right, and turn into a water type anymore. So I think, but one thing, you're big on content creation as well, and I wonder how, the new era of Champions is when you're making videos. What's your idea? Are you looking to post videos for your viewers for what's the strongest team right now? Use this team because it's good. Are you trying to use fun Pokemon that might intrigue your viewers? Like, what's the content creation angle for Champions? Because it's popping off right now.
I think there's a lot of room for just any type of content creation in Champions. Like, it's been a really big blow up, I think, ever since the game came out. And realistically, it just really depends on the creator, like how you want to go for it. I think, for instance, Aaron's really good as a content creator, probably one of the biggest well-known ones in BGC, where he's just like super educational and super informative about like, okay, what's the latest trend? And he's able to break down some really cool teams. For me, it's kind of like I'm still doing educational, like I'm still showing high-level gameplay, but I also like showcasing, hey, there's more to VGC than, of course, just like, oh, like a lot of people complain about, hey, there's the same Pokemon that are being used over and over again. I try to find some Pokemon that, like, you know, a little less utilized, maybe some more interesting stuff, and I showcase, hey, there's a lot more ways that you can have fun in VGC from even just trying out like some of the other things, and you shouldn't just write them out because you never know. That's how teams, like, for example, like really interesting teams, how I used Regieleki at the 2025 World Championship. I was the only one who brought it. Like, that's how you find out, hey, this Pokemon has a really cool niche in this format. You can explore it and how to utilize it.
And now we can head back to Scarlet and Violet, where we are this weekend for LA. I've been asking people what are their favorite memories from this era of Scarlet and Violet. So it could be personal, it could be you as a viewer. Just like when we look back 20 years from now and think about Scarlet and Violet VGC, what's your favorite memory?
Oh, what's my favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet? That's a bit tough. I mean, I think it felt really good. I think 2025 Worlds was like a really nice memory for me. I mean, of course, that's probably one of the events I did well in, but in general, I think it was like just really cool just seeing like the final like Worlds in Scarlet Violet. Like everyone was at such a high level. Double restricted didn't really allow for too many mistakes. And I thought it was a really fun World Championship just to play. And it felt like I was playing at an extremely high level back then. So was really happy just to have a great tournament run and also just like see really high level gameplay the entire weekend.
Well, speaking of high-level gameplay, how are you playing right now in Regulation I? You're here. You're trying to take home the title, win another regional. You won 1 million regionals at this point, just trying to add another one onto the shelf. How are you feeling confident going into this weekend? You could, who knows, by the time we watch this, you could be the last Scarlet and Violet regional champion.
I'm not sure. I switched up teams last minute again, so...
Well, you've won regionals doing that before, though.
That is true, but I was on Geo's World's winning team, unironically, for like the last month. I actually was using it at locals for the most part and pretty much had a very high success rate with it. However, it just felt like there were some things that are a bit tough, and it's kind of hard to prepare for this regional because everyone's playing on champions. So this is like a regional that you just don't know what to really expect realistically, because you don't know who's actually playing this, who's actually seriously prepped for this tournament. It's also hard to just prep online because there's a lot less like players on Battle Stadium because everyone again migrated to champions. So it could go either way. And I only played one tournament this entire regulation, which was Worlds. So not exactly too sure. I'm just gonna see what I can do with the team that I have, and hopefully it turns out well.
Hey, well, you know, James, we're always rooting for you, so we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, this has been Life Advice with James Beck. We'll be back with more Pokemon action right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day one of the Los Angeles Regional Championships for Pokemon, and I am so excited to get back into the action. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, and it's so cool to be behind the desk with you once again. When we were there at the beginning in San Diego for the first Scarlet and Violet event, and now we're here for the last one in North America.
It's been too long, Rose. I'm so happy to be back here with you. And like you said, yeah, it's wild to think it's been, what, 3.5 years since we cast that very first regionals over in San Diego. What a journey it's been throughout Scarlet and Violet, and couldn't ask for anyone better to close it out with than you, Rose.
Likewise. We've been able to travel to some really cool places during this era.
Absolutely.
And so we're excited to see where else these trainers can take us, because we are just in round 4 of our tournament. So take a look at the standings that we have here for our competitors that are going to be at an undefeated record so far. I think there are some familiar faces in here for who is leading the charge so far in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. A mix of, you know, players who have won regional championships before, players like Alex Underhill, Emilio Forbes, Riley Factura, all of those have won multiple titles actually, and so looking to add another one to their belt. And for Amelia and Riley, you know, they've been two like outstanding players in Pokemon history. I actually haven't seen them compete that much this season, but you know, I think they're from California, so it's cool to see them competing in this one in particular. And then Brian Collins, actually a player that I've had my eye on for a while, because I feel like he's constantly piloting really cool teams and has made it very far, like consistent, like top 8, top 16s, hasn't won a regional finals yet, and so wondering if this might be the one.
I hope so. It's going to be exciting to see who can actually get to that finish line at the end of tomorrow. But we still have a bunch of Swiss rounds to get through today. And so that's why we focus in on the next upcoming match on our stage. We're going to have Brandon Davis up against Luke Bower. And these two players in particular are exciting because the teams that they're using are incredibly unique.
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons why we thought this matchup could be a super one to feature. Both incredible players to begin with, but also running some of the more unique teams that we're seeing in this format. You know, coming into this tournament, I think a lot of us were talking about Calyrex Shadow Rider plus Amazenta, Miraidon plus Calyrex Ice Rider, Koraidon, but it's actually going to be some very unique pairings here in the Zacian and the Giratina. I don't think I've actually ever seen that pairing before, and on the other side, we've got Lunala and Calyrex Ice Rider on a Hard Trick Room team on Luke's end.
And Luke is known for Hard Trick Room, so it doesn't surprise me a whole lot that we're going to see him actually commit to that core of Lunala and Calyrex Ice, alongside something like the Indeedee, and of course that Torkoal that can take advantage of the Trick Room once it is set up. But we gotta talk about the big elephant in the room, which really is this restricted pair that Brandon Davis has brought to this tournament. Giratina, and this one's so interesting because it's also a mixed set.
It is.
It's got Shadow Sneak and Poltergeist, which are physical attacks, but it also has Draco Meteor, which is a special attack.
Yeah, super interesting. That Draco Meteor will allow you to burst down opposing dragon types like Koraidon or Miraidon. And normally with Draco Meteor, it feels kind of bad because then you kind of feel like you need to switch out to get rid of that special attack drop. But Giratina's like, okay, I'll Draco, I'll KO a big dragon type, and I can still just use my most powerful attack basically in Poltergeist and keep spamming it. And so Giratina is interesting, of course, because it can completely wall something like Zamazenta, which of course is one of the more popular picks in this format. And then I normally see Giratina when used paired with Zamazenta. It's actually going to be Zacian here as its partner. This is a Sword Stand set as well, so you can see there's double fake out on this team with Grimmsnarl. There's, you know, disruption with Thunderwave and Light Screen as well, so you can protect the Zacian, and once it gets his Sword Stance off, this Pokemon can be pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I also like that we've got double ground types. Landorus Incarnate, of course, that's going to naturally be a ground type there with Earth Power and Sandsear Storm, but Rillaboom's got the tech move of high horsepower just in case you can't get that Landorus into the right position. And of course, an Urshifu. We're going to have an Urshifu on both sides, but for Brandon, it's the Rapid Strike variant. So you're going to have Searching Strikes, Close Combat. You're also going to have Coaching on a Choice Scarf set.
Yeah, I think Coaching is really interesting because what it means is you can lead Urshifu with Zacian or Giratina and immediately give your restricted Pokemon a boost. And both of these Pokemon already hit for pretty good damage. Imagine getting it to +1, then the Pokemon can follow up and just get a +1 Poltergeist, +1 Behemoth Blade, for example. So a lot of different combos from Brandon's end, I imagine. Like, for example, leading one of the Fake Out users in Rillaboom or Grimmsnarl paired with Zacian is pretty strong. Urshifu can be led with either of the restricted Pokemon. And on Luke's end, we've got Hard Trick Room.
This is going to be exactly what you would expect. Luke's name of the game is going to be getting that Trick Room set up and then getting those sweeper Pokemon in to take advantage of that speed control. So you've got Calyrex Ice Rider and Lunala, as well as Indeedee Female, that are all going to provide an avenue to get this Trick Room activated.
Absolutely. And one thing that's interesting about teams like this is you also have Urshifu, which normally is a pretty fast Pokemon, actually utilized under Trick Room. So it's normally going to be as low speed as possible to try to be the fastest Pokemon or one of the fastest Pokemon under Trick Room. And so with teams like this, the idea is you can lead Smeargle with any of the two restricteds normally, pressure with Fake Out into Trick Room, or just an immediate deck rate. Indeedee, of course, can also provide further support. This Indeedee notably has Heal Pulse as well. That's not a move that we see that frequently, so can potentially, for example, heal up Calyrex Ice Rider and Lunala back to full HP. So Smeargle is one Pokemon I have my eyes out on this matchup because it can be so disruptive. Getting a Spore off into Zacian or Giratina can give you a big advantage. And then Power Meteor Beam, immensely powerful, especially into the Giratina, which I imagine Brandon will want to bring.
And then we got this Torkoal that's actually going to be holding Choice Specs. Now, sometimes we see this Torkoal in Trick Room being able to have something like a Charcoal and Protect in case you need to have a defensive play available to your Torkoal. But that's actually going to make this a little bit interesting to see how Luke is actually going to choose which move to lock into with the Choice Specs. You can't make a wrong decision because what if you lock yourself into Eruption and then you do get attacked? So let's see what happens as we get into the first game of this set. We're going to see Luke lead the charge here with this Ice Rider Calyrex next to the Indeedee to give two different avenues to get this Trick Room up, where Brandon is going to have the Grimmsnarl next to Landorus Incarnate.
Yeah, this is a nice lead from Luke, I think, because first of all, Psychic Terrain means that you can't go for Fake Out, Thunder Wave onto the opposing side, so it means you can consider foul playing, like you're seeking here, or light screening, but light screen doesn't really get any value here. Landers is in an awkward spot, right? And you can see, yeah, the way to get around this is Water Terra. Another play you could potentially make is switch the Landers out into Zacian, which of course then resists a potential Glacial Lance. So from Luke's end, you'll basically be able to get Trick Room up here on turn 1. So the question is, do you want to maybe follow me with Inity and Trick Room just so Calyrex does not eat up the foul play? Luke can also considering going for a Terra with his Ice Rider. It's going to be normal so that it gets around the super effective hit of foul play, which will do a lot of damage.
It's still going to be taking neutral damage from everything else too. So I think you're okay if you are Brandon, letting the terrestrialization go up for Luke, and almost makes it feel a little bit better for yourself because now you know which Pokemon is terrestrialized and what you need to play around with. But to start out this turn, we are going to see Brandon commit to the terrestrialization onto the Landorus to get that Water Terra, and as you called it, there is going to be a match Terra for Luke.
Yeah, I think it makes sense from both ends, just saying, look, if I don't Terra, I'm just going to take way too much damage here, and so the idea is both players now will likely be able to survive with their Pokemon for the turn, but I think this probably favors Luke a little bit more, assuming that Trick Room goes up, and Sanseer starts off with the miss already. That Calyrex taking 0 damage.
Oh, that's really unfortunate because you're missing out on just a critical amount to actually deal with this Calyrex, but even though that is going to be a neutral hit, the Grimmsnarl took this Ice Rider Calyrex down to basically half HP. As it fires off a Glacial Lance back, it's going to be doing some nice damage across the board here to Brandon's Pokemon, but Luke gets that Trick Room up with the Indeedee.
Yeah, it's a big miss on Calyrex there because had the miss not happen, I think another Sandstorm Storm would potentially get a double knockout, right? And so that is the downside of running Sandstorm Storm. It is not exactly the most accurate move, and this is a pretty non-traditional Grimmsnarl on Brandon's end as well. There's no Reflect, so you're not able to really do that much in terms of support when Inity is out on the field. So foul play, as you called out, yeah, very powerful. It's the advantage of the same type attack bonus from it. And so this next one you can consider, yeah, switching into Zacian. The question then is, does Luke potentially predict this? And what's also scary is Inity does have that heal pulse, so it can actually just heal the Calyrex back up. This lead just seems really strong from Luke's side right now.
How do you get rid of the Ice Rider Calyrex before it starts to get that attack engine boost going with knockouts? Brandon's first call to action is going to be switching in this Zacian as it has to take this Glacial Lance. But since this Landorus does have that Water Terra type, it's going to be resisting those hits. But there's the heal pulse. This hard work that was done by the Grimmsnarl gets undone in a second, and another miss of the Sandstorm Storm is going to ensure that the Indeedee sticks around for the next turn.
Oh, and it did a lot of damage to Calyrex there, as you can see, just under 50%. And so, yeah, I think, you know, Luke is happy just playing it safe the last couple of turns, and that normal Terra just allows you to be in a pretty nice defensive position. And right now for Brandon, what you really want to do is obviously ideally stall out this Trick Room, right? But normally, what you want to do to stall out Trick Room is protect, but should you protect, of course, then you can eat up a heal pulse from the opposing side. So I actually think it's like such a brilliant tech to have heal pulse on this Indeedee. Once again, not the most common move on this Pokemon. So Brandon wants to conserve this Landorus, help it stick around for a little bit longer. Should you go for the protect on that side, you do open up vulnerability to something like a Helping Hand plus a high horsepower to just knock out Zacian. So we'll see if Luke wants to play it safe here, maybe go for a follow me or just heal pulse and attack again.
Well, the protect for the Landorus means that it's not going to be taking this Glacial Lance damage, so unfortunately the Zacian not going to be so lucky. As it takes another Glacial Lance, you can see though that resist typing is going to help it out tremendously to get through the rest of this turn. But with another heal pulse, this Calyrex just won't go down. So Zacian's last hope is going to have to be this Behemoth Blade, as that takes it down to just about below half. But with heal pulse still on the table, this Calyrex is going to need 2 hits to take it out.
Yeah, it's, you know, Brandon has stalled out a couple turns of Trick Room, and like you can go for heal pulse here, but should you go for heal pulse, will the Calyrex be able to get a knockout, right? If it's high horsepower onto Zacian, that might just KO it. We saw Brandon lock in both of his attacks in Behemoth Blade and Sandstorm Storm. So the debate here is, do you want to heal pulse? You could also go for a follow me. I think heal pulse and high horsepower is really safe, honestly. So yeah, Zacian doesn't protect. That's a KO. And like you said, the engine now is rolling. +1 attack immediately to this Ice Rider.
Off to the races now with a +1, and it doesn't get any easier here for Brandon. There's still going to be a heal pulse to keep this Calyrex so safe. And this Sandstorm Storm, if it misses again, would feel pretty bad. It does hit both targets, so the Ndidi finally goes down for all the trouble it's caused in this game, but it feels almost too little too late.
I can't remember the last time in Scarlet and Violet we've seen so much value out of Heal Pulse. Like, that move got clicked basically turn after turn after turn and kept Calyrex around for so long, and this is kind of the ticking time bomb, which is Dark Urshifu, right? You've already committed your Terra to Landorus, and so the Wicked Blow right now is so strong. There's no Spirit Break on Grimmsnarl either, so this is looking really, really hard right now for Brandon because the Dark Urshifu is just free to click Wicked Blow, and the Calyrex is free to click Glacial Land. So in my opinion, Luke just had a really excellent lead that Brandon felt committed to, you know, I have to Terra to get out of it, but by Terraing, then you're still also not doing enough damage in return because of the Heal Pulse. So maybe knocking out Ndidi a little bit quicker with like Earth Powers could have been valuable. The misses were obviously really unfortunate. The problem is once you get the knockout on Ndidi, Dark Urshifu just comes in and clicks Wicked Blow.
And this Psychic Terrain is about to expire as well, so it doesn't even have to be Wicked Blow. If you're playing for the long game of being outside of Trick Room, we could also consider locking in something like the Sucker Punch, but I think you're right with still having this next turn. Go for it. At least this Giratina is going to come out and be here in style. I think Giratina is one of the best shiny Pokemon in the entire game, so it's very cool to see it make an appearance here. But it's
how long will that appearance be is my question to you, Rose.
I don't think it's going to be very long, as this Glacial Lance is going to hurt really bad. It's actually just a one-hit knockout at +1, and that's another Glacial boost for this Ice Rider.
Yep, and now let's see, is it the Wicked Blow? It is. That's going to go through Protect. Choice Band going to get the knockout here, and this hard Trick Room combo just looks so hard to deal with right now. Lunala was not even revealed in the back. I think it would probably be a pretty strong pick with that Meteor Beam you can threaten Giratina, but you know, what are the key lessons here? It just felt like there wasn't enough damage output, and the Heal Pulse was really the thing that moved the needle, in my opinion. Like, this probably would have been pretty different if you're able to just, like, get damage and, you know, you can't heal on Luke's end. But Calyrex is just like, hey, like, enjoy doing 50% to me. My partner's just going to heal me all the way back up. So, I don't know. I'm thinking about adaptations for Brandon already going into Game 2, and, like, Zacian's interesting because you do at least resist Glacial Lance, and we saw it took Glacial Lance pretty well, right?
That was going to be, like, a 5-hit knockout.
Exactly, yeah. So with Swords Dance, you can, like, set up a Swords Dance maybe on turn 1 and then play the game from there. Rillaboom also does give you terrain control potentially, but Ndidi presumably will be slower than it, so if you lead Rillaboom, Ndidi will override it, but maybe a Rillaboom in the back with Fire Terra could be valuable. Either way, it just feels like, yeah, you need to be able to do a little bit more burst damage because this Heal Pulse is just too annoying to deal with otherwise.
And I'm thinking about all of the Sandseer Storm misses, and I'm not entirely convinced that you get the Calyrex Ice to go down with a Foul Play and a Sandseer Storm. Because, you know, the rolls looked a little bit like
I think it would have been
close.
off by like 5-10% maybe.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I think you're right on the money, and with the like Sword Stance maybe being there to help out with the Zacian, at least, you know, Brandon does get one here on top of the Ndidi. The Ice Rider Calyrex finally goes down as he just takes some time to think about what to do next.
Exactly. And of course you get important information. Was it Lunala in the back? It absolutely was. But sometimes on these hard Trick Room teams you can actually drop one restricted because maybe you want your Torkoal to be the sweeper, right? So one other suggestion, Rose, that I think could be interesting, if you think it's going to be the exact same lead of Ndidi Calyrex Ice Rider, you could go Urshifu potentially and go for that coaching paired with Zacian. So
I like
just some food for thought. I think it's interesting because like the main problem with Zacian maybe into Ice Rider is, well, you don't want to eat up that high horsepower, right? But if you get a defense boost onto it, it's actually not doing that much damage, and so it feels so unintuitive to bring something like Urshifu into a matchup like this, but I mean, it also threatens with damage, and it's not Rocky Helmet on Ndidi on the opposing side, right? So you could go for coaching, you could also just go for damage, something like a U-turn plus a Behemoth Blade, and so those are some immediate options I'm thinking about if I'm in Brandon's shoes.
Yeah, that Grimmsnarl unfortunately just felt really bad on the Psychic Terrain. That's a really hard matchup to have to take. As we see this Moongeist Beam from the Lunala finish off this Grimmsnarl, and we now get to go into Game 2. So I'm with you. For Brandon, I would really like to see something like the Zacian and the Urshifu in the lead. The coaching, of course, is going to be that twofold, where you get that attack boost as well as the defense. And when you look at what Luke has actually brought into this match, well, there's two very powerful physical attackers that would be a little bit difficult with the coaching.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you know, Brandon may have been like, I'm worried about Lunala because like Lunala is pretty annoying for, say, my Giratina to deal with, and it takes a little bit of time for Zacian to deal with it as well. So I think like the Grimmsnarl Landorus combination makes a lot of sense if you're trying to respond to Lunala, where you can say, look, I'm threatening you with a super effective foul play. I can go for Light Screen and reduce your damage output, right? Because this Grimmsnarl is not running Reflect, it just means that like if it's not able to really get value out of that light screen, it feels quite bad, especially with Psychic Terrain on the opposing side, right? And so I'm wondering, like, maybe Luke then is like, I'm gonna potentially lead Lunala now, thinking that you might not go with Grim Snarl. Either way, though, just felt like Inity plus Ice Rider was so oppressive, but I do think Brandon has potential answers to it. I just think, like, I mean, Giratina is another interesting adaptation because you can go for Fire Terra, but the thing about Giratina is like, it just like doesn't do anything into Inity other than maybe try to like launch a Draco Meteor into it. And so that doesn't feel good as like a lead either.
Yeah, I think what's hard about facing off against hard Trick Room teams is that you've got to get the call right from the very get-go. What is the Pokemon that is going to be setting Trick Room?
Yep.
Where is it going to be in the midst of the other Pokemon that are in the back? It can be a really difficult mind game to have to get correct before you even get into the game.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's so much about like sequencing as well, right? Because part of what makes hard Trick Room so threatening is that turn one, they don't always have to click Trick Room. They can go for something like, you know, just damage, like even Helping Hand Glacial Lance, right? Or with Smeargle, Calyrex, Ice Rider, you can go for Decorate onto yourself. And so I think like hard Trick Room is a really, really scary matchup because if your opponent like gets turn one right, it often feels like things can snowball. So we're gonna get into game two. Let's see what the adaptations are. It's still gonna be Calyrex Inity. Is there an Urshifu here?
There it is.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, so the Urshifu and the Zacian are going to be what Brandon's adjustment are for this game, but what is he actually going to do on this first turn?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like coaching is probably the best approach. Like, I think Brandon now actually has a pretty significant advantage. Rose, my question to you then is, what is also in the back potentially from Luke's end? Is there a Torkoal this time, right? Because, of course, that would be pretty darn good into Zacian. So, yeah, this is exactly the adaptation I was talking about, and I think now it actually puts Calyrex Ice Rider in a much worse position. One of the interesting things to think about if you're Brandon is like, oh, do I want to get immediate knockouts, right? Because if I do, then of course it grants a free switch in potentially, and that can actually be a little bit annoying to deal with. The Terra is going to be the Dragon type on Zacian, so that is good into Torkoal, should that come out, but not very good into Glacial Lance.
So you're forced in this position to just leave the Pokemon as they are. There's no terrestrialization committed from Brandon or Luke on this first turn. But as you see the coaching come through, Zacian's going to benefit from this tremendously. You see that attack increase that it's going to get on top of the Intrepid Sword boost that it got from just hitting the field on the first turn. His Behemoth Blade comes out at +2. That is just an instant one-hit KO, which is going to feel great to get that first KO on the board. But what does this Ice Rider Calyrex do? It just goes for Trick Room here. So you got the speeds if you're Luke, but Brandon did get a KO.
Yeah, and it's a very different game already from game one, right? Game one, it was like Indy staying on the field for 5 billion turns and consistently healing up the Calyrex Ice Rider now. But this Zacian is so scary, right? +2 attack, +1 defense. And it's going to be Urshifu in the back, so no Torkoal, which makes me think, like, this Zacian is so scary to deal with right now, right? Yeah, Wicked Blow will get a critical hit onto it, ignore the defense boost, but is that enough damage, right? At the end of the day, this Zacian right now is threatening a one-hit knockout onto both Pokemon on the opposing side. The downside for Brandon's end is you do have a Choice Scarf Urshifu stuck under Trick Room right now, so the question is, do you want to stay in and go for another coaching boost, or do you want to just switch out? As you see, there's that Landorus in the back in Giratina, but if you switch out, you eat up a Glacial Lance, you might actually just lose that Pokemon.
I think you're okay leaving the Urshifu in, because if you are for some reason lucky enough to get another coaching boost onto your Zacian, well now like it doesn't nothing is going to actually be able to stand tall to the Zacian. And with your point, I don't know how much you really want to give up a Pokemon here, but Brandon is going to decide to leave the Urshifu for later. If you're able to get out of Trick Room, then Urshifu can still be a very big threat with that Choice Scarf intact, but Giratina's going to come in instead. Look at that. High horsepower is going to do about 50% to this Zacian, but the close combat to follow up.
Oh,
what?
the crit!
The crit, no way!
Oh my gosh, I just don't think that's KOing without the crit. They had the defense boost there. It would have been close, but yeah, my guess is that that would have survived, and unfortunately now, that is a disaster for Brandon here. It feels like, yeah, he found the adaptation that he needed, but yeah, unfortunately, either of those, you know, who needs Wicked Blow critical hit when close combat is just gonna crit instead?
I think something's up with this Urshifu. No, but I mean, that is really unfortunate, because I'm with you. I don't think that KOs otherwise. There was that defense boost, and then maybe this Giratina would be able to come in and actually do something on the next turn, because Brandon's thought process there was, I get to swap in the Giratina, and it's not going to take, if it takes a Glacial Lance, whatever, but also I should be able to KO this Calyrex, or I'm just expecting that it's going to go for high horsepower, so it's free to bring in the Giratina here.
Exactly, yeah, and I also think part of it is last game we had an attack boost, and then it just fainted, but this time it was like, well, I probably am bulky enough to at least survive a regular Glacial Lance without the boost, but it's just tough because now Brandon is forced to bring Choice Scarf Urshifu out under the Trick Room, which never feels good, and this is normal Calyrex on the opposing side, so should it go for that normal Terra, well, then you can't even go for the Poltergeist, which is like your best offensive option, but it is going to crucially be Giratina Terraing first here.
So Terra Fire will be the type for this Giratina. It's going to help it be able to use those Glacial Lances just a little bit better. As you can see, that's what Luke decides to opt into. It's going to be nice resistant hits on both the Urshifu and the Giratina, but with this close combat, I mean, Luke just called it right. That's going to be another knockout earned by this Urshifu. Now, could you imagine if Urshifu had a Glacial, like a, you know, Ice Rider type ability?
Oh my goodness. Don't give them any more suggestions, no. Rose. You know, we already nerfed it for the next game. But just so powerful. Really nice call there saying, look, I know that if you go for a Terra, well, then close combat will work into you.
Yeah.
If you actually don't go for Terra, that could have been a really interesting turn, right? Because close combat basically just would have had not done anything. And I think Giratina maybe can be bulky enough to actually survive that Glacial Lance from the Ice Rider. So, you know, Luke making a really nice call, and it's going to be the Lunala coming in. I just don't think there's enough damage at this point, especially because basically the Urshifu is locked into close combat right now. Trick Room is still up as well, so it's kind of all up to Landers at this point. Yeah, you can hope to close combat into the Calyrex. And I think Luke also crucially, you know, hanging on to the Terra there, not going for Terra on Ice Rider. If you do, then of course you open up the weakness to close combat. But Glacial Lance comes out, and I think this is just going to be GG.
Yeah, I mean, this should just be a follow-up here from the Lunala with something like a Moongeist Beam or a Meteor Beam just to be able to KO this Urshifu as we see Calyrex get that Chilling Knee boost first. But it's just expanding force. That also seals the deal. Super effective hit into the Urshifu is going to get Luke the set win, 2-0.
I wish we could have played this game out without the critical hit because it felt like Brandon found the right adaptation that he needed, and my guess is I think Zacian would have been bulky enough to survive that close combat. Should it survive, it gets a knockout in return, right? And then suddenly Giratina becomes a really interesting late game Pokemon because you are threatening so much damage onto Lunala as well as Ice Rider, and so definitely unfortunate. I do think like Luke's team just matched up really well into Brandon's side, and Luke had some positive luck throughout this game, but also executed really nicely. I don't think there were too many plays that I would say, oh, you should have done differently. So when you have a good matchup, you're playing well, and the luck goes your way, well, then it's all things just, firing in your favor.
Here it is again. You got the high horsepower, and then the close combat to follow it up. Oh, it does feel so bad to see the Zacian fall to that. But it's hard to say when you know that there's a choice band that's going to be boosting the damage on the Urshifu. But I'm inclined to agree that that +1 defense boost from coaching should have been enough, bar the critical hit.
That's what was interesting too, because we were talking, do you switch the Urshifu out? And given that it was a double up onto the Zacian, if you protect their close combat, will still go through the protect. And, given that it was a critical hit, it would have also just done a million damage anyway. It would have knocked out, but basically it's like, you'll eat up close combat through protect, but then you get another coaching boost, and then now the Urshifu's locked into close combat, right? So it's like you have +2 defense into Calyrex Ice Rider and the opposing Urshifu. And then, one thing that I think Brandon was considering that turn was actually, oh, maybe I do want to Dragon Terra my Zacian because it does take away the weakness to high horsepower. The only awkward thing is if you commit Dragon Terra there, it opens up the weakness, obviously, to Glacial Lance afterwards. And so I think some different plays are going to happen, but at the end of the day, just, I think this Trick Room team just seems really difficult to deal with.
There's just so many different options, and even though we saw Luke actually go for a different sequence of plays within the first couple of turns of the game, it still resulted in a game win nonetheless. And I think even if you had talked about the Torkoal coming in as an adjustment for that second game, he gets a win that way. It was still a Lunala in the back where he held onto that Grass Terra, so it would have been very difficult for something like the Giratina to get through it regardless. So I don't know. I think it's very flexible, and Luke is also one of those players that is known for using hard Trick Room, so it would be best to hear from the man himself. So let's go to that post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Rose. We're here with Luke, our round 4 winner. You're currently 4-0 on the day, halfway through. How are you feeling?
Feeling a lot better than my last couple tournaments, so 4-0 is a good start. Really excited right now.
Well, you've had, throughout Scarlet Valley, you've had some really, really strong runs. So, like, when you were going into this event, what was, obviously everyone wants to win the regional, of course, but sometimes we have to be like, what was your expectation? Was it top 16 were your hopes? Was it top 8? Like, obviously we want to win, but I'm saying on top of winning, what else would you be satisfied with?
I think I'm trying to lock in the World's invite right now, so it's really just about the cumulative CP. I think anywhere around 100 to 120 will get me to that 850, 875 mark that everyone's kind of banking on. So that was the expectation, was to show up here and actually make the 7-hour trip from New York worth it. Make sure the time away from my family was worth it. Hi Annabelle, hi Luke, by the way. I wanted to make this tournament be something that I could talk about in the narrative when I went to Worlds.
All right, yeah. I hope you get those championship points this weekend, so you can start booking your plans for the World Championships. But let's talk about your team and talk about this matchup. You're one of the most famous North American Trick Room players out there. It feels like every event you go to, people know you're running hard Trick Room, and that game 1 really showed why. You just click Trick Room, and then it was just like Cowerex popping off and heel pulsing. Like, has that consistently been the strategy, or was that different this round?
I think the pivot that I made with Heel Pulse for this tournament was I was discovering that I could really get to a good spot. I could get to a turn 4 or turn 5. I'd be able to eliminate some of the sweeper mons. But then I would struggle just with the last 1 or 2. And I don't need any damage from Indeedee at all. It doesn't really bring anything in terms of like a low-level Psychic or a Dazzling Gleam hit. The ability to bring back either Lunala to full hit points and provide another Shadow Shield, or to get Calyrex, like you saw, back to 75, 80% in 1 turn. I couldn't find something that was more prevalent for Indeedee to use other than Follow Me. The sweepers on the team, Torkoal and Urshi, that's pretty standard when you're running hard Trick Room. I got rid of Necrozma, which was really fun to use. I had to swap that out. Just there wasn't enough damage reduction without Shadow Shield. But all in all, I think Heel Pulse is helping me get through some matchups that I really struggled with previously in this regulation.
And one thing the casters had noted during that game 1 was that your opponent was just trying, as many players do, try to just stall out the Trick Room turns, make it back to the normal dimensions, right? So you're obviously so used to playing under those twisted dimensions. What is the strategy when you really have those 5 turns to boom or bust essentially in a matchup, right? Very hard to get a second Trick Room up with how fast the gameplay is with double restricteds in VGC. So what was going through your mind in game 1 as they were trying to stall out the Trick Room turns?
I thought this is going to come down to, am I going to get a second Trick Room up, or am I going to get Urshifu on the field to start eliminating some of the mons? Realistically, when I looked at his team sheet, I was worried about Zacian. That was the big concern. It can take off anything on the board, does a ton of damage into everything I've got. Glacial Lance took care of about 50% of his team just with like a single shot or close to it when I was looking at the math in my head. So I just realized if I can just take the Zacian out, there's really not a lot that he can do to take any of the defensive hits. It's still in Trick Room. So I made the focus on that completely. The big change was in game 3. I was really, really worried about calling the wrong Terra when I went into the close combat on the Giratina. That could have cost us the game. But then as I thought about it, if he hadn't Terra'd, I think he just dies anyway. I don't remember if I was +1 or not. So all in all, really happy with how that's turning out. Urshifu, Torkoal, Indeedee, of course. I didn't really bring Smeargle in that one. Which is yeah, that's more of a Wild West kind of setup. You're looking at Spore, Decorate, Fake Out. And to be a little bit more RNG based, I threw Ghost on it instead of Grass. So I actually did use that to win in the second round, game 1. Incineroar went for a Fake Out in one of my previous matches, and I was able to just get a quick Spore off. Really just start setting that snowball effect. So that's about the 6 from a thematic standpoint. I'm hoping to keep them going for the next 3 rounds.
Now let's talk about the Giratina, because honestly, like, that's in theory, without terastallizing, is pretty favorable into both your restricted, right, as psychic types. That would be worried to see Giratina facing down. So how much prep do you have against Giratina in Regulation I? Like, I imagine it's not a very common thing. So when you saw your opponent's team sheet, you're like, not only is like, this is an unfamiliar strategy, but also, oh man, these Poltergeists are gonna hurt my restricteds.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Those are 2 very valid points. There was a third one too, and that Brandon really did a number on me down in Mexico about a year ago too. So in our last matchup, he dog walked me pretty hard. Really happy to have a return match against him. But I was a little fearful. I'm like, okay, the last time I played against this guy, he really put me in my place, showed me that there's levels to this game. So that was cool. One of the most fun players ever. Brandon, by the way, you're awesome. We've talked plenty of times. But that was it. It was playing against somebody who had a team that I've obviously not prepped for in any way, and an opponent who had just beat me 2-0 previously. So had to just go in there as confident and try to make a couple calls, and I think I made the right ones.
Now, one thing we're asking all of our trainers here in the lounge this weekend, as we wrap up this era of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, what is your favorite memory from these games? It can be a personal one, like a favorite accomplishment, or as a viewer, like what's the thing you're going to remember when you look back on this era of VGC?
It's a real simple answer. It's how happy my kids are when they get to see me play this game. There's probably like some deeper like dialogue I could have, but this is really neat that my children think that Dad's a cool dad. And that's probably the biggest thing that I can take away from this. I'm finding something that I enjoy that's keeping my kids involved with me. I don't know, just feels like the biggest win right there.
They don't just think you are a pretty cool dad. And let's transition that too, if you want to give any shout outs to them. I know you talked about them earlier, but for your family and anyone else that supports you with your team.
Oh, yeah, there's a million people I could shout out. First and foremost, my dad and my brother, thank you for everything. My children, Annabelle and Luke, you're just absolutely my inspiration and my motivation in life. There's tons of people that I could say thank you to for helping me out with, my teams. I'm the worst procrastinator. I think it was 9:30 last night when I was deciding on what team to use, messaging like 6 or 7 people. So thank you to Nick, thank you to Joe, thank you to Mo, thank you to Taryn, thank you to really anybody, Tom, everyone else who's helped me out. I really appreciate it, and I'll do you well over the next 4 rounds.
All right, yeah, I hope you go undefeated throughout here on day 1, and we'll see how it goes in day 2 tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Congratulations, Luke, on the win. Now it's time to break down that round 4 matchup with a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to the LA Regional with Scott Glaza. Whatever happened to the Joe Brown breakdown? It was so simple.
Well, happy to give you a simple breakdown here of that match. Luke actually gave you quite an extensive one. I think that was a fantastic interview. So, maybe I'll spend a few more words and make it a little bit worse. Anyway, as we go into the team preview here, I think this was certainly a matchup that nobody was expecting to see this weekend, where we've got the highly vaunted Giratina-Zacian combo, which I think exactly no one was expecting. A few other fun Pokemon that side of the field with the Grimmsnarl as well. Pokemon we see a little bit more, especially in these restricted Pokemon formats, but not something super common. Brandon's always a super fun team builder. I was excited to at least to get to see bits and pieces of what he was doing. But then on Luke's side of the field, we have a pretty crazy hard Trick Room team here. So crazy, but we didn't really get to see a whole lot of what Brandon's team was trying to do. So let's check it out maybe on the team sheet instead, since unfortunately most of these Pokemon didn't get to do a whole lot of action. I do think this is really neat, right? And hopefully we get to see Brandon again in a matchup where he's able to show off a little bit more about what his team does that he was able to with this crazy matchup he had in this one. Again, we see the Grimmsnarl. Super excited to see the Giratina. I do not know that I recall watching a single Giratina match at any point in this regulation, despite this being a repeat run of this regulation. So, hey, it took us about 1,000 stream matches, but we finally found Giratina. Unfortunately, I don't think it actually acted at any point in this match, but it's cool that it made it. Hopefully it didn't pay too much for its airfare. Also got to see the Zacian here with the sword stance. That's something we always see, but the potential of that snowballing, I think in a different matchup is really high. It's just, it tends to be tough to use that sort of move against Trick Room if you can't stop the Trick Room because it exerts so much pressure. Then the coaching of that Urshifu also a cool thing to note. I think there's certainly an alternate reality where that was a big game winner in game 2, but not the game that we watched. On the other side of the field here, yeah, there we go. Okay, well, Luke was very excited, and I can't find a clip where he wasn't very excited, so we can just enjoy his excitement. But really fun team comp, right? And I imagine on the other side of the field, Brandon reacting similarly to his team sheet. Luke probably seen the Giratina for the first time, so that's probably a very fair response. But lots of fun stuff on this team. The Heal Pulse on Indeedee winds up being big, as we'll get to in just a second there. Not a move we always see, but really paying off here. There's a lot of different Pokemon on this team that could snowball. I really like Luke's description of his own team here, so I won't go too much further further and repeating what we already just heard, but there's lots of different ways it can get you. The Pokemon I really want to point out is the Urshifu, which I think could have been even more impactful if these battles had gone in a different way. It wound up being that Urshifu as a potential win condition didn't matter too much in practice, or at least it wasn't really utilized, but I think the threat of Urshifu coming in the end of the game and just kind of punching everybody down led to some of the decisions that we saw instead. Very impactful Pokemon. Sometimes, Pokemon can do a lot just by threatening them, by hiding in the wings, even if they don't actually score the knockouts themselves. I do think that's what happened for the Urshifu here. Very effective there. And I guess something we've seen going all the way back to the first World Championships on Scarlet and Violet with the Regulation D format, the similar Urshifu helping out in Trick Room there. I think that one, Ben Grismer had a speed reducing item on it even, but it is a bit of a thing that we've seen with the dark type Urshifu on these teams. So sort of fun to see that once again in this final regional championships in North America on Scarlet and Violet. As we play out the first turn, or the first turn here, we see the we see Landorus attacking. Doesn't attack super well, misses the Calyrex. The foul play going to come down, damage. The Calyrex certainly wouldn't have been a knockout anyway, but doing a little less than half damage, going to be a big deal as this plays out here. Indeed, going to get the Trick Room up relatively free. We do see the weakness of Grimmsnarl here now. Instead, at least this is one matchup where it can sort of threaten damage, but really passive slot in the board, right? Kind of just a Chilling Neigh boost waiting to happen. So because of that, sort of gets forced off, creates a free turn for this Indeedee here to heal up the Calyrex, which isn't something you'd always see, where perhaps at a different sort of Trick Room team, the Indeedee's kind of not doing anything either, where usually just kind of like gets Trick Room up and then tries to follow me so that it can knock itself out and become a free switch for its partner. Here instead, providing some value with the heal pulse, I think it's still so threatening that it has to be knocked out. So it kind of has that pressure on itself all alone, where you could try to focus down the Calyrex, but burning it down through the heal pulse is much more difficult than just knocking out Indeedee. So you kind of get the effects of both Follow Me and Heal Pulse just by having that impact on the battle. Glacial Lance not really going to do a lot here, although certainly the presence of the Glacial Lance forcing that terrestrialization on Landorus, but we see the first of many heal pulses there, bringing Calyrex all the way back to full health. Certainly healthier than it would have been had it not dodged this attack that we're seeing here. But yeah, it's pretty crazy there. Skipping ahead a little bit, we'll go to a point later in the battle where the Giratina going to join him. I think we're all excited to see Giratina. Here's Giratina. It made it. It's switching in. Landorus is protecting. I wonder what Giratina will do. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, so this ends up being the story for poor Giratina in this matchup. I'm really excited to imagine what it might do in some different matchups. Certainly if it perhaps played the Groudon we saw last round, the Giratina would be a lot more impactful. But unfortunately, that Giratina was just triggering the one-hit knockout text a few times during the course of this match. Not ideal. This first game winds up being a pretty big blowout here as we see Urshifu finally getting to swing once. Like I said, I think pretty impactful Pokemon in this game despite it only attacking a couple of times. But we kind of see one possible permutation of this matchup, right? Where this time around we see a very in a traditional setup where Brandon had attempted to burn down the Calyrex, he wasn't able to, and then Indeedee was able to support it in order to keep moving the match forward as Calyrex attacked. This time in Game 2, we see something a little bit different, where the threat of Urshifu and Zacian is a little bit too scary for Luke to go for the same sort of setup that he went for that first game. Instead, we see the more traditional way of playing Indeedee here, where set up the Indeedee, you get the Psychic Terrain to avoid any potential priority moves, although not a concern in this game. Use the Follow Me, you sacrifice Indeedee in order to allow Calyrex to use Trick Room here. I think the coaching is really cool here, as we'll see in the Urshifu. The damage it otherwise would have done would have been irrelevant anyway, because it would have just gotten sucked into the Follow Me and the Indeedee, and then would have been overkill from the Zacian. Instead, putting a buff on the field that at least theoretically would have helped with the remainder of this game. I think it's a really cool tech there, and we see the Trick Room instead from the Calyrex. And one of the great things about these restricted Pokemon is they tend to have really wide move pools, so both the sweeper and the setup Pokemon. But we also see the consequence of knocking Indeedee out. In the previous game, Indeedee was pretty effective, but it wasn't doing a whole lot, right? It was just sort of helping heal. In this game, we instead see the other way that this can go, where Urshifu comes out for free because the Indeedee was knocked out, and this is just a devastating Pokemon in this matchup where basically everything in these teams except for Zacian is just hugely threatened by this. And while coaching was really cool, that Urshifu is locked into the coaching because of Choice Scarf, so it's threatening no damage at all while the Pokemon on the other side are ramped up. Rosemary kind of threw out the idea that maybe you just leave Urshifu on the field here and sacrifice it. Maybe that would have been better, maybe that would have been worse. As we're going to see, the switching out makes a lot of sense here, but it doesn't wind up really helping out here either. So just a tough spot. I think this is an excellent matchup for Luke, and he played it really well to get in this position. Having 4 turns of Trick Room with the Dark-type Urshifu and the Calyrex on the field. Urshifu hasn't had to select a move yet. It's a dream scenario, right? Other than that coaching boost in Zacian, where it does have 2 levels of boosted attack and 1 level of boosted defense here. So really in this situation, Zacian is Brandon's hope. We see Giratina once more entering the field. Hi, Giratina, you're here. High Horsepower does a bunch there. Because of that, we kind of know Close Combat shouldn't be able to do enough, except we get that critical hit. Perhaps learning the ways of Wicked Blow and applying it to its other attacks as well there. Unfortunately, scoring a knockout. If that had not happened, we likely see a knockout in the other direction instead, and this is a very different game where, perhaps the Giratina can then terrestrialize and try to make a difference. But this is just tough, such a tough spot that Brandon winds up in where, Urshifu and Trick Room is terrible. Not only being forced to potentially lock into a move for the rest of the game, but also guaranteeing you're going last against some really scary offensive Pokemon, even though it does resist most of the attacks that these Pokemon have. And then we'll see one last go for poor Giratina here. In the first game, it came on the field, it switched, it was knocked out before it even got to move. This time, at least it switched in safely. This time, for sure, we're going to get to see Giratina do something, right? Surely? As you may remember, no, we will not. This poor Pokemon. It's very impressive that Brandon has been able to do so well with this Pokemon so far, but just a very cursed feeling matchup where I think this team matchup would have been difficult anyway, but Luke's read on this play is really awesome. It's not just the team matchup, it's not just the critical hit in this last play where, there's certainly a path where Luke could just get this very wrong. You potentially whiff a close combat into a non-terrestrialized Giratina, and it's an opportunity to get some ground for Luke. Instead, see this fire terrestrialization. Giratina, this time for sure, trying to do something to help its team win, but the Glacial Lance going to come down, do a decent bit of damage here and start weakening the Giratina. And that close combat, once again, just going to score yet another one-hit knockout as this poor Giratina just can never get a chance to actually move. Giratina, we were rooting for you, and we're hoping you do well in your future rounds, but there just wasn't much going in this match for Giratina or for Brandon. A bit of a blowout here, but it's a lot of fun, and props to these players for bringing such interesting teams. I think we were all kind of hoping, hey, it's the last regional championships in this regulation in North America. Hopefully the players will have some sauce, and win or lose, I think both these players delivered. So thanks a lot to both of them for putting on an excellent show, and hopefully we get an even better match in the next round of the Pokemon Regional Championships.
Is a -2 Make It Rain from the Golden Go into the Ogerpon. Does not get a KO onto either of Rogov's Pokemon. What can Ogerpon Wellspring do in this spot to bring him back into the game? The Horn Leech, at least, even though ineffective, still gets the KO onto Golden Go. But now Farigiraf gets to attack against 2 low HP Pokemon on Rogov's end. Golden Go goes down, but it has done more than enough in this matchup. There's the Hyper Voice.
There it
That's
is.
Gonna do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
What an incredible match for Gio there. He played that match so incredibly well, especially that second game. He had so much offensive output with that Golden Go, with the Flutter Mane. Oh, look at all his friends celebrating with him. That's so cool. I love this so much. Gio's such a great guy and deserves this more than anyone else I can think of. So it's not at all a shock to see so many people rallying around him after such a great performance here in San Antonio.
That's so exciting. It's almost like his entire crew feels like they all just won the regional as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, when one of your friends that you're so close with wins, you can't help but feel that excited for them. And it just, I'm sure it means so much to Gio. It means so much to everyone around him. And even Raghav, having just lost this match in finals, taking home second place here in San Antonio, you have to imagine at least they're happy that if it was to be a loss, it was to
I would say I spend about, I'd say like 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to like 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, you know? My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, you know, Mimikyu, the totem Pokemon in that game, it was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. You know, I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, you know, like a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you know, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, you know, I always say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, you know, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular. A lot of the current, you know, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you know, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss like back in the day when we had, again, like when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, you know, your Snorlax can set up. Like I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, you know, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do some sets. I'm going to practice with it. I'm going to put the stuff I was thinking about during the day into action. So a night person all day.
And it's time for a little Pokemon-friendly feud. We have 2 friends here. Let's see how well they can answer these questions. Justin Tang, Navdeep Joshi. It's going to be a fun time. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right, NJ, I'm going to need you to go stand off somewhere. Make sure you can't hear Justin's answers. Listen to some music. Listen to a podcast or something like that. Justin, you're going to have 5 questions, rapid fire. Don't think, just answer with your heart, okay? All right, are you ready?
I think so.
All right, we're going to start with our first question. Name a Terra type you would never consider on your Pokemon.
Rock.
Rock, 28 points. There you go. If you could add a 4th status condition to Dire Claw, what would it be?
Freeze.
Freeze, 18 points. Number 1 answer. Which Pokemon champion from the video games would you, or do you think would be best at VGC?
Leon?
Leon, 14 points. Name a move you'd expect to see on a Psy-Spam player's team sheet.
Expanding Force.
Expanding Force, 26. Number 1 answer. Name a Pokemon that starts with the letter J.
Jumpluff.
Jumpluff is... Hold on. No, I don't see any Jumpluff on here. 0 points.
No, what?
You did great in the other questions, though. So let's see. We're going to pause real quick, do some calculations, and then we'll have NJ's 5 answers. Okay, NJ, Justin did very well. He got 86 points.
Okay.
So you only need 14 to cross that 100 threshold. All right, you ready?
Do it.
All right, you got 5 questions coming at you right now. Name a terra type you would never consider on your Pokemon.
Bug.
Bug is 6. If you could add a 4th status condition to Dire Claw, what would it be?
Confusion.
Confusion's 9. Which Pokemon champion from the video games would be best at VGC?
Pass.
You just say somebody.
I honestly don't know.
Oh, okay, all right, we'll come back to that one. Name a move you'd expect to see on a size span player's team sheet.
Expanding Force.
Guess again.
Psychic.
0. Oh my God, I think it's gonna come down to the last one. Okay. Name a Pokemon that starts with the letter J.
Jinx.
Jinx is 3. Okay, we're gonna bring Justin back in, calculate, and see if they hit 100 points. Okay, after intense calculations, we have a combined 104 points. Congratulations, guys. You got the win. Your prize is you're now going to land all of your rock slides.
I'm not even running rock slides, so I'm saving it for champion.
That'll be hard to miss if you're not running it.
So I think this is great for me this weekend.
There you go. Congratulations, guys. We'll be back with more Pokemon action. What makes a Pokemon viable in VGC? There are many factors to consider. Fluttermane has strong offensive pressure. Amoonguss has incredible defensive utility. Rillaboom has valuable support with an ability that boosts its damage. And if you're looking for a Pokemon that can do all of the above, then Incineroar has got you covered.
Knockoff here. Incineroar using knockoff, knocking off the choice by
These are the skills trainers look for when building teams. These are also traits lacking from legendary Pokemon Articuno. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For nearly 2 decades, Articuno was better off left in the Seafoam Islands than it was on the battlefield.
It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do?
Oh, that's a miss. That's huge.
The other 2 legendary birds from Kanto had many more accolades than Articuno. In 2019, world champion Paul Ruiz got top 4 at LASC by using Moltres as a Xerneas count.
The way that he builds his team is just phenomenal. You can see that wonderful Moltres.
Zapdos has a fantastic typing, great utility, and a decade's worth of top finishes to its name. The Paldean region introduced terrestrialization, giving Pokemon the chance to change their typing and potentially change their fate. Scarlet and Violet also changed Hail to Snow, now boosting Ice Pokemon's defense by 1 stage. Terrestrialization and Snow were the missing pieces needed for Articuno to finally show us what it's got in VGC. 2 brave trainers were up to the challenge, Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. At the Utrecht special event, Nikhil cracked the code on Articuno, and Amir also saw the potential in this diamond in the rough. The most important teammate was Alolan Ninetales, which set up the snow, giving Articuno accurate blizzards and helping it take less damage thanks to Aurora Veil. Hisuian Arcanine was the other key Pokemon in this core, with Intimidate to lower attacks and Rock Slide or Flare Blitz to threaten the Pokemon that resisted Blizzard.
Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine.
Nikhil and Amir took Utrecht by storm with one of the coolest strategies we've seen in VGC.
There for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body Press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil.
Sheer Cold though does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. 1-hit KO.
There it is.
Choice Spec Sheer Cold sent a shiver down the spine of Articuno's opponents.
Wrap-up trainers is getting cold in here.
Sheer Cold!
It connects!
It's going!
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felt. Exactly how Articuno gets it! The Sheer Cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void.
Thanks to this high-risk, high-reward team, Articuno finally had a chance to climb the mountain in VGC.
Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream.
Destiny would pit Amir and Nikhil against each other in top 8. These 2 trainers were completely in sync during this chilling battle, choosing the same Pokemon, clicking the same attacks, and understanding this team like no one else could. We had never seen an Articuno exceed expectations like this, let alone 2 of them.
That's going to wrap up the game for Emir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack.
Often the winner in a mirror match is the one who can use their common information against their opponent and do something unexpected. After losing game 1, on the brink of elimination, Nikhil would leave Articuno on the sidelines to even up the set.
There's the Moonblast guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board.
This showdown in the snow was starting to heat up, now tied 1 game apiece.
It looked like Emir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game.
I love a game 3.
Nikhil continued to rely on Arcanine in game 3. Knockout after knockout, Arcanine snowballed momentum for Nikhil, closing out the set and securing the title of Utrecht's strongest Articuno.
Let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
Articuno's cold front would continue in the finals. Nikhil already proved that all it takes is the right time and place to capitalize on your potential by taking one of the least viable legendary Pokemon in VGC history and turning it into a champion.
And that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht special event.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Well, here we are once again in Los Angeles, California for another Pokemon Regional. But this time, it's the last Scarlet and Violet Regional we will have in North America forever. Which is wild.
It is wild.
Well, we're back, and so that means we've got another round of Swiss ahead of us. But before that, Aaron, I gotta ask. You know, we got to see a great Pokemon feud segment there between Justin Ting and Navji Joshi.
We did.
And so I want to ask you some of your answers to these questions. You've also had some time to think about it.
I have.
So let's see. What is the first Pokemon that comes to mind when you think of the letter J?
Jigglypuff.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I actually don't know Justin's answers, so I don't know if he said that, but I think I would have said Joltik, and I don't know why.
Wow. Yeah.
I think that might be an unpopular answer. But what about your least used terrestrialization? Mine is Rock.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
I can't think of any Pokemon that I have said
Terra Rock
I'm
on.
going to use Terra Rock.
I feel like the only time I've seen it was like something cheesy where it's like Terra Rock, like Sneasler. Yeah. Let me cook. Let me cook.
Don't let him cook anymore. I don't want you cooking anymore.
Rock's a really good one. So Bug was interesting because I thought about it, but I was like, Bug is actually pretty common on like Incineroar, and like won the World Championships on Iron Hands as well. So like, I don't know if I like that one too much. Maybe Terra Psychic?
Ooh.
I can't remember the last time I had Terra Psychic on something.
Iron Crown for bigger expanding forces.
Yeah.
But it is definitely one of the more unpopular ones just
I think
because
partially
of its
because
defensive profile.
Exactly.
Right?
Like Chiyu and Fluttermane were so common, and just like being weak to Dark and Ghost is not amazing.
Yeah.
So maybe Terra Psychic.
Okay, I think these are good answers. I like it.
Oh, we got some answers from Joe. Jolteon #1.
Oh.
Jigglypuff 2. Joltik was #4.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
I'm pretty impressed with that one. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, but Jolteon makes a lot more sense, I think, because it's an EV evolution. So, shout out for that. Rock was #1. Ice was #2.
Wow.
And then Bug was #3, which is funny because when you think about where we went with Terra Bug as a defensive type, I was like, I do think of Iron Hands, Raging Bolt.
Incineroar.
Yeah. I also think it was the best Terra type design in the game.
Yeah.
The antenna on our Chaladon.
It's pretty cool. Cool for us, not for our opponents, you know.
Yeah, that's
Thank
true.
goodness our Chaladon cannot tear anymore, folks. Thank goodness.
I'm already sick of your Sableye.
Oh, Joe's giving us the full cheat sheet here.
Oh, okay. I gotta see a little more of this. We've got, okay, if you could add
someone wanted to add Perish Song to a condition for Dire Claw.
No. What? Okay, it makes sense though. Like freeze is the obvious choice there because you know that would make like sense in terms of like a non-volatile status condition, right? Burn? Oh heck no. Oh no. Automatic knockout. The fact 7 people said that is actually pretty. I'm impressed that 7 people. I would not have even thought about that as an answer choice. You know. So they're thinking out the box right now. Ooh, I don't like that either. But could you imagine if it was only like a 1% chance to trigger?
No. I'm good. Pass on that one.
Okay.
As Navjeet said.
What about move you would expect to see on a size spam player's team sheet? Obviously, expanding force was the #1 answer.
How many people took this? Like, how is that not more popular as an answer?
I mean, it's actually quite a few when I think about like the total number. That's like, okay, 50 per question.
I'm actually surprised it wasn't like, I thought it just everyone would have said it. So it's interesting. 50, wow.
Wow.
Wait, so that's only half of the field, 26 out of 50, said expanding force as their answer.
That is low.
Right?
Actually, that's like really low. I think expanding force is the first one that comes to mind. I'm really surprised that nobody said fake out. Well,
you know, it's like the psychic terrain is up, so
I guess that's true.
It's a little bit awkward because it can exist on those teams. Like we saw actually just now, right? Lunala plus NDD, but there was still a Smeargle with fake out.
That's true.
But I bet people were just like, oh, size spam.
I was thinking about hard trick room and not size spam.
Yeah.
Okay, no, these answers do make sense. All right, and then, which Pokemon champion from the video games would be the best at VGC?
So the thing is, Cynthia was the #1 answer here, but I was like, I would have said Cynthia just because I like know her best, like Gen 4, you know what I mean?
But
like,
also
I don't
because
know
like,
who
I
else
think her battle is the hardest.
That is true, and she's got Garchomp. Like
that's base.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, like I think Cynthia is the baddie we expect to be really good at competitive Pokemon.
Yep.
But I actually appreciate that also people said Leon. Because Leon does make sense.
Yep, he's got Charizard, right? It's pretty good.
Charizard instantly in Aaron's book is a huge success.
Yep. We were talking about how it's, dominating in Pokemon Champions right now. So,
that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a lot of merit there. Charizard has been with us through the ages of competitive Pokemon. I feel like I can't really remember a time where Charizard has been bad. Okay, Scarlet and Violet, we won't talk about that. But, you know,
it won an internet. Rose, you and I casted Charizard winning in internets, right?
Okay, that's true. Terrestrialization helped quite a bit, but also, like, when the power level was a little lower, I think that was also very helpful. But yeah, I think this was really fun, and it was very exciting to hear Justin and Navjeet's answers to these. I hope you all enjoyed that at home as well. But we are just about ready to get to our next round on stream. And before we do that, maybe you guys are just excited as us to actually go and play. We've got Pokemon Champions right around the corner.
Yep.
I've actually already been to a couple of locals that are featuring Pokemon Champions, but without the championship points, since, it's not available yet in the rule set. But I'm really, really excited. I hope that people are inspired to come out and actually try out the game in a competitive setting.
And there are so many different events, folks. Video game, trading card game. As someone who actually started playing the competitive TCG before the VGC, locals were always, I thought, the coolest way to really get to meet my community. I made so many friends from going to these events, and there are so many local game stores out there now that offer these events. I recently got back into opening trading card game packs, and I've been going to pre-releases. The pre-releases right now for this new set, they're coming out literally, it's like this weekend, next weekend, and so seriously, if you want to meet your local Pokemon community, start getting some experience, and just, see what a tournament can be like, then this is really the first starting point for you. And of course, hopefully we can see you at one of these regionals or internationals or even worlds one day.
Definitely the best place to get started, and you would be probably quite surprised to see what Pokemon trainers you might be playing up against if you go to your locals. I mean, here in New York is pretty stacked.
It is pretty stacked.
So I feel like you actually get some really good practice going to your locals.
Well, no, like jokes aside, back in 2015, locals were actually quite important for qualifying for the World Championships because you could get a lot of points from them. And we would have like 40, 50 people at these regional at these locals, and it's like everyone in top 8 of the local were people getting top cut at the regional championships and nationals that year. And so it was really fun competing in those events because you were actually getting like such high level practice, and like of course they're like best of 3 as well, just like actual tournaments. And so I think like that actually can't be like, it's something to really say how much you can grow as a player by attending these events, right? And it's like Pokemon is a game where you're gonna have to lose a lot in order to get better, and like what better way to like go to locals, play against some of the best players out there, figure out how you want to refine your team, then bring it to a regionals.
And boy, does it feel good when you finally get those big wins too. That's how you can tell that you are actually getting better in your skill level, and you're really able to elevate that level of gameplay. So try it. Scan that QR code, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you soon. But now back to the regional that we have on hand. We are going to be going into Swiss round number 5. We are at the halfway point for today. Here are your competitors that are going to be at the undefeated record of 4-0. We are definitely starting to see some more familiar faces on this list. Many regional champions.
Absolutely, and there's I think probably about another 10-ish role players who are also undefeated that aren't in this. This is just the 16 right now that we're showing, but lots of players that I think had performed incredibly well in this format. I'm looking at Kian Campbell and Keanu in particular. I feel like have come so close to like winning a title in this format, but just fell a little bit short. And what better way to do it than to do it in the final event? Like I think everyone here I'm sure is looking to win, but for these players in particular that are like, hey, I like really feel like I had a good grasp on this format. I've done well. I've gotten top 4, top 8 at regionals. Like, can you take it home with the championship title? That would be amazing to see.
I mean, Kian is already on such a hot streak in terms of top cuts, top finishes, and we're going to be focusing in on his next match for this upcoming round versus Matt Bruno. And as you can see how the rest of the cards fell for our other competitors, I'm particularly excited to see players like Emilio Forbes, Carson St. Dennis, like Carson in particular.
A regional champion from this year.
It's just so cool to be able to see that he achieved that goal of being a regional champion. And of course, he's still competing against the best. So very exciting as we focus back in on our top table here, Matt Bruno versus Kian Campbell.
I'm excited to see this because I feel like both players are just using the teams that they have piloted throughout the course of this entire format. Matt has been on this hyper-offensive team featuring a Choice Specs Terrapagos as well as a Life Orb offensive Calyrex Shadow Rider. The idea is click Tailwind and just deal massive amounts of damage with everything. Also does have that Smeargle, which is a Pokemon that really started picking up in popularity in this format. Kian is, I think, the premier Kyogre Zacian player in North America. When I think of this team specifically and this duel, I think of Kian. He's probably had the best results out of any player in the world, consistently bringing this to basically every event in this format and has had so many strong finishes with it.
I think he was telling me even back in the Sword and Shield days when Dynamax was a thing, Zacian Kyogre was definitely one of the premier duos back then. He said, well, don't have Dynamax,
let's bring it back.
Let's go ahead and run it back for another time. And so I think for both of them, when they are looking at the amount of reps that they have with these teams, the amount of practice they must have had versus other archetypes, I think it's kind of interesting that they're matching up against each other, because how much real practice can you say that you have had against an expert with a duo like this?
That's a really good point. As we take a quick look at Matt's team here, once again, super offensive. You've got the 2 Restricteds in Calyrex and a Choice Specs Terrapagos. Choice Spec's not the most common item on this Pokemon, but this set is just designed to hit as hard as possible. And of course, one thing to pay attention to is if you Terra in this matchup, then of course you can get rid of the Rain for a turn. That can be really crucial when fighting against Kyogre. Otherwise, you've got just really, really strong supportive options in Pokemon like Smeargle and Whimsicott.
And I'm thinking about how much support you actually provide with those Pokemon. You've got Decorate here on the Smeargle. We already saw a Decorate set earlier on our stream, but when you pair that with something that is really just kind of looking to like go hard and hit fast, like the Terrapagos, like the Chi-Yu, that can really help out there if you're against those physical attackers. On the flip side of things, you've got Prankster Tailwind here from the Whimsicott. You do have 3 very powerful special attackers here with the Calyrex, the Terrapagos and the Chi-Yu, so Fake Tears is also very powerful.
It absolutely is, yeah. And the combination of Fake Tears plus a Life Orb Astral Barrage or a Terra Starstorm can be really deadly. I'm interested in a couple of things here. I think like Iron Hands, for example, on paper is pretty nice into Kyogre. When you go for that Water Terra, you'll be able to survive for a fairly long time. Kian's team also has that Roaring Moon, and Roaring Moon, of course, is actually really disruptive to Calyrex Shadow Rider, threatens it with knockoff, for example. So Iron Hands can be brought out potentially to, say, Drain Punch it. It feels like the odd Pokemon out on this team because everything else is going to be so fast, and Iron Hands naturally is not a super fast Pokemon, but can be used to patch up some matchups and, of course, take a lot of hits while also being able to heal back with its attacks.
But when we look at Kian's team, I think a recent development that we have really seen here from Chien-Pao is actually some of them have been holding Assault Vest. And that is something that can be really powerful against things like the Shadow Rider Calyrex. But this Chien-Pao is going to be Focus Sash with a Stellar Terra.
And to your point, I also think the moveset on Chien-Pao is interesting because we've seen things like Crunch, for example, Throat Chop being used, but this is going to be triple coverage with Icicle Crash, Sucker Punch, Sacred Sword. However, what that means is against a Calyrex Shadow Rider, you aren't threatening with a non-Sucker Punch Dark type attack, right? So if Calyrex normally feels forced to Terra immediately, but here you don't necessarily have to because it's not like, yeah, if you don't attack with the Calyrex, then of course Chien-Pao just won't be able to get that Sucker Punch off. But otherwise, this team is just super offensive. There's so many different ways that you can play with it, so many possible leads. You've got Roaring Moon, which once again I think is a really valuable pick into something like the Terrapagos, like the Calyrex here on the opposing side. Kyogre here crucially has that Grass Terra, so that's something like you utilize in this matchup to get around Spore, for example, from Smeargle on the opposing end. Chien-Pao, of course, still a threatening Pokemon to Calyrex, even if the Calyrex isn't attacking, right? You can still launch Sucker Punches into that slot. So I'm mainly curious how both players will approach Terra in this game, because it feels like Calyrex is a Pokemon that still likes the Terra, especially if you're up against Roaring Moon in particular, for example.
I think the hard thing that Kian's going to have to work around is the fact that there's a lot of spread damage options on Matt's team. You look at Astral Barrage here from the Shadow Rider, something like Heat Wave or Snarl from the Chi-Yu, and even looking at Terrapagos if it Terrastalizes using Terra Starstorm to get that spread damage. There's not really a great way for Kian to get around that. I looked at a Pokemon like Amoonguss and maybe saying, oh, Rage Powder would feel quite nice here, but that's one way that spread damage can just get around that. In the leads, though, we are going to see the Zacian next to the Roaring Moon, and quite a passive duo here from Matt with the Smeargle and Whimsicott. Yeah, the most passive duo, honestly, possible. So interesting. I think when I see a lead like this, it's screaming to me, Smeargle probably just really wants to get a Spore off, shut down one single Pokemon, right? So it's going to be the immediate Moonblast plus Spore launch here. Wow, okay. So playing super aggressively here on turn one. Now, normally Whimsicott's a Pokemon that won't deal a lot of damage, but it's pretty darn good into a Roaring Moon specifically. You do still have Terrastalization on board. Roaring Moon could Terra away from that weakness to the Flying type, and then all of a sudden you're also still getting additional boosted damage to something like the Acrobatics, since you did see that booster energy consumed. It's just going to be a fake out for now into the Zacian as Roaring Moon gets away with a free Tailwind. Now there is an opportunity for Matt to match that on the next turn since the Whimsicott does have Praester, but there's no Terrastalization committed, so this is a free switch here for Kian on the Roaring Moon.
It is, yeah, and so getting, I think, that Tailwind up now puts Kian in a really offensive position as well. Matt, this next turn, of course, can just set up Tailwind himself and match it, and so the question is, what are you bringing out here right now? It's going to be that Urshifu. That is really powerful, of course, threatening Smeargle with something like that Surging Strikes immediately, and so Kian right now is in a position to potentially get a double knockout, right? You can just Surging Strikes into Smeargle. Zacian can go for a Behemoth Blade into Whimsicott. Of course, then you could follow me here to make sure that the Zacian moves first, and that is what Matt is indicating he wants to do. And it's actually going to be the Moonblast hover saying, I don't even need Tailwind right now because it's like I don't need to outpace you this turn.
And also, how are you actually going? You would also need to get the KO here on the Zacian to begin with. But we are going to see a Terrastalization committed onto the Urshifu. So you know that the Moonblast could be coming in, but now you also have the defensive Terra alongside the other side of the coin, which is going to be added offense if you decide to go for something like those Surging Strikes. So as we see this Smeargle go for the Follow Me, it's going to redirect away the Behemoth Blade, but that's where you see something like that Focus Sash really coming in clutch. But even without that, the Smeargle actually has quite a bit of bulk as it goes for a taunt. No incoming damage. This Urshifu just shuts off the Smeargle's supportive options.
Yeah, it was a really interesting turn, right? Like, Kian can do a bunch of different things there. You could actually even Swords Dance and Surging Strikes, knock out Smeargle, get the boost up on the way, but actually intentionally goes for that taunt. And the logic here is once I've taunted you, you're in a really awkward spot. This Smeargle just can't do anything basically at this point, right? And it's saying, well, if I taunt you, you're probably gonna have to switch. But if you make that switch, something like Calyrex or Terapagos has to come in. This is such an offensive team. There aren't really that many defensive pivots. Iron Hands would have been the best one, but wasn't brought out into this battle. So we're gonna see the switch out here. Calyrex is gonna hit the field, but can Kian just get a knockout here?
I mean, surging strikes into that would be a pretty quick 1-2 punch. The Zacian also packs a mean attack pool with something like the Play Rough, as well as that Behemoth Blade. But for starters, we're going to see the Whimsicott go for the Tailwind. It's been staggered, so there are a couple of turns where Matt might be able to get that speed advantage later on, but the Behemoth Blade is going to ensure a knockout here. And this Urshifu is just going to go for surging strikes with the Mystic Water on top of the Terra Water. That's just a knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex as soon as it comes in.
That is so much damage coming out. Calyrex now, of course, will faint. And this Urshifu does have Aqua Jet, right? So if you are Kian this next turn, you could, I think, just protect both of your Pokemon. Your own Tailwind will stall out, but then you can just Aqua Jet finish off Smeargle, and then, can Terapagos handle all the remaining Pokemon? I'm not quite sure. So I think like this game highlights the downside of hyper offense, which is that you often don't have good defensive pivots, and when you have to switch in a Calyrex to get around that, so dangerous. So one thing that Matt could have done there was just say, you know what, you taunted me, but I'm just gonna stay in with Smeargle anyway. And I think Kian didn't want to Swords Dance earlier because, of course, then you face the pressure of Encore from Whimsicott. So saying, look, I just want to like click Behemoth Blade because it's such a consistent attack to go for. But yeah, I think Matt in a tricky position right now. Of course, can go for the fake out and can commit the Terra here, but then you also have to lock into an attack, and like there's still too many Pokemon, I think, on Kian's end. It doesn't feel great to commit to. So I think Kian can just play it safe here, and if I were in their shoes, probably just like double protect, then Aqua Jet KO Smeargle the following turn.
And you still have that unrevealed Pokemon in the back. Like, I'm just thinking about how Matt would get through this, and you're right. I think there's just way too many Pokemon at his disposal. Kian doesn't even go for the double protect here.
Yeah,
just decides
why not?
I will have an advantage here with the amount of offense that I have. Smeargle, you get to fake out, but that's gonna be it for the rest of this first game. As Urshifu flinches, we get to see this Terapagos just go for a kind of a sad little Terra Starstorm. At least you do get the knockout onto the Urshifu here, but you still got two Pokemon that are going to have to fall to this Terapagos first.
Yeah, and the reason to not go for the protect there is specifically because Smeargle can theoretically decorate Terapagos and saying, look, I just have like, I know I have enough offense, so I don't even really need to worry about Smeargle, knowing that I can just like launch both of my attacks into you. Terapagos being slower here is what makes this so awkward as well, right? Like as you saw, like the Urshifu flinched before Terapagos got to move, and so it's just not going to be able to do enough in this endgame, staring down two super powerful attackers.
Is there any way out of this if Matt is still able to utilize these Tailwind turns?
No.
Yeah, like I'm only throwing it out there because you know he did do a great job of staggering Tailwind such that he does have an extra turn to play around with now. But you've got this Zacian that can just go for protect. The Chien-Pao as well does have the ability to do that, to stall out at least one turn. And then where do we go from here?
Yeah, the reason why I say no is because I just think Terra Starstorm won't get a knockdown onto either Pokemon here, and so then Sacred Sword plus Behemoth Blade should just be enough to knock out the Terapagos in return. And so that's why it's actually quite smart for Kian to cover for the potential Decorate option previously. But yeah, like at the end of the day, Matt just didn't get any value out of Calyrex Shadow Rider, right? And it's like, it actually maybe have been better for that to have been an Iron Hands rather than a Calyrex, so you can at least safely switch in. But the taunt on the Urshifu was so crucial in basically forcing Matt to make that switch out. So Terra Starstorm comes out, does really good damage actually, but it's not going to be enough, crucially.
I think that, yeah, the double up should be able to secure Kian in this very first game of this set. If Behemoth Blade is going to be the first to go, and yeah, Sacred Sword to follow that up should do enough. Now, as we head into game number 2, you're starting to talk about some of the adjustments that Matt could potentially bring to game 2, including the Iron Hands. But do you think that there's anything else that you feel like Matt may be able to do here that would be a little bit better? Like, just start out in game number 1, the lead was too passive, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that game was interesting, right? We saw the 4 Pokemon that Kian brought out. There was no Kyogre, right?
Yeah.
So he actually dropped a restricted Pokemon.
It.
And so, like, I think shows really strong awareness of, like, how to approach this matchup. I thought Matt could have gone for Spore on turn 1, potentially, instead of going for the Fake Out, because, like, you Tailwind then and, like, can immediately maybe put the Zacian to sleep, for example, giving you a little bit more momentum. But instead, yeah, he opted for a Fake Out Moonblast, which, like, it worked okay, but the thing is, like, Kian just had full speed control throughout that entire battle, which it's like Matt staggered the Tailwind, but basically didn't get anything out of those extra turns, right? So if you are going to stagger your Tailwind, you ideally like will want to get more value out of it. And also, you called out, right? Whimsicott's Miracle super passive in terms of damage. Moonblast actually did get the knockout on a Roaring Moon, but then it's like you're in this awkward position where you don't have your damage dealers out. So like you can consider leading Calyrex or Terrapagos here. Both truthfully feel a little bit awkward because like the Calyrex is just weak to knockoff, right, from the opposing side. So then it's like maybe you consider the Terrapagos instead and just start dishing out massive amounts of damage. Because I think like what Matt wants to do is ideally knock out that Roaring Moon, then Calyrex on your side can potentially come out and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and so he was able to secure that first objective very early on in game 1, but then struggled to do so in the subsequent turns. As we take a look at the start for game 2, we do see that adjustment from Matt, leaving Smeargle on the bench or potentially in the back as the Terrapagos hits the field in front of the Zacian and Roaring Moon for Kian.
So Terrapagos now obviously exerting a lot more offensive pressure. You can immediately just go for that Tailwind as previously indicated. Hovering the Moonblast. Oh, this is interesting. Water Terra Moonblast saying, look, I think you might go for Acrobatics this time around because you saw that I was just willing to click Moonblast last time around, right? That was actually quite risky for Matt to even go for it, but it was smart calling out that Kian would maybe Tailwind. However, it means that you are committing your Terra to Whimsicott, right? So that means no Terra Terrapagos, no Terra on Calyrex, and it does put both of those in a much tougher defensive position.
Yeah, and I think when I worry about that, I mean, Terrapagos does have at least like that Cherish Shell to play around with for the first hit that might help people soak up just a little bit of damage. We're going to see the Terrestrialization committed onto the Roaring Moon, so maybe Matt actually does get this first turn correct. But it's about where do you navigate after that, and can you get enough out of this first turn Terrestrialization that it makes that risk worth it? And so as we see the Terras matched on both sides of the field, water for the Whimsicott and flying for the Roaring Moon, this is where things can start to get a little explosive. It's the Acrobatics. So Matt does get that first call correct, as the Whimsicott is going to be able to live through that for now, but it's the double up of the Behemoth Blade that's going to cover for that Terra that knocks out Whimsicott before it gets a chance to move.
Yeah, that's a disaster to be honest, right? Because now you do not have Tailwind in this game. It will be at least a Choice Specs Earth Power, but Kian saying, look, this covers for any possible play that you could go for. If you double up, if you don't Terra, then I'm just gonna knock you out. If you Terra, well, great, I'll like still get the KO. So Spear Release comes in, does pressure with Fake Out and Spore right now. Can also consider the self-decorate as you're seeing here. And I like this. Okay, Matt's saying, you know what? Like, I feel like I'm already behind in this game. I'm just going to make a big play, and maybe, just maybe if I can get this Decorate on Calyrex, it has the potential to sweep with Astro Barrage. But this is a big risk. Will Smeargle actually get this Decorate off? Either slot could get doubled into quite easily right now. It's going to just be another Acrobatics. No need even for that Tailwind.
Yeah, Kian sees the goal right in front of him, and it's going to be that first Acrobatics onto the Smeargle to activate the Focus Sash. But as Zacian doubles up into it, this was a huge risk. If it had paid off, you're right. I think Matt is firmly back in the game. But now with the Smeargle and the Whimsicott down, and you're stuck with these two special attackers, I'm starting to see a hard time that Matt gets through this.
Yeah, I think Kian's approach in this game was honestly just play it safe and just like target aggressively, right? Like I know your Whimsicott doesn't have Protect, so I can just launch my attacks into it. So really nicely done. Protecting here, trying to bait out a Protect from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And you know, if Calyrex does Protect here, then next turn you can just go for knockoff into it, get a knockout. So Matt does a nice job, at least not protecting this turn, opens up the door to protect next turn as you knock out the Roaring Moon. I think it basically keeps him around for a little bit longer. So let's pay attention to this next turn. Will there just be a knockoff and a Calyrex? Does Calyrex protect?
But you also know now that the Terrapagos is stuck, choice locked into this Terra Starstorm, which is going to be a single target attack for the rest of the game because you expended that Terrestrialization early on.
Exactly. So, Matt just goes for Astro Barrage, and it's just knockoff. Yeah, and a Calyrex.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you have to make the aggressive read because you're so far behind already.
Yeah.
You may as well try to go for it and see if you can catch some sort of mistake from Kian. But there are none to be had here. Behemoth Blade is going to break that Terra Shell from the Terrapagos, but I think this is a sad turtle here. It still has a lie, even though you have that Terra Shell.
It sticks around for a little bit, yeah. But we'll get
it doesn't even get the knockout out of the Roaring Moon. No. Okay, well, we are going to see the forfeit from Matt and a 5-0 as Kian continues through his day one of LA.
Proving why he is the king of this composition. And, I mean, we didn't even see Kyogre hit the field. That was all about just Roaring Moon, Zacian, and Urshifu doing what it does best. But I think Kian just kind of made the most optimal play, it feels like, on every turn, right? And I really like how he basically didn't really give Matt any room for opportunity. He was like, look, I'm just going to keep doubling into things, and as long as I double into things, I should be okay. And I think what made it awkward for Terrapagos here is Terrapagos is a Pokemon that generally loves to spam Terra Starstorm, but it wants to do it when you can actually get knockouts. And the fact that Roaring Moon and Zacian can like take an attack was really what I think did him in. And also not setting up that Tailwind on turn 1 was, I think, a big problem because then it just meant that you have no speed control. And it's one of the scary things about hyper offense where you like often feel like you want to make a call on turn 1. You have to be like, do I actually really need to go for that Tailwind? I'm not sure I do. But by not going for it on turn 1, I felt like the game was just over here immediately.
It's hard though, because I think you have to give props to Matt knowing that the pressure is on. You lost that first game. You do feel like you need to do something maybe extravagant to get back into the match. And unfortunately, that risk did not pay off in the way that Matt was hoping that it would. But for Kian, when you take a look from his perspective, that turn 1 play was always very safe.
Yep.
If the Whimsicott doesn't terrestrialize, okay, well, yeah, you get to set Tailwind, but then I get to Behemoth Blade your Terrapagos. And then I've done a ton of damage to it that I know it can't recover.
Exactly, yeah. And it feels like the Roaring Moon was the huge problem on Kian's end, which is why I was, initially talking about Iron Hands from Matt's team, because Iron Hands does threaten Roaring Moon for super effective damage before and after Terra. So you can Drain Punch it or Wild Charge it if it turns into that Flying Terra, but we never saw Iron Hands come out in this matchup, so I think that could have been a piece of the equation potentially, but it shows why Roaring Moon is such a powerful non-restricted Pokemon, because Calyrex just has a terrible time into it. And honestly, Choice Specs Terrapagos also was miserable into it, right? Because so much of Choice Specs Terrapagos' damage output comes from that Choice Specs. If Knockoff goes in that slot, removes the specs, then you really aren't doing much damage either. So yeah, this Roaring Moon just being so hard to break through, and without Iron Hands, I think just too much. Especially, I mean, in game 1, it did go down immediately, but then Kian, recognizing I should actually bring Urshifu instead of Kyogre, getting that taunt off into Smeargle, and then getting the knockout as Smeargle switched out was just masterful.
That's just the expert decision-making that we expect to see from a team that is piloted by a person like this. Kian has had so much experience with this particular 6 that I feel like he knows and has that heads-up recognition to be able to make that decision where, okay, Kyogre, you gotta sit this one out, buddy. I'm so sorry, but this is not the matchup for you. And maybe there was a world that you bring it because you knew that the Iron Hands was sitting in the bench there for Matt, but I don't know. It's great heads-up decision-making here from Kian. There's a reason why he's been able to get top cuts at basically every Reg I tournament that he's played in, and is halfway through the day here to finish with an undefeated record to get a good head start there for day 2.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about why would you drop Kyogre, right? It's a restricted Pokemon, it's so strong.
Yeah.
But if you look at Kian's team, the other Pokemon are also so good, right? Urshifu felt like it was a restricted Pokemon in that second game, able to basically deny the Smeargle from being able to do anything with that taunt. And then also that Surging Strikes, Water Terra, Mystic Water, just knocking out the Calyrex in one hit, right? So it's oh, I can deal damage, but I also have taunt, which is really valuable into Smeargle, right? Because Kyogre as a matchup into Smeargle actually can feel a little bit awkward depending on how it's trained. Smeargle can actually outspeed it. And then you're like, well, I'm just Spore Bait, right? And I think Kian was basically as long as I always have Pokemon that are faster than Smeargle on the field, you can't Spore me because I can just keep launching attacks into you. And the Smeargle here did not have a protecting move either, right? So Kian just applying maximum pressure and saying, look, I actually think Champao and Urshifu get the job done, and Champao having that Focus Sash means it's actually very good into Terrapagos and Calyrex, especially with that Sacred Sword.
I love it. It was a really fun match to watch there from Kian's perspective, and let's go ahead and hear from him about how he's feeling being 5-0 on the day.
Thank you very much, Rose and Aaron. We are here with our round 5 winner, Kian Campbell. You're 5-0. You're blitzing through the day. You're speed running through that round. Super fast victory. Congratulations to you there. How are you feeling? You're undefeated.
I'm feeling great. Being 5-0 is a really good feeling, especially since I put a lot of time and effort into this event. But the day's not over. The job's not finished. I've gone 5-0 to 5-3 before. So just gotta keep looking forward, focus on the next one.
That's right, one round at a time. You gotta have that proper mentality. Let's talk about that last round that you just had against Matt. He had some, funky things there, right? There's a Smeargle. You never know what's gonna happen with Moody. He's also got really fast Pokemon in Calyrex Shadow Rider. When you saw his team sheet, what were your immediate thoughts of how to counter his squad?
Yeah, so I played a friend of his at Orlando, so I was pretty familiar with the team. And I knew that the Pagos was probably going to be faster than my Kyogre. So going into the match, I was thinking that I probably shouldn't bring it and stick with a Roaring Moon Zacian lead, which was the most like balanced lead I could offer into his team. That wouldn't let the Smeargle or the Whimsicott get out of hand. And then Urshifu and Xianpao was really good in the back in order to punish the Calyrex, because Pagos was only really going to be doing huge amounts of damage if it Terras. But then if it Terras, then it's weak to Xianpao Sucker Punch. So it puts me in a really good position in the beginning, middle, and the end of the game.
Now, I actually wonder, because you might be a little too young to remember the old Kyogre speed, mirror mind games from back in the day, back in like the VGC 2016 or 2019 and stuff. But you had mentioned how Tropicos might be outspeeding your Kyogre. And how do you train Kyogre? Because there are so many restricted Pokemon that are relatively within that close speed tier of each other. And of course, you have to worry about Trick Room speeds, or if your Electro Web drops your speed, or a Tailwind, are you going to be faster in Tailwind or something like that? And I feel like Kyogre is a very tricky Pokemon to train the speed stat properly.
Yeah, it all kind of just depends on the meta. I think that since I have a Tailwind as an option on my team, I kind of wanted to invest more in like HP and defense and special attack first, and then the speed I was left over with, I decided to just put the rest in speed, and that's kind of how I ended up on it. But yeah, that's about it. I think, like you said, it's really awkward since there's so many Mons that are like around that speed tier and they want to try to outspeed each other. So I kind of just opted out of playing like the speed war game and decided to go more in HP and bulk. That way I can live like stronger hits.
Now, I do wonder, because we've already had this is our second interview this weekend with each other, so we've gotten a lot of time to catch up on it. So we talked about your Zacian Kyogre, affection for that duo, and I'm wondering, when you're looking forward towards Pokemon Champions, obviously not every Pokemon is available in Regulation MA, but are there any enticing duos or any Pokemon that are kind of emulating the excitement that Zacian or Kyogre give you right now, but for Pokemon Champions?
I've liked Whimsicott and Charizard a lot, just because it kind of has like a similar vibe where you have the instant Tailwind plus a really strong spread move with Heat Wave, and like Kyogre has Water Spout and sets up the rain, and then Charizard Y sets up the sun and has Heat Wave. Even though it's not as strong, it's still like very powerful and puts your opponent in precarious situations where they always have to like be aware.
Yeah, listen, that makes a lot of sense. You got the weather, you got the Tailwind, and we actually noted on the top 12 graphic for today's usage that there's only 2 of the top 12 are in champions, and it's Incineroar and Whimsicott.
Yeah.
So, like, why is Whimsicott so strong? A multi-time world champion, one of the best Tailwind or Prankster users. Like, why do you enjoy Whimsicott?
I think that Tailwind kind of fits how I like to play. It's a lot more offensive, and it's just the fastest Tailwind in the game. I think only Talonflame might have a faster Tailwind with Gale Wings. It also has really good pressure with Encore, as I think I see that Matt had it. It can put your opponent in difficult situations where they might not want to lock a fake out or protect into you, which is good if you're playing offense, because those things tend to slow down your Tailwind. So if your opponent goes for that stuff, you can Encore, put them in a bad spot and kind of snowball the game forward that way.
And we already asked you your Scarlet and Violet memories from a prior interview, so we'll skip that and go right on to the shout-outs. You want to give any shout-outs to friends, family, loved ones watching at home?
Yeah, of course. I'd like to shout out all of Team Z, Momo Nation, all my friends there, my parents, of course, and then specifically Antonio Sanchez, Roxanne, Mizu, Ko. All of them helped me with matchups going into Orlando in this event, and it's actually paid off. I played some of the matchups that I practiced, so it was really helpful, so thanks to them. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, congratulations on your success so far. We have 2 interviews. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we get a 3rd one tomorrow out on that stage for your regional championship.
Hopefully, that would be great.
That would be awesome. All right, Kian, best of luck in the rest of Phase 1 here. Got a couple of rounds left. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, going to be guessing some more Mega Pokedex entries.
Sort of an awkward situation now for the Smeargle, where although Lander's coming in is very interesting. So the Fergef going to sleep for 1 more turn, and now there's the problem, sort of, where if you try to use Spore again, if Miraidon comes back in, it could use Electric Terrain to negate a Spore, and you can't switch your own Rillaboom in because you can't switch out you're either going to lose the Decorate on Raging Bolt, or you're going to lose the Speed Boost at Smeargle. However, Landorus, as a flying type Pokemon, isn't benefited by Electric Terrain, so you could still try to Spore into that slot if you wanted to. Also keep in mind, there's still that Armor Tail on the field, making things further complicated, making it impossible to use that Thunderclap move.
Yeah, and of course, Landorus also has the ability to terrestrialize if it really wanted to avoid a spore there and become grounded as a poison type instead. So many different small things going on here.
What a great cover. It looks like that's exactly what's being predicted here.
Oh, that's going to be the cover here as Farigiraf switches out and in comes the Miraidon, sets the electric terrain here, will boost the power of the electric type attacks from the Raging Bolt. And here comes the terrestrialization. What a perfect cover. The Landorus goes for the Poison Terra type here, which grounds it on the electric terrain. Will block the spore, but means it's now vulnerable to that Thunderclap from the Decorate Raging Bolt. Huge one-hit KO. What a play for Kinugawa to see.
Oh man, it's so hard to lock into a Thunderclap against a ground-type Pokemon with Armor Tail on the field, but he hits it and picks up the knockout.
What a perfect play there. The only situation you could ever really make that kind of cover, going for the double spore and thunderclapping into a ground type.
My name is Bouchon. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Bouchon Tumsey will make it into the semifinals here in Orlando.
He keeps upgrading his best finish here.
Sandslash-Alola. It's my favorite Pokemon. In 2023, I started playing VGC for the first time. My favorite early memory is my first regional tournament, Orlando Regionals 2023, where I got to meet a lot of friends who I'd only met online before that. I did pretty well. I finished top 32. I'm a big competitor, and competing in a real-life tournament is the pinnacle of competitive Pokemon to me. You make a lot of friends along the way, and that is equally as impactful to me. I've had a lot of friends who have helped me as I've team built and gotten better at playing Pokemon. I really credit that peer group to being instrumental in me learning how to play the game. The fondest memory I've had from the 2023 Worlds was being able to meet every single friend from every single culture all in one location. The number one thing I've learned is that perseverance is really, really important. Learning how to fight in double battles can be tricky, and you might lose a lot in the beginning. But as you keep learning, as you keep growing, you'll realize that you can do anything as long as you keep trying hard, and that's what VGC has taught me. The most difficult matchup was my matchup against Paul Chua. His Smeargle was very, very deadly, and it took a lot of energy to try to defeat that Pokemon.
Here, Smeargle is a Pokemon that, if it comes to battle, can just sort of ruin an entire game plan here.
Did the fact that it was Paul Chua also make it tough?
Absolutely.
That is enough to pick up the KO. Bouchon Tumsey is making it to the finals.
On turn 1, when I encored the Whimsicott, predicting it to use Tailwind, I put myself in a really good spot because I knew that Whimsicott had to switch out, and I had a Terra Ghost Astral Barrage for whatever wanted to come in next.
Richard knows the game is lost, the set is over, and Bouchon Tumsey wins the Orlando Regional Championships.
I'm feeling great. I mean, who isn't happy when you win something? My number one goal was to win the regional, which I did. So now my number one goal right now is to win Worlds. I guess I need to book a flight to San Francisco. I picked Michael Kelch. He's one of the best players in the world, and he's also a good friend of mine. So playing against him in the finals would be a dream come true.
Are you winning Worlds this year?
Absolutely. You have to aim for the stars. You'll reach the moon. It would mean everything. It would be the culmination of a lot of hard work and effort, and just a validation that if you really believe in yourself, you really can do anything.
It is time for a battle of the Titans. The Scarlet versus the Violet in a Pokemon-friendly feud. Very fun, very simple concept. We have 5 players for Team Scarlet. They're each going to get 1 question. 5 players for Team Violet going to get the same 5 questions. If they guess the number 1 answer, we polled 50 VGC trainers for these questions. If they guess the number 1 answer, they will earn a point for their team. So let's get it started. Team Scarlet, come on in. All right, first question. Besides Incineroar, name the greatest Pokemon in VGC history.
Wow, that's a crazy question. Among Us.
No. Okay, next one. It's on the list. Not the number 1 answer. All right, so still 0 on the board. Okay, second question. What is the best not fully accurate move your Pokemon can use?
Close combat.
Well, close combat is 100% accurate, and it is not the answer. Okay. Next question up. Come on, guys. Come on, Team Scarlet. Let's get on the board here. Name something a Raging Bolt player would hate to see their opponent use.
Fluttermane.
Fluttermane, that counts. Fairy type is the number one answer. We are on the board here. Congratulations. Okay, come on in. Up next, name a Pokemon that puts things to sleep besides Amoonguss.
It's got to be Smeargle.
Smeargle, number one answer. Okay, congratulations. And then last one, let's get on a streak here. Fill in the blank. Double blank.
Double team.
Double team, great answer, was not number one, unfortunately. Thank you very much. All right, so it looks like Scarlet has 2 points here in the friendly feud. Let's see how Violet does. All right, now it's time for Team Violet to see how many answers they can get out of these 5 questions. Come on, Team Violet. First up, besides Incineroar, name the greatest Pokemon in VGC history.
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss is not the number one answer. Lander Asterion was the number one answer. Come on up. What is the best not fully accurate move your Pokemon can use?
Rock Slide.
Rock Slide, number one answer. Congratulations. Team Violet is on the board. All right, let's make a run here. Let's get another one. Name something a Raging Bolt player would hate to see their opponent use.
Terra Fairy?
Terra Fairy, Fairy type, Fluttermane, they all count. Number one answer on the board. Okay, a lot of pressure here. Name a Pokemon that puts things to sleep besides Amoonguss.
Jumpluff.
Jumpluff does, however, not as often as Smeargle, our number one answer. Unfortunate. All right, last one for Team Violet. Come in the clutch here. Fill in the blank. Double blank.
Hit.
Double hit is a good answer, but unfortunately it is double protect is the number one answer. And that looks like both Team Scarlet and Team Violet only had 2 successful answers. So either they're all winners or all losers. I'll let you decide. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action.
And it will be the Gallade that goes for the terrestrialization into the grass typing. And that would normally be pretty good, but it's actually just going to take a Sludge Wave and knock itself out.
That may have been the worst terrestrialization I've ever seen. I don't know if...
I was all ready to think that Choice Band Urshifu in the rain was still going to pick up that KO, but it's the Sludge Wave that does it.
I kind of love this. I see Brandon kind of like, you know what, whatever. Here you go, game 3.
Let's go next.
Yeah. Gonna get there in a hurry, I guess. Urshifu gonna pick up another knockout, and I'm not totally sure what I'm watching.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We are through 5 rounds here of Phase 1 for the Pokemon video game in the Masters Division, and we have a little bit of time before Round 6 gets underway. I'm joined by Scott Glaza and Aaron Zhang. And you know, Scott, sometimes, who among us has not Sludge Waved their own Terrasalized Pokemon?
Well, let's not answer that literally. But no, I mean, yeah, it's a... I was a little concerned we showed that clip. It's like, well, I mean, like, you know, maybe not a great play, but like, I think it was both like a misclick and like, yeah, stuff happens. I feel a little bad for Brandon in general. Or like between that and the Swiss round earlier, it's been a tough weekend on stream for Brandon. But you know, great player. He was going for a big play. Did not quite get the big play in the clip that we showed.
But I do give Brandon credit because remember, he was one of the players. I forget which regional it was, but Brandon made a, I think it was a Terra. I forget what Terrasalized, but he called the Terra Blast on his Stellar or Shifu as it Terrasalized for the big damage on it. So listen, sometimes when you swing big, you can hit a Grand Slam or you can strike out.
Exactly. Like I always respect too. I mean, the player's kind of willing to make plays like that. I was kind of thinking the same thing, even in his stream match, right, where well, I guess more for his opponent than for him, but like, you know, calling like the Terrestrialization in Giratina and getting that close combat instead of whiffing it into the ghost typing originally. Where like, it's tough to make that play, I think, in general in Pokemon, where it can be a little embarrassing if you screw it up, but it's like 1,000 times more difficult to make that sort of play on stream where like you're gonna look bad and a recorded footage, and like maybe we're gonna clip it and put it on stream again later, apparently. But like, yeah, you can't make the great plays without making the bad ones, and I think especially for the players playing a little bit more rogue, you're gonna have to take a few more risks doing that. And like sometimes they're gonna work, and sometimes they're not.
Aaron, have you ever had any silly plays like you forget that you're, I don't know, like you click Earthquake and you switch your teammate in, like you forgot you already clicked Earthquake and your teammate takes damage on the way out? That's how I kind of just see that play.
Yeah, I feel like all the time. There's so much pressure at these things, and I think the timer actually is something that like can get you when you think you have a play in mind, but then suddenly you're going, I'm not so sure I want to make that play. I think the most common mistake I probably make is forgetting that I already protected the previous turn and clicking it again thinking it's safe, and suddenly I'm like, oh my god, like I just attempted a double protect and then it fails and you're like, well, that was a total waste. So I think yeah, I'm trying to think if I've made any like egregious, like mistakes on stream. I would say maybe not like crazy mistakes, but more just like, oh, that like just wasn't a very good play.
I've made some bad ones. I've made Darkinium Z Tyranitar into a substitute, but I was like, oh, which one do I target? And then I target the slot that just substituted. I just did like 25, and like my opponent was like, oh no. They like said it as they saw the animation, and I was like, oh no. So I just did like the worst 25% of all time. But enough about the past. Let's talk about the future of Pokemon Champions. You like that segue? We have more Guess That Mega Pokedex entries for us. And then, of course, we're going to talk about the Mega's viabilities afterwards. So I think the last one we left on was Mega Tyranitar. So we should have a good stretch of more Megas to discuss. Remember, these are all Megas currently in Regulation MA in Pokemon Champions. So you don't have to worry about something, crazy out there. Mega Evolution has dialed up this Pokemon's spiciness. It swings its necktie around to wallop its foes.
Surely it's Scovillain, right?
This isn't another Mega Pinsir red herring situation?
No way.
I mean, how many Pokemon can be spicy?
Yeah.
And have neckties?
I feel like another brand, this could be different, but like, there's no way we're using spicy in a non-literal sense, right? That's a caster word, not an in-game script word. So
I think the necktie is the giveaway,
Lock
too.
it in.
Let's lock it in. Mega Scovillain here. So this is one, well, I know you guys were going to get this one pretty easily, obviously, because of the description, but I wanted to have a conversation with you two about Mega Scovillain. This was a bit of a Pokemon that somewhat got let's say, underappreciated when it was shown off. People didn't like its stats or its move pool, didn't think, oh man, it must need a really broken ability in order to be viable. And Pokemon Champions sure delivered.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think the other thing too is like even once we got the ability, I think it was a little bit underestimated just because like the concept of a support Mega didn't work the first time around, right? Where like the closest thing we had was like maybe Mega Gengar, who itself is still like an elite special attacker. It just also has a very good supportive ability. Yeah, I mean, we've never, guaranteed burn is really good. It's Aaron famously has some burn-related issues that were not so guaranteed. So imagine how strong that would be when you can use it repeatedly without even having to spend a move. Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think that the context a lot of us were missing was that the non-Mega Evolved Pokemon in this format are far more powerful than in 2014, right, or 2015, or like even the Sun Moon era afterward. And I think because of that, you can get away with your Mega supporting the other Pokemon sometimes instead of the reverse, where when you have Basculegion running around and Kingambit and all those other very well-balanced Pokemon, it lets you do a little bit different things with your Mega, right? And even Scovillain itself, like it kind of hurts where like as a Blastoise aficionado, Leaf Storm is just such checkmate that it is irritated. So I'm a believer.
Yeah, because it's not just about the automatic burn for physical attackers, like let's say Basculegion. It's the fact that it gets redirection, right? So you're able to force a burn onto an attack, keep your partner around. But then think of how much Rock Slide spam there is that you can burn that Pokemon, or Pokemon that are clicking Hyper Voice. Like even if they're a special attacker, you're still getting that residual damage every turn. That the Scovillain, even if it's not the strongest statistic-wise compared maybe to other Megas, oftentimes it's forcing your opponent to bring Pokemon that they don't want to get burned, which might be a worse matchup.
Yeah, I think one thing that's also really interesting is people think about burns strictly in terms of making physical Pokemon weaker, but if you think about special attackers in this format, like Mega Dragonite's an example where its ability, of course, is multi-scale, right? Or you think about something like Archaludon that wants to run leftovers, and burning them actually is a big deal because, like, stopping Archaludon from healing is such a big deal in a format like this on Archaludon teams. And for Mega Dragonites, like, sometimes even just trading the burn for a turn of redirection, breaking multi-scale, and then letting a Pokemon next to you set up can play a really big deal as well. So I think Mega Scovillain has so much potential, but to Scott's point, because it's a defensive, supportive Mega, it's not like as intuitive to use because it's not going to be carrying your games. And I think a lot of the Mega Scovillain teams we're seeing right now are pairing it with the secondary Mega, like Aerodactyl or Tyranitar. We already talked about both of those earlier, but for good reason, because Scovillain does not want to go up against Charizard. You just have a terrible, like, you can't burn Charizard, it's just going to Heat Wave you. So having a Rock-type Mega then means you can bring that into the Charizard matchup, and then Scovillain in a lot of other matchups.
Yeah, I think similar, too. I mean, like, I do think it's, like, positioned very well into the metagame of Regulation MA, and, like, I think perhaps in future regulations, if we were to get more Pokemon, Scovillain might not be as strong as it is in this one, where I think it benefits a lot from how weak special attackers in general are in the format. Because, yeah, certainly would prefer at least to fight mostly physical attackers. I think there's a lot of really physical attacking heavy teams that are just really bad into Scovillain. I think also it benefits a little bit too, just like there's not a whole lot of Pokemon that like directly checkmate it super well. And even like the Leech Seed set, right? Which sometimes we see, sometimes we don't, but like, you know, I think like there's so many teams that are like very physical based, so it kind of checks that. Then the stall teams don't do so well against the Leech Seed. Like you wind up with a pretty good matchup spread where I feel like it'd be a little scary where like, especially some of the Pokemon from Pokemon Legends EA that we haven't seen yet, if they wind up having good abilities, I think a decent chunk of those look like special attackers. And I think if that's starting to dominate the format, but we don't see Scovillain so much. But there just like isn't that much that's popular if it's like a huge problem for it, other than like Gengar.
I was gonna say, once Mega Salamence comes back, like, good luck, buddy. Good luck redirecting my hyper voices. I will also just KO you in one hit.
I was same hive mind. I was saying once my guy Mega Salamence comes back, I'm going full special attacker. Don't care about being burned because you're not making it through the turn after my hyper voice. I love that, and you know we'll see what the other Megas provide, and maybe we'll run more Mega Pokedex entries when we get theirs later on. Let's go on to our next Guess That Mega Pokedex entry. It will attack anything that moves. Mega Evolution is a burden on its body, so it's incredibly irritated, like Scott before his morning coffee.
True.
Who sounds like an irritated Mega Evolution?
Yes.
Beedrill is like my first guess.
It's technically it's in the game. It's an option. It's an option.
I'm thinking. The theme of these have been good Megas, so I feel like probably not Beedrill.
Yes, I would say this one,
Beedrill lovers.
It's going to get more off the wall after this, but this one is considered a viable Mega Evolution. So if that helps narrow it down.
What's viable that we haven't done in like mean?
Aerodactyl?
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
That's my next best guess.
It looks angry.
It does, yeah.
It does seem a little irritated.
And it's like all spiky. Yeah. Probably hurts a little bit.
It definitely hurts my Pokemon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's so irritated it has to inflict pain on everyone else with Rock Slide, right?
Yeah, maybe stop wing beating me, you big jerk.
Are we locking in Mega Aerodactyl?
I can't think of anything else.
I like that one, yeah.
All right, let's go for the Mega Aerodactyl.
Okay, cool.
This is, dare I say, gentlemen, potentially the greatest glow up I've ever seen in VGC. Aerodactyl, I know it got top 8 at Worlds 2014, but like, whatever, like it wasn't like a huge staple. A regular Aerodactyl, Mega Aerodactyl is a phenomenal Pokemon in Regulation MA.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And like, I do want to briefly touch on your previous comment. I still think it was probably a mistake in 2014-15 that we didn't play Aerodactyl more. I kind of like, I would enjoy going back and like us taking Ryosuke's team a little bit more seriously. Right? He went 6-0 in Swiss in 2014. You know, it's like, where I was like, nah, that never happened. And there's like no metagame adjustment. That doesn't happen in the modern VGC where more people are exploring things. I do think Aerodactyl may have been underrated the first time. But yeah, I mean, it is incredible in this format where I think regular Aerodactyl is probably like the bottom part of the top 10 best non-Mega Evolved Pokemon, and then Mega Aero is probably a little bit better than that relative to the Mega Evolved Pokemon. Could put it in almost any team. Tailwind's great. Like I said, saying before, I think Wide Guard is underplayed and is great. You know, Rock Slide, not my favorite part of this format, but hey, even better with the same type of attack boost and 100 very high base speed. So,
yeah, it is. I think it's always so funny to me when it's like, oh, I want to put a choice scarf on a Pokemon so I can outspeed everything. But then Mega Aerodactyl's like, haha, you thought. And then Mega evolves and Basculegion's like, you know, crying a little tear, which is actually why, like, I feel like with the rise of Mega Aerodactyl, now Focus Sash is like the most common item on Basculegion on top teams. But it is interesting. I think, like, we first saw regular Aerodactyl with Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, Tailwind, Protect. Then we saw Dual Wing Beat being dropped for Wide Guard. And then now we're seeing Mega Aerodactyl being used over regular Aerodactyl. And then the adaptation on Mega Aerodactyl recently is we dropped Protect for Wide Guard. And so, like, the Pokemon Champions metagame has been moving so quickly. Mega Aerodactyl is interesting because if it is hitting for neutral damage, it's quite nice, but against steel types, it is absolutely miserable. And so, like, King Gambit's like, cool, man, like, enjoy rock sliding me for like 15% of my health, and then you get hit with an Iron Head and just like faint in return. But I do agree, yeah, it's like so incredibly strong to Charizard, which of course is one of the top Mega Evolutions, and
non-Charizard teams as well.
Yes.
It's like it's hitting both sides of the fight.
Yeah, totally. But I'm curious where the metagame heads right now, because it feels like a lot of the top players have optimized the Aerodactyl, Charizard, and then plus, you know, like King Gambit, Basculegion, Floette, Garchomp, Sylveon, etc. It feels like that team has kind of become public enemy #1. Like, and, you know, the Japanese actually national championship qualifiers are happening this weekend, and I feel like Japan was a big reason for why this comp got so popular, so I think we're going to see another meta shift away from it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting as we kind of look from where the metagame is right now until where we see it for the first time in our stream in, excuse me, Indianapolis in a few weeks, where, like, we're going to kind of find out, is this the chalk of Regulation MA, right? Like, I think it's very well optimized. I think it's, like, clearly the strongest team. Will it be strong enough to overcome being targeted, right? Kind of look at like Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta in today's tournament, where, yeah, I mean, it's still strong. I think it did a great job at the World Championships, but like not quite able to be chalk level dominant when it's being focused. And we saw games, you know, like the Montana round, where it's like, well, I'm just not quite sure what he was supposed to do here. And you know, can you do that to this team? I think it's more difficult in Regulation MA, where there's kind of just fewer really powerful Pokemon available, where you're making a counter team, kind of like you're forcing yourself to have less total power on your team in order to have the good matchup. But we'll have to see what people cook up. I've noticed far fewer teams being shared by the Japanese players recently, so they got to be cooking up something.
Yeah, they're trying to get those Worlds invitations. I get it. Also, I think with Mega Aerodactyl, like, my one question is about, I think it is great Pokemon. It's great as a secondary Mega on a lot of teams. We see it on Floette teams also, Charizard teams. But its viability once we get to open team sheet, once we get to formats where you are going to know, does it have Wide Guard or not? Does it have Dual Wing Beat or not? And I think, at least from my experience, when I'm playing on the ladder and I'm playing in the 2 global challenges we have, a lot of its viability is I don't know if it's Sash versus Mega. I don't know if it has Wide Guard or Dual Wing Beat. So I wonder how that's going to affect it when we get to official tournaments with open team sheet.
My guess, I mean, we saw regular Aerodactyl with Wide Guard win, like, you know, a huge grassroots tournament, and that was open team sheet best of 3, and it went 19-1. So it makes it, I think it's less frustrating to fight against, at least when you know what's up your way. But I mean, like, just knowing your opponent has Wide Guard means that you're like, you always have to think, do I actually click the spread move? And that in itself is a big enough deal.
Yeah, sometimes it's almost worse to know it's there, or like, oh man, like.
Yeah, I know my opponent knows I know, but like, what if I just go for the obvious rock slide, right?
Yeah, like it becomes like spookier, or like, I think the mind games are fun, and like, it's hard to enjoy VGC if you don't like that sort of thing, right? Where it's like, okay, we've both discovered this information. What decision do we make with it? You know, how do I mitigate the risk of being wrong if I don't make the call? But like, yeah, I think it's a funny thing to have in your team sheet. And yeah, like moves like Wide Guard and like Feint, I think are, to me, usually better in open team sheet, where like, you know, maybe you'll cheese a win here and there and close team sheet, and that's fun. But I think your opponent having to play around it, even if you don't show it, sometimes is good for you too.
All right, so let's keep it moving here on this Mega Evolution discussion. Now, I will let you know, we are going a little more off the rails with the rest of the Megas. So the first 6 were very viable meta threats. Not to say that these ones aren't, you know, all Megas are wonderful. We'll see how this one goes, but its movements have become more human-like. Whether it's simply trying to communicate or wants to supplant humanity is unclear.
This is a real Pokemon.
This is a real
humanity
Pokedex
is in a
entry.
That's crazy.
I really hope I have a hard counter to this on my team. I'm going to add one if I don't. Like, oh, this Pokemon can't win.
You can't supplant me. I mean, there's some mean.
I was thinking of Pokemon become more human-like, and like, I was thinking like, you know, if it's Frostlass, it seems like it should have like a more like spooky themed Pokedex entry, but at least that like sort of makes sense. Malamar becomes more human-like, but I think isn't to the regulation, so
it's not.
That seems very unlikely to be the answer.
I don't know, I was thinking like the Ghost types, Banette, Sableye. This felt like a Mimikyu entry to me. I was like, do we give Mimikyu a Mega? But obviously not.
Yeah, you don't. You definitely want a Dark type on your team, as you're talking about, to try to switch in on its attacks. It's tough.
Like, is it not a Ghost type?
It is not a Ghost type.
Whoa.
It must be Psychic then, probably?
Yes, it is a Psychic type.
Trying to think, what's Psychic? There's Meowstic, a Pokemon in the game.
Alakazam, also a Pokemon in the game.
They are certainly Pokemon in the game that are Psychic types.
It's like Gardevoir and Gallade, who are definitely too friendly to supplant humanity.
Definitely they would not be so
never.
devious.
They're our friends.
Yes. I will say it is. I'm trying to give hints without giving it away.
I feel like you've given us enough, honestly. The fact that we still can't get it is.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the team here.
This is gonna be our last one.
No.
Like, oh, that's an interesting one.
But it feels friendly.
It's our. It's like first partner Pokemon.
Yeah.
Surely.
It is a new Mega, so it's not Alakazam. It is a Psychic type new Mega that looks humanoid. It gets a little taller. It likes to run a little faster now. In some
sounds like Delphox.
Some videos you see on the internet. Using those legs, those strong legs to run a little faster. Those iconically famous Legend ZA legs that it grew.
What?
All right, let's go. We're gonna have to reveal this one. Let's reveal the Pokedex entry. Mega Starmie. Doesn't that look like a face that wants to supplant humanity?
Is that a face? Like I still I don't know.
You gotta be careful. Like, I remember like the TV show at the beginning, Ash said something like that, and Misty was like implying he was like some sort of like Pokemon racist. So be careful. You know, it's definitely Pokemon without faces have feelings too.
I'm sorry, Starmie.
I'm sorry. Listen, I will admit, hand up, I have lost a game to Explosion Mega Starmie. I hope this is a safe place for me to admit that.
Oh, sure.
Because it's a strong physical attacker now instead of the old version, which was you relied more on like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Psychic. Now it's really all in on physical attacking.
I'm gonna be honest. I have played probably 400 or 500 games at least. I don't think I've ever played against Starmie.
Oh, really?
I'm intrigued by it because I feel like it hasn't fully been cracked yet. I saw one team that put it on just a rain team, and it's like Liquidation does a lot of damage, and part of it is just like Basque Legion also is a strong physical attacker, but you can actually have an item on it. It's like having a Focus Sash or Scarf makes it really valuable, but I don't know. I feel like there's something to be done with Starmie, and we haven't exported it enough yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree for the record. Where it's like I think it has a really interesting move pool, right? Like, there's got to be stuff there. I think something that concerns me there, though, is that you'd think that sort of Pokemon would be better in closed team sheet, and that it's already not doing anything. Doesn't seem to bode well for open team sheet, but.
Hey, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I was trying to stump you guys with the Mega Alakazam, thinking you might think that was evil or had ill intent. But
I guess yeah. I mean, Starmie's it makes total sense now that you say it, but I just it didn't strike me as something that was I don't know.
Now you got to be nervous.
Yeah.
I'm less nervous. That's like, I think Arceus said that's the Pokemon that thinks it can supplant humanity. Like, yeah, whatever, Pikachu, go deal with that. You know?
Exactly. Just any light breeze will be able to knock it out. But thank you guys so much. We're gonna have a couple more Mega Pokedex entries throughout the weekend. But for now, we're gonna head it back over to the casters for our next round.
Thank you so much, guys. I have to admit, I haven't been beaten by an Explosion Mega Starmie, but I will say I have faced a couple of them, all by trainers who had their names hidden, to the point where I was getting like scared. I was like, what trainer is preparing with this for Indy? Like, is Mega Starmie about to win? I don't know, but it was good.
When they're anonymous, you know that they're in it for serious business, so it's always scary to face those.
Right? You're very quiet though. Have you lost 2 Explosions?
Yeah, like too many to count, honestly. Like, there's Mega Glalie Explosion. So many niche ones. It's like if you pair it with a Ghost type, like you can like attack with your partner and not protect and still get the explosion off. So I think it's like Faint Sableye plus Glalie or something.
No.
That was rough.
We're going back. We're all Explosions. I don't know, man. we got to move on from champions for right now. I can't bear to think about it. Let's bring it back to LA. Let's bring it back to Regai. And who is leading the competition so far? 5-0 means you're so close to locking your spot in phase 2 of the competition. You just need 6 wins for that. Kean Campbell, I mean, we just saw him on broadcast with a swift win. So yeah, 5-0 there, but some other really strong names on this list.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all these different names, like a lot of regional champions, right? Justin Tang, Alex Underhill, Gavin Michaels, Aaron Traylor. There's so many like names that we recognize here, but even a couple that we also don't recognize. So yeah, it's very exciting to see both new players and established players taking up the top spots here, and one win away from that phase 2.
That's always the fun part, is being able to see who's leading the competition, because I mean, there is so much that goes into one of these tournaments. Obviously, you have to be good at the game, but if you just get a rough start at the day, you can go against some really not so fun matchups for your team and maybe can't really show what you're able to do. So every competition, being able to see what trainers can really come out of the gate, and I don't know, one of them could be our next regional champion, is a really exciting prospect. But for this next match, we're going to focus on people who have won in the past. And of course, talk about one of the breakout stars of Scarlet and Violet in Justin Tang going up against an oldie but goodie in Aaron Traylor.
Yeah, it feels pretty fitting to feature Justin Tang here, having like really broken out in Scarlet and Violet, winning his first regional that he ever attended, and then winning another one shortly after. So yeah, really like starting to shine through Scarlet and Violet. I think, yeah, starting VGC through Scarlet and Violet. So really exciting there. And over on Aaron Traylor's end, yeah, I mean, he won the first regional in Sword and Shield, actually, I think. So both players just having so many accomplishments from old and from recent, and we're just going to be featuring these top players face off.
And I always love being able to see people who have been playing this game for so long and their take on it, right? Because there's something to be said about just so much experience. And of course, the runs that he's been able to put together, like Dr. and Trailer is, I mean, at this point, the Doctor's got to be in Pokemon, right? Because he's so good.
Doctor and Pokemon, get it going. But we see the Toxapex. That's the thing I'm keeping my eye out for the Doctor. I'm not sure what he's cooking up. Maybe he's a chef this weekend as well. But that Toxapex, not something that you see very often. We saw Daniel Yu pilot earlier a couple of weeks back, and just missing the top cut, going 9-3, I believe. But Aaron Traylor off to a really strong start with this Pokemon that you just do not see very often. It doesn't have great offensive stats, so it's purely in the support role, and it has a really interesting moveset, right? It has Baneful Bunker, which is a strict improvement on Protect, being able to poison opponents that come into contact with it. Wide Guard, very good into the restricted Pokemon format, where, yeah, a lot of spread type attacks are strong. Toxic, not something you see in VGC very often, something you see a little bit more in singles, but able to whittle down opponents who like to set up. And finally, Infestation is a move that many players might not be familiar with, but is just like Fire Spin, trapping opponents and doing a little bit of chip damage every turn.
This team just has so much support too. I'm looking at the Sinistra, and I mean, you do have an attacking move with the Shadow Ball, but that is a supporting Pokemon. You Rage Powder, Hospitality to be able to get some of the HP. Even looking at something that is so offensive like this Ogre Pawn, you have Follow Me, your Spiky Shield, and then Encore instead of another move. You only have this Ivy Cudgel. Incineroar, you're going for, you know, support, and then a knockoff. So a lot of pressure on things like this Miraidon Trapagos to be able to deal that damage. Trapagos too, this is going to be a little bit more of that setup. We got that Calm Mind. So that makes a lot of sense when you look at all of the ways to kind of slow the pace of the game on this team.
Yeah, taking a step back on this archetype, we had Francesco Piopero have a lot of success with this team last year, pairing Terapagos with the Twitch Scarf from Miraidon along with Incineroar and Sinistra to provide a lot of control in the game, but usually it was the pair with Sinistra and Incineroar, and the other two are pretty free. So it's really exciting to see Toxapex and Ogrepon being the pick for Aaron Traylor here. Over on Justin's end, we see Groudon that we recently saw as well. This one also having the Assault Vest item and being paired with the Imprison Calyrex Ice Rider. I think we saw it paired with Imprison Zamazenta. So I'm not sure what it is about Groudon wanting to be paired up with these imprisoning Pokemon. But yeah, also holding Citrus Berry. Like, there's so many interesting sets in this one team.
Especially too, for Tang, this is something that is a little bit more familiar. There's not necessarily too many people that are out running this Sun variant with this Jump Bluff, but this is something we got to see out of him from Worlds. And I mean, it is, when you see a Sun team with Jump Bluff, it is so strong for a reason. Jump Bluff and just the ability to be able to shut things down and even just have the speed control with the Tailwind is so nice on this team. And it's really nice too, paired up with a couple of these really strong attacking options. There's so many Pokemon that can really utilize this Sun. Chi-Yu, well, you have your super strong fire type attacks, Fluttermane, being able to get that Photosynthesis boost, the Raging Bolt as well. Like, there's so much synergy here with the Sun that I'm really excited to see. And of course, when you are talking about that Calyrex set that does have that Imprison, it's a Pokemon too that if you are looking at that slower pace, that trailer's trying to play in, well, something like the Leech Seed for that longevity can really make sure that you can play at that pace as well.
Yeah, I love how you pointed that out because it's not really apparent at first glance like that everything takes advantage of Sun, but it's true. Everything except for Calyx Ice Rider really benefits from the Sun in some shape or form. The jump bluff here actually seems to be one of the matchups where it might be the least oppressive because there's a Miraidon on the other side being able to, not only set the electric terrain, but also threaten really strong electric type attacks into it. And I think it makes sense that we see the Groudon come out here, which pretty hard to check over from Aaron's side.
Right away, starting with 3.5 restricted Pokemons. Let's give our respect over to Raging Bolt, as Sun is going to come out over on Justin's side of the board, though. Of course, we have to see all the activations out here. And for Aaron, that is first going to be, well, electric terrain with that Miraidon and the electric seed for the Strapagos to furthermore help us stick around.
Yeah, pretty awkward position, I think, for Aaron's perspective, like where you want to Volt Switch. If you want to Volt Switch, you want to go into the Raging Bolts because it would be immune for the Groudon, but then the Raging Bolt could protect, and then you could eat a pretty big Precipice Blades. On the other hand, you could go for something like a Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt to KO it, but of course, there's a risk that it would protect. If you want to go into the Groudon, it's holding the Slot Vest item, so it's going to be able to shrug it off pretty well. And on the other hand, this Raging Bolt's really strong now, right? It has the boost from the Sun, and it also has the boost from the electric terrain. You can turn both the Sun and the terrain off with the Terrapagos Terrestrialization, but you'd be committing that pretty early on. And I'm not sure if that's you. I think you want to be really careful when you terrestrialize your Terrapagos on a Sun team because Sun is so central to Justin's strategy, as you pointed out earlier. You want to be really pinpoint precise on when you decide to get rid of the Sun.
Well, we're saying we do not want that Sun around at all. Right away, terrestrialization will be spent. Terrapagos, well, it's going to get terrifying. And of course, with that Terraform Zero, we are getting rid of all of these nasty field effects. You've already gotten your boost for yourself. You don't want the other Pokemon to have that as well. As called out, though, that Raging Bolt, the only viable option to Volt Switch into is going to go for the Protect, but never the target. Draco Meteor in Groudon instead, but as called out as well, that Assault Vest just makes sure you're not doing much damage at all. And Precipice Blades in return, not enough for a one-hit KO, but oh so much damage. At least with the Terrapagos, sure, you're not fishing for KOs this turn. You're looking to start setting up to make sure on these next coming turns you can do the most.
Yeah, you can see the one anti-synergy that you can see with the Miraidon Terrapagos teams, which is that if you terrestrialize your Terrapagos, you lose the damage output from the Miraidon. It would have done more than half into the Groudon, and next turn, I guess you wouldn't be threatening a KO since your special attack would be dropping. But I think, it makes sense that Aaron went for that because if the Raging Bolt decided to attack that turn, it would have done a lot of damage with those damage rolls that I talked about earlier. But I think he's still in a pretty good spot, like having taken very little damage on the Terrapagos and getting a Calm Mind up. Means like the matchup into the Raging Bolt is a lot better now, and with the Sun gone, really able to mitigate a lot of damage, especially if there's a Sinistcha or Incineroar ready to switch in. There's a lot of support ready for this little turtle here.
And Miraidon, it has that special attack drop. It's not going to really do too much damage. So Sinistcha hitting the field instead would be able to take any majority combination of hits quite well and bring this Terrapagos back up to full health. Precipice Blades will be one of those attacks that it can shrug off pretty well. Terrapagos has that earlier defense boost, and Thunderbolt as well. Sinistcha, it gets brought down to about a third of its health, but that still seems relatively fine because Terrapagos has virtually just gone, well, undamaged. Terra Starstorm now, we have that special attack boost, and it will be hitting into both of these Pokemon. Bring Raging Bolt down to a considerable amount. Groudon will go down next turn if it takes that hit.
Yeah, really good switching in for Aaron there, soaking up not only the Precipice Blades, but also the Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. As you said, the Terrapagos basically not taking that much damage. It basically took 0 damage between the Hospitality game from earlier, and now threatening a double knockout onto both the Groudon and the Raging Bolt. If Justin wants to set the Sun again for those Pokemon that really like to benefit him, you'd have to probably take a +1 Terra Starstorm in that slot. So yeah, really, really good turn for Aaron. Now the Sinistcha has a lot of flexibility because it just provides that support to Terrapagos. There's not really a knockout being threatened onto the Terrapagos here, so Aaron can protect the Sinistcha, switch out for something else in the back. And also another important point is that the Raging Bolt was faster than the Terrapagos, which is something that both players would want to take note of because naturally Terrapagos is supposed to be a little bit faster.
At this point, too, the Sun, needing it for maybe later on, will just be a little switcheroo as Calyrex Ice Rider. Oh, the double switch, though. Okay, this means that the only momentum that Justin can take this turn is just this double switch. It will be jump up in the back, so again, imperative that you get that Sun up least for the switch, the Senesha isn't doing too much. But it does mean both of these Pokemon hitting the field will be taking this hit. How much it's going to do? Well,
Wow.
Jumpluff won't be able to survive another one of those.
Yeah, and the Jumpluff, a little bit surprising to me to see since, yeah, the Miraidon is such a good check into it. And I guess you want to see the Jumpluff come in right after the Calm Mind happened, right? Because then you can lock the opponent into the Calm Minds and not be able to attack again. But it feels like it came out just maybe 1 or 2 turns too late, where now the Tropico is already set up. Yeah, you could lock it into Terra Starstorm, and that's just not going to be really enough. And as long as Aaron makes sure that he has the Electric Train up while the Jumpluff is on the field, then there's no risk for the Tropicos to go to sleep. So I think it makes sense that, yeah, he would be risking the Miraidon here.
I mean, Miraidon will re-hit the field at this point, and speed control over on Justin's end. Jumpluff has a decent amount of speed, and we're not looking at the most of it over on Trailer's end, so it makes sense it would outspeed, and that's going to allow this Calyrex Ice Rider to take the hit as well. Miraidon, just a sacrifice, as it will go down instantly, but again, just not too much damage has been done onto this Trapagos. Now a Terra Starstorm yet again. The only thing this Jumpluff will have been able to do is be able to set that Tailwind. Calyrex, again, is just taking a lot of damage turn after turn.
Yeah, it's you can see the Electric Seed from the Tropicos pay off dividends here, because with the Calyrex getting the attack boost here, it becomes a little bit scarier, but because just that extra boost in defense means that it has more than half its health left, could recover even more from the Sinistra if it wanted to. And yeah, it's just such an interesting battle of like offense versus defense, where clearly like Justin's just trying to push as much damage onto the table to overrun the Tropicos, but Aaron just has such a strong, defensive backbone, whether it's the Miraidon that can set up the electric terrain, it's a Sinistra that can heal this Tropicos, which, as we can see, it has so much HP.
At this point, though, eyeing up the Sinistra and the Incineroar that Aaron still has, it's a lot of eggs in the Terrapagos basket at this point. Sinistra re-hitting the field, again, will bring this HP up even again. So, again, the Terrapagos has not taken much. But that is going to be your main way of dealing damage to get through these 3 remaining Pokemon over on Justin's side.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me nervous when I see things like this is like, okay, like Aaron looks like pretty favored here, but all it takes is one critical hit to do a ton of damage, right? Like the Calyrex is boosted, the Raging Bolt is also boosted with the Electric Terrain. If you can ignore that +1 defense boost or +1 special defense boost, that can quickly, kind of steamroll through the rest of Aaron's Pokemon, because, he's invested so much into this Tropicos. If it goes down, the game plan's basically over. He just doesn't have that many offensive Pokemon, so the fourth, as we saw, was Incineroar, just not going to be able to carry the team. So really needs to make sure that he manages his risk very appropriately and opens himself up to as little critical hits as possible. And Justin, on the opposite side, is just trying to get as much offense, get as many attacks out so that he has one more extra opportunity to get that critical hit, get that paralysis, etc.
I mean, that last turn, everything on the field except for that Calyrex going for the Protect now. So this gets interesting because for this Raging Bolt, I mean, even just for anything on Justin's side of the field, like we do have a little bit more of that speed. But Raging Bolt, just another swap.
Yeah, it's going to basically sacrifice the Groudon, so now you get the Sun Up, really setting up for that Raging Bolt to come in the back, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. We see their Sinistra go for the Rage Powder, wanting to soak up the Raging Bolt damage, so it makes sense that Justin would want to switch out there.
Glacial Lance, though, this is going to be the dual hit, so Rage Powder doesn't do anything, but Terrapagos was not. Terrapagos was spared from the critical hit. Sinistra was not. So if that's going to go any which way, well, it's good it happened how it did, because it would KO anyways. That'll be a second Chilling Day boost, give it over, though. But eyeing up this Terra Starstorm and the amount of damage that has been done, okay. Actually, it's not going to be enough after that prior Citrus Berry recovery. So Groudon does go down, but the Calyrex sticks around for one more turn.
Yeah, I think this turn is going to be interesting because when you're face down with a Fake Out here and you have 2 Pokemon that can protect, it's very... Oh, I guess we don't have a Protect on the Calyrex, so that's interesting. Yeah, so Justin doesn't have that option. So Aaron, if he wanted to, can knock out this Calyrex this turn if he wanted. So it seems to me that Justin has one more opportunity to get a critical hit. Aaron can stop a attack coming out from either the Raging Bolt or the Calyrex, but the other one will be able to move before the Tropicos thanks to the Tailwind. So if he can get through this turn without getting a critical hit, it can change everything. Oh, wow. Justin Tang calling out, saying, I think you're going to fake out into my Raging Bolt.
So Raging Bolt has protected, and Justin Tang is going to get it right. Aaron trying to target down the fake out into that slot, and notably, Calyrex did not protect. So Glacial Lance, once again, no critical hit though. So it's a Tropicos that is still going to be at an okay amount of health for that, and can fire a response with this Terra Starstorm. And of course, Raging Bolt stays safe, but now we have gotten to the point where so much damage has been done onto this Calyrex. Only one Pokemon on Justin's end of the board.
Yeah, and with how low this Raging Bolt is, and seeing how, yeah, Incineroar has access to a Dark-type move, I think, no matter what kind of critical hits that Raging Bolt can dish out, I think Aaron would be able to take home the 1v1 at the end. So, yeah, like, really interesting game again of like all this offense coming out from Justin. Could it get through the the defense on Aaron's side, and in the very end, in the very last turn where Justin got that call correct, it just wasn't enough.
I mean, we'll go for the Terraformation at this little endpoint, and called out the speed earlier. Thunderbolt will take down this Terrapago, so at least you end off taking it out, right? But again, you've taken so much damage on this Raging Bolt. There's going to be that Life Orb recoil. And with knockoff on this Incineroar, that'll be enough for Aaron Traylor to put himself up 1 in the set.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking from like Justin's perspective, like how do you adapt from here? Like it didn't feel like Jump Pluff was really worth it. Like sometimes you want to bring a Tailwind setter just so that you can get the Tailwind up and then really ride the momentum of the Tailwind to overwhelm your opponent, and you're really okay taking that Pokemon deficit. But it just didn't feel that worth it for Justin because I don't think his offensive pieces were strong enough to like fully take advantage of the Tailwind, and a lot of his Pokemon are just naturally faster than Aaron's Pokemon. I think Miraidon is really the only Pokemon, especially out of his brings, that are faster than the majority of Justin's Pokemon. As we saw, even the Raging Bolt is faster than the Terrapagos, so maybe he'll realize, okay, I actually don't need Tailwind as much as I initially thought. Maybe I can bring something that's a little bit more offensive. Flutter Mane doesn't seem that appealing to me other than to get like an Icy Wind off because, yeah, it's just not going to get the kind of boost that you want. But Chi-Yu is pretty interesting to me. You have a Choice Scarf that can get Snarls off, Snarl being really important into a double restricted pairing that is both special attacking. So that could be another adaptment. But yeah, I think not having Protect on the Calyrex Ice could also be a little bit tricky because you can't even go for that Leech Seed into the Terrapagos and try to stall it outright. Like you're going to just keep taking damage because you can't Protect.
I mean, even just going back to the beginning of that game, we got to see a lot of damage dealt, but not quite enough. And it was never really damage in the Terrapagos that made any sort of significant impact, right? So sure, the Miraidon takes a lot of damage, maybe doesn't deal the most in return, but Terrapagos makes it out of that turn relatively unscathed, right? You set up your Calm Mind, you bring your Sinisha in, and everything else just kind of seems like this big distraction for what really is the main event, which is this Terrapagos that it now had that Electric Seed defense breeze, it now has this Calm Mind boost, and it just never looked like it was in danger, right? So maybe targeting down or making sure your lead can target it down, not let it get away with that.
Yeah, and speaking of getting away with that, like, Justin could have switched in that jump up a little bit earlier, right? Like as soon as that first Calm Mind went up saying, boom, I'm going to threaten you with this Encore. And especially since the Sinistra Rage Powder not follow me means that it can't redirect Jump Bluff's Encore. Like you are immune to the Rage Powder effects. So it definitely is an option for Justin. And now I'm wondering if Aaron decides to lead with Terrapagos again, is he going to want to go for that same move and potentially be trapped into Calm Minds?
Okay, a switch up though going into this. Said the Flutter Mane maybe wasn't the the greatest option, but will be prioritized going into this one. And that's going to be one thing with this team is when you get the Sun, Flutter Mane is a Pokemon that can benefit so much from it, being able to right away get that boost and pressure from here on out. So a way to maybe try and pressure, it definitely would pressure into this Miraidon.
Yeah, it's another awkward turn for Aaron where he wants to maybe go for a Volt Switch, get rid of the Focus Sash on the Flutter Mane, but can very easily protect. I think it was a little bit more obvious, so to speak, for Justin to go for Protect in that slot in Game 1 because you're threatened by that Draco Meteor getting a KO. But here it's a little bit more like opaque to me, where the Flutter Mane could easily attack if it wanted to, maybe go for an Icy Wind, go for a Moonblast to get some big damage onto Terrapagos before it gets that Calm Mind up. And yeah, this Groudon's still pretty well positioned here. Again, yeah, I'm not sure if that jump left was going to come in to potentially check that Calm Mind, but we see that there's no switches up from either player.
And no switches. We're just taking this turn how it is. And the Fluttermane that would have loved that sun is about to get it taken away as yet again terrestrialization on this very first turn coming out from Terrapagos. Sunlight is gone, and so is this terrain. Now, from where it goes from here, Fluttermane will protect, so not looking to really pressure with this Pokemon and maybe anticipating a hit into it. And that's going to show to be true. Miraidon Volt Switch. So not only do you no damage, but you're also stuck on the field, which means you will eat this Precipice Blades. It took it last time. It'll survive again through this. But Aaron, notably, is not going to go for a setup. Instead, right away, trying to get some damage out on the board, going for this Terra Starstorm. Again, it's just going to be Groudon taking the hit. And, I mean, with the Assault Vest, it's barely any damage.
Yeah. At face value, with this kind of setup, it would be really tempting to click that Calm Mind because, yeah, like you have two Pokemon that aren't threatening a lot of immediate burst into you, but Aaron's saying, yeah, I want to respect that jump lift potentially being in the back and going for that attack instead, and it ends up being a pretty good turn for Justin getting a lot of damage onto that Miraidon. And I wonder now, you know, does Aaron think he's safe? Does he think that there's no jump left in the back? Can he start setting up those Calm Minds? Because, yeah, that would be very, very beneficial for him.
Yeah, you now know 3 of the 4. Volt Switch will find its mark into the Fluttermane, so doing some good amount of damage, but notably as well a little bit of a switch. And we get to see we are running back the same game plan from game number 1, aka we have a lot of support for this turtle. And as well, I mean, it's going to be Incineroar to hit the field to also do a really good Intimidate onto the Calyrex on the opposing end. Will take the Moonblast as well. Won't deal quite half health, but Terra Starstorm, again, no boost coming on out. And Fluttermane's not knocked out, and Calyrex just takes that hit so well.
Yeah, I think it's actually not bad for Aaron to see that Fluttermane not go down because, again, it just doesn't, it's not really pressuring a lot of burst onto either of these Pokemon, and it gives Aaron one more turn to reposition, bringing in a Sinistra maybe not so great into the Calyrex right here, but has the opportunity to fake out here. Again, with the Calyrex not being able to protect, you know, he could get a lot of damage onto that Calyrex if he wanted to do that. But it makes sense that he would want to preserve his Fluttermane for a little bit later into the game here.
Yeah, already taken so much damage. It's going to be Groudon to re-hit the field. Something that, again, with the Terra Starstorms on the opposing end, it's really just not doing the most amount of damage. So you get to preserve the Fluttermane. Groudon can soak up this hit. But also, this Calyrex hasn't been stopped in its tracks, so it's going to be enough damage to take it just into Citrus Berry range. It'll leave it about where it was, but it doesn't get flinched. No fake out means a Leech Seed. So if we're looking at longevity on the board for Terrapagos, it is no longer there. And Knockoff is just not doing the most amount of damage. We already ate that berry.
Yeah, I guess if the remove order was slightly different, it would have been a lot of damage to the Calyrex. Maybe not knocked out, but having done so much more damage with that knockoff, not only that, but also not eating its Citrus Berry like you identified. So yeah, if that was a parting shot maybe, then you'd have an interesting situation where Aaron would be able to Volt Switch for sure this time if he wanted to, since there's a Pokemon that can't protect rank to the Groudon. But now, really being faced down with a lot of pressure, this Groudon going to be able to do a ton of damage into this Incineroar that cannot terrestrialize since it was used on that Terrapagos. And this Terrapagos is Leech Seeded right now, so yeah, pretty scary position for Aaron. I wonder if he wants to switch out the Terrapagos since there's no Calm Mind set up yet, and the opportunity cost is not so big.
Yeah, you definitely don't want your Pokemon to be Leech Seeded. That's going to be sticking around, but then it's also kind of an awkward spot because of the amount of pressure that these Pokemon can do into anything swapped in.
Yeah.
And so it's a rough one. Precipice Blades from the Groudon is going to prove true to that, but oh my goodness, Terrapagos, critical hit, takes so much damage. Miraidon goes down. Now just the one Pokemon out on the field. Does go for the Calm Mind, but I think it's just a little too late for that critical hit. And this Calyrex that hasn't gotten to move. And of course, when you're eyeing up the Leech Seed damage that's going to take effect at the end of the turn, if we even make it there. Single target now, Terrapagos goes down. And now we just have supporting Pokemon with, well, no big bad restricted left to support.
Yeah, I like we talked about it, since there's so much pressure on the Trap Ghost to get damage down. As soon as it goes down, you know, you have these two support Pokemon that just really can't face down these two restricteds over on Justin's end. I think on a lot of other matchups, maybe Aaron can rely on the Miraidon for offensive output because Justin has, you know, Sash Flutter Mane, has Raging Bull that can resist electric type attacks, has Groudon that has, you know, a notoriously good matchup into the Miraidon. Just can't rely on it as like a you know, a secondary weapon, so to speak, as much as he can in other matchups. So there's a lot of pressure on this Terapagos, and I wonder if the fourth Pokemon on Justin's end is that Jump Left Sierra. Like, he was accounting for this entire time, but what if it's just like Raging Bull?
Right? But, and I mean, at this board state, I mean, you know he's going to try and take out these Pokemon and never gets revealed. But yeah, if he was playing so carefully to just make sure that you're never going to get Encore locked by something like that Jump Left, I mean, it worked out so well. And by the time it's like, okay, well, this feels relatively safe. Justin's not bringing in this Pokemon. I haven't seen this fourth Pokemon yet. The Pokemon had just taken, the Terapagos had just taken too much damage. It hadn't really accomplished much. So we'll get into closing moments of this match. Two Pokemon left for Aaron on the field. And now, well, Terastallization coming on out for Justin's end. They might be supportive Pokemon, but there's still a little bit that can be done, and you got to make sure that you're closing this one out strong. Groudon doesn't get to do much on this turn. Terastallization, well, Sinisha with the Shadow Ball is going to hit into it for really just not that much damage. And the Glacial Lance in return, it won't necessarily do the most either because of the Intimidates that have come on through, but Sinisha still takes a lot.
Yeah, makes sense for Justin to go for that very safe water Terastallation on the Calyrex. The Sinistra, very unique in not having the typical Matcha Gotcha, the signature move that it's known for, having Shadow Ball to check those Calyrexes, but since Justin didn't expend his Terastallization yet, able to have a lot more defense into the Sinistra. Precipice Blades, is it going to be able to knock out this Incineroar here? I think every Precipice Blade has hit so far, so maybe Aaron thinking, okay, surely in the game 3, there's going to be some that are going to miss.
Don't put that energy out here is all I'm saying, okay? We already have enough trouble with Bleak Wind Storms and Regulation I. We don't need to hear it from Groudon as well. I mean, that's just going to be so much damage into Incineroar. We want to talk about misses. I think you jinxed the wrong person.
Well, I think Aaron was okay to see the miss happen there over any other. Yeah, and also with that critical hit earlier, also making a pretty big difference. So you can see Aaron thinking a little bit, saying, yeah, I'm not sure I can bring this one back, so let me think of my game plan for game 3. I think Justin identified maybe not a weakness, but noticing that the Leech Seed is particularly effective on that Terapagos, not only because it's a set of Pokemon, but because it has a really big HP stat, right? So Leech Seed being able to take out a percentage rather than a hard HP number means that Justin's Pokemon can recover a lot. So I wonder if he can maybe position the Miraidon in front of the Calyrex. If he can do that, Calyrex can't even Terastallize out of, you know, getting hit by a strong electric type attack. And that means he can check that Calyrex Ice Rider before it can get that Leech Seed off. So curious to see how the position is going to be different and whether if we'll see that Toxapex in game 3.
Oh, that would be an interesting one for sure. I love to see where Aaron can take this in game number 3 because, yeah, in game number 2, I mean, you called out that Leech Seed, the fact that we didn't even get that setup, and then just the pivoting on Justin's end as well. Something like the Groudon, when it doesn't eat a Draco Meteor on the first turn, has so much staying power in this match thanks to that Assault Vest, right? So the targeting from Aaron to try and Volt Switch into the Flutter Mane instead that it just protected, well, you didn't really get to accomplishment, and it really left a big piece of the puzzle for Justin. So healthy. So once we got into later points of the match, well, you could switch it out. You could switch it back in to be eating these hits. And Terapagos without those boosts just really wasn't that damage potential. So going into the game 3 now, I'm curious where this could go, especially too for Aaron. He never really did get to figure out what that fourth Pokemon was, and that changes things a lot.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is that Justin's team feels pretty weak into Intimidate more than I would expect. The Calyrex Ice Rider known to have something like Clearing Amulet so that you aren't taking those attack debuffs from Intimidate, but this one actually has Citrus, and the Groudon has the Assault Vest item, so also a little bit more defensive. So maybe Aaron could leverage the Incineroar a little bit more aggressively and maybe even lead it, right? Because there's a lot of Pokemon that don't want to see that Intimidate, and it's pretty good defensively as well. Over on Justin's end, I mean, the Groudon feels really, really good, right? Like, there's no Pokemon that can hit it for super effective damage over on Aaron's side. I guess the Ogerpon can sort of free ride onto the onto the Sun. But that's basically it. It's really hard to punish a Groudon lead. So from Justin's perspective, do you have that jump off in the back? Like, I don't think even as viewers we figure that out in game 2. So does Aaron want to go for the Calm Mind or not? Like, I'm actually really excited to see the first few turns here. I think it can determine the momentum for the rest of the game.
I mean, it definitely did in game 1 and game number 2.
Yes.
Again, Aaron has such a Terrapagos-focused team, and really being able to set it up for success or not has been, I mean, little in these last couple of matches. But I'm curious then with where we can see these adjustments come out and if it's going to be enough. Reminder, both of these trainers are sitting at 5-0. So a win here would not only keep them undefeated, which is always great, but will put them into phase 2 of our competition. Lock that up for our final Scarlet Violet event. Let's get into it, figure out what's going on. Fluttermane Groudon yet again for Justin, and Terrapagos and Miraidon for Trailer.
Yeah, Justin Tang saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Aaron saying, yeah, I'm going to be able to solve this lead, even though I lost with it in game 2. So pretty interesting here. Yeah, it's like the Incineroar is not a great switch in to want to take a Precipice Blade. On the other hand, Sinistcha is not a bad position here either. But again, I think the question for me is, does Aaron go for the Calm Mind or not? Because I felt like even though he was attacking, right, it was a more passive game 2 for him where he just kept attacking these Terra Starstorms. They just don't do enough damage when you don't have that boost there. But we don't see a switch in from Jump Bluff, so Calm Mind here could be big.
Yeah, but it is a Fluttermane that protects and not going for the damage on the Groudon. Instead, again, trying to find this pivot, trying to find that damage onto that Fluttermane. It is not going to be successful. Going on the opposing end, though, no Terra coming out from Trailer means that, all the trains stick around. Terrapagos takes no damage, but Miraidon, again, a hefty fee to sticking around on the field. It will be a Calm Mind, though, so Terrapagos, no Terastallization spent, and it will get the special defense and special attack boost for the next turn.
Yeah, that was a pretty heads-up play for Aaron to not Terastallize Terrapagos turn 1 like he did in the first 2 games, because here he's able to maintain the Terra Shell, able to take that resistant damage from that Precipice Blades instead of neutral. And now also, if he decides to Terastallize, this Miraidon will be able to attack before the Fluttermane, since the Terastallization will be able to get rid of the Sun, and the Miraidon will be able to pivot out before the Fluttermane can attack. So we'll be able to maintain that Miraidon and maybe bring in something like the Sinistcha to heal up the Terrapagos while also providing it some pretty good support. And yeah, really, really important that he got that Calm Mind up there while that Jump Bluff nowhere to be seen from Justin's end.
I'm still worried about those Groudon, though, and just not really taking any damage on that first turn, because again, even if it will be taking a bit more coming out from these Terra Starstorms, it still has an Assault Vest and is been so well matched up against this Pokemon. It will be now Terastallization, so Terrain is gone, the Sunlight also gone, and Fluttermane just a little bit more vulnerable out on the field, as yeah, we can just go for this Volt Switch once again. Dealing a little bit less than last time. We got 2/3 of our health left, but this is where we can see either the Incineroar, maybe not if you're expecting the Precipice Blades, but the Sinistcha would definitely be nice to get all of that health back. But Incineroar would give an Intimidate.
Yeah, I guess with Sinistcha, you'd get a little bit more value if the Terrapagos had taken a little bit more damage later, getting that full 25% of the Hospitality. And maybe also just judging that, yeah, maybe Incineroar is a little bit more expendable for Aaron. And connecting both Precipice Blades again for Justin's. Yeah, wow, this Incineroar, really, really good training here, taking both those strong attacks and firing off with this Terra Starstorm. Is it going to KO that Fluttermane? It didn't without the boost earlier. Oh, and it's the knockout.
Fluttermane goes down. Groudon is going to be able to soak up the hit, and Incineroar making it through the turn. I didn't think it was going to be able to take the Precipice Blades, but sure enough, Incineroar almost always somehow survives through the craziest of turns. And now Fake Out Pressure from Aaron going on to this next. A change up from Justin, though, as Chi-Yu will be coming out. And this one gets interesting because not only is there a lot of strong offense here, you have speed with the Choice Scarf, and there is also options like Snarl to mitigate what this Terrapagos can do.
Yeah, Snarl seems really high value here because Incineroar's so low, even though it resists it, probably in range of that Snarl, and also be able to lower that Terrapagos special attack. So that seems like a move that's pretty tempting to go for. And we see that Chi-Yu does have access to that Ghost Terastallization, so does Aaron have the bravery to go for the fake out there, and does Justin want to go for a Ghost Terastallization, which would mean that, yeah, the Tropicos would be able to hit it for super effective damage.
Ooh, no fake, no Terastallization, so fake out very good here into this Chi-Yu. And Terra Starstorm now in response. Chi-Yu isn't necessarily the bulkiest of Pokemon, can't go on any offense this turn, but does stick around. But again, these Calm Mind boosted Terra Starstorms are just stacking up so much more damage than what we saw in game number 2. Even the Calyrex on the switch-in was brought into just below half. It recovers thanks to Citrus Berry, but there's still so much damage.
Yeah, I think what I'm most curious about now is how are the Chi-Yu and the Miraidon trained? If Chi-Yu and Miraidon are both trained to be as fast as possible, then the Miraidon would be able to be faster than it because they both have the Choice Scarf. But if the Miraidon is supposed to be as bulky as possible, and maybe the Chi-Yu is supposed to be as fast as possible, there's still a chance. But if the Miraidon is faster than the Chi-Yu, then there's a pretty nice attack into the Chi-Yu slot, going for a Draco Meteor that will do damage into both. But yeah, we see the Snarl here that was really, really high value, as we identified earlier.
I mean, and Cinnamoroar, maybe it stuck around for one more turn than you would like, but on just a sliver of health will be enough to take it down. But Terra Starstorm now, again, now you'll be a neutral, but
getting
still,
that Beads of Ruin is pretty important here.
Yep, and that is still, I mean, Chi-Yu is already so low, and the Calyrex, I don't think it takes another one of those.
Yeah, but I think this is where the, I was going to say the lack of protects over on Justin is going to bite, but with the Trick Room up, now everything is different. Now I don't think Aaron wants to bring in that Miraidon. He's forced to bring in that Sinistra. And it's going to be a question of, is Tropicos going to be able to withstand the attacks coming out from the Groudon in the Calyrex? Thanks to Electric Seed and also this Hospitality boost, it's looking pretty good, but again, there can always be a critical hit.
We keep putting that energy out there in the universe, and we've seen it go wrong once or twice. Really quite interesting, especially too, I mean, we've seen how much damage these Pokemon have been doing, and with the defense boost that the Tropicos has, it's been kind of scary, right? And even if you try to single target, there is always the redirection from the Sinistra if you're trying to go for something with the Groudon, so it's a tough one. Tropicos is probably good through this.
Yeah, I think based on the speed, the Calyrex will definitely be faster in Trick Room. But yeah, let's see if it'll be able to take these attacks. I think it'll have to take at least 2 Calyrex attacks. Oh, but we see the Leech Seed miss the Tropicos. This is huge.
Yeah, instead of going all the offensive with it, Leech Seed to try and make it through, but it is going to miss. The damage comes on out. Calyrex does hold on, so okay, that Snarl paying off huge. Now the Groudon, the only one from Justin's end able to actually go for an attack.
Wow.
And it is going to be the miss. It's been so accurate up until this point, but finally in the closing ends of game number 3.
Yeah, this is so funny to see all those critical hits in game 2 and the misses from the Will-O-Wisp from Aaron, because it's like, yeah, it was like kind of already over for him. He was happy to see that there. I think he's really happy to see the misses happening now because it's such an important moment. And yeah, we see the Glacial Lats come out, not even enough to get the Sinistra down to the Focus Sash. And yeah, no critical hits there. So let's see, maybe this Groudon will have one last time to attack, but nope, the Tropicos is going to be faster in Trick Room. And we see Aaron Trailer make it into phase 2 with this 6-0.
Congratulations to Aaron taking down game number 3 there. And I mean, Tropicos has been one of those restricted that has had varying levels of success. Sometimes it seems like the strongest Pokemon out there, which kind of how it felt like after that game 1, but then you really got to see the weaknesses of it in that game number 2. So learning how to adapt and overcome to take that game number 3 was huge. I mean, yeah, there was a couple misses at the end, but I still think that he was in such a strong position that not only for Justin would you have to connect the moves, but maybe even go for like fish for a critical hit, right? So even if it does feel a little bit bad in the match, I think it still would have been like okay.
Yeah, I think the critical hits is probably what Justin wanted to see. Maybe he was okay with a miss as long as there's one critical hit on the other side, but unfortunately not being able to get that. And yeah, I wonder like how what Aaron's thinking now is like, I wonder if I was, you know, just getting my head too much in game 2, just going for that Terra Starstorm instead of the Calm Mind. Maybe he didn't even bring that jump pluff in game 2 at all. And as we saw, yeah, as soon as you get one Calm Mind boost up in that game 1 and game 3, it's just so hard to get through this turtle, especially when you don't have fighting types, right? Like I feel like the big weakness of these Terapagos is the fact that you can't protect it from the Urshifu, and it's going to do super effective damage into you as you don't have your Terra Shell intact. And I think it was a big load off of Aaron's back to not have to deal with that, just having to think about a little bit of other things coming out from Justin's offense there.
Yeah, and even just looking at Justin's team across the board, like there's quite a few key Pokemon without Protect, which made things a little bit weird when the Incineroar came out onto the field as well. I mean, we're eyeing up the Choice Scarf Chiyu that, I mean, was faked out and didn't really get to do much. It did the one Snarl, but that was about it, right? We got to see kind of the pressure in the earlier matches with things like the Calyrex not having it. So definitely a couple of choices here that have proven so strong in the other matches, clearly at 5-1. But with this Incineroar and this slower style of team coming out from Aaron just wasn't enough here.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it's so important to think about like all these different matchups you can have, because it seems like the Calyrex Ice matchup is so good for Justin, right? Like you have Imprison, you're imprisoning the Leech Seed, you're imprisoning the Glacial Lances, okay? Like if you have high horsepower, it's just not going to be enough for you to justify bringing your Calyrex Ice Rider. So that Imprison is probably so important there, but I can only imagine he wished that was a Protect there so that there's no free fake outs, able to salt with those Leech Seeds a little bit better. So it's all these nuance. It's just one move, right? Imprison versus Protect. It just makes the entire matchup so different. So so fascinating, especially in these restricted formats where the power is just so high.
Really does. But I mean, Justin has been successful in the past with this team, so I'm sure even if, you know, would have liked to win that one, would have liked to get the phase 2 now, still more opportunities throughout the day. But for Dr. Aaron Trailer, 6-0 for the final Scarlet event here in NA, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with such an innovative team, right? We didn't get to see the Toxapex come in, but I'm sure that's such a good Pokemon into so many restricted. I mean, Zamazenta surely doesn't want to see that. The Kyogre doesn't want to see that. Like, there's so many Pokemon that has a good matchup into, and yeah, I can see why I didn't want to come here, because Groudon was the hardest Pokemon for Aaron to deal with on Justin's end, so it didn't really have its place there. But both these players just having these compositions that are so unique, like even Jumpluff, I think we saw a little bit more in Regulation G paired with Groudon, paired with Koraidon, but just didn't see it as much over in this regulation, so just really exciting to see both teams here.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get to see more of them, because I've really got to see that Toxapex at some point, even if it wasn't meant for this matchup. At least, like, you know, keep going on these wins, see you tomorrow, play the Toxapex then. I don't know. Let's go ask him, because now our interview is ready. Joe Brown is standing by with Dr. Aaron Trailer for our interview.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Yuki. We are joined by Dr. Aaron Trailer here in the lounge, and they're a little disappointed that there was no Toxapex on stream.
First off, please, Dr. Trailer is my mother. You can call me Aaron. And so, yeah, you know, I don't think, you know, Toxapex, it would have been sacrificed to so many Precipice Blades, and that Raging Bolt wasn't a Toxapex time. There are fairly few Toxapex times, let's be real.
I was just saying, have you been using Toxapex to much success in the prior rounds before this round 6?
It came to like 1, and it fainted to a Landorus Earth Power like immediately. So it was like, you know, kind of window dressing, honestly. But I believe my Toxapex is nicknamed Earl, and it's shiny, so it's hot pink. And that's, yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I'm rooting for Earl.
Hey, I think we're all rooting for Earl here this weekend, and it's putting in work. You're 6-0 right now. You've already secured your spot into phase 2. Tomorrow, the last Scarlet and Violet Regional. How are you feeling?
Well, hard to say anything but great. You know, that match against Justin was a huge nail biter, you know, like down to the very last turn. Like, really clever trick room by him, because I was positioned to let, you know, once everything fast went down, it was pretty easy for me to get Miraidon in, hit the Calyrex, and then I just, you know, my Pokemon clutched out for me, which I'm really happy about. But yeah, it's been, all my opponents have been so strong today, that's been kind of a roller coaster.
And then one thing the casters really focusing on throughout all 3 of those games was the concern of Jumpluff swapping in as you clicked Calm Mind. So was that something that was in the back of your head every turn, like, oh no, I might get punished for this?
Yeah, that's a great question, because yeah, it was definitely in the back of my mind, especially because I lost game 2 so quickly, I didn't even see the last Pokemon. I was like, that could have been Jumpluff the whole time. I had a feeling it was Chiyu. Well, I mean, after game 3, I was like, oh, maybe that's Chiyu. But like, yeah, I was terrified, but like, Justin is really strong, and I tried to keep my, like, I tried to just make it as hard for him to like, you know, go for it as possible. So the reason that there was so much time between me like being in a losing position game 2 and like the start of game 3 is because I'd like cooked up this whole thing like, okay, I'm gonna do Ogre Pawn because Ogre Pawn can redirect this Encore with a Sleep Powder if he tries for something like that. So I was gonna lead Ogre Pawn in Terapagos. Then I realized, oh my god, that just loses to what he just did. And so like with 7 seconds of the clock, it just yeah.
I think what's so fascinating with Terapagos is the second time we've seen it, or maybe the second or third. I think the second time we've seen it on stream today. But I think what's so difficult about it, if correct me if I'm wrong, but having to know the damage calculations is worse than just a regular Pokemon, Miraidon, like your Choice Scarf Miraidon. It just does the amount of damage it does. But you need to know how much it does at neutral, at +1, at +2, how much damage it takes at neutral, +1, +2 special defense. How do you do it?
And if you're ever wrong about one of those things, the House of Cards comes crashing down. For like one of my friends, I was working with one of my friends from high school actually. She lives nearby and like we were helping her prepare, and she was like, this game is so hard, you have to learn so much. And like, yeah, that's the hard part, you know, is like, if I don't manage all of those really carefully, like I can't do it. And so like, I had never clicked Terra Starstorm into an AV Groudon that was faster than my Pokemon before. Like, we were just gonna see what happened, and like, that's the fun part of it to me, you know?
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. And like the information reveal is always critical throughout the best of 3 like that. And one of the best players in the world in Justin Tang, certainly difficult. So like you kind of knew early on Toxapex was not slated for this matchup, but and you talked about the concerns with Jump Up, but how were you going to get through the Groudon, the Calyrex when they do potentially threaten you with solid or strong, super effective attacks?
I mean, the thing is, like, due to how Justin's Pokemon are trained, Incineroar was so strong there. And, you never want your Incineroar against, like, literally, like, the greatest ground-type Pokemon ever created. But also, like, it was really strong there, and I had to weave it in really carefully. In all 3 games, like, Miraidon, like, in Game 1, Miraidon did a Draco Meteor, and then it fainted. And then in Game, like, I switched it in, right, to protect Terapagos. And then in Game 2, it hit into Volt Switch, went down to Red immediately. In Game 3, I was like, no way he does it at the same time, because I was like kind of thinking like, oh, something will switch in. Boom. So yeah. Like, I don't know, I just like trusted the Incineroar, I think was like the way to make it through that team.
Yeah, no, Incineroar put a lot. I mean, Incineroar had that huge survival at the end of Game 3 as well. I think he hung on with like 9 hit points or something like that. So.
I'm very grateful. That's a bunch of. I'm gonna feed that Incineroar several Poffins after the tournament.
Absolutely deserved for the Incineroar. I wonder, as we're looking forward towards Pokemon Champions down on future regionals and internets and everything like that, the World Championships as well. I'm wondering what your excitement is for Pokemon Champions, and have you been truly locked in on Regulation I for this regional, or have you dipped your toes into our next game?
I've dipped my toes. I'll have you know I have over 100 wins on Venusaur, so I'm now the Venusaur Professor. That's right. It's oh my god, I like Charizard more. What am I doing? Like that's who I chose when I was like 3 years old. I gotta focus on Regulation I because that's what's in front of me, and then after this tournament wraps up, I will be very, I will enjoy Champions for everything. I can't wait for what's next for all of us. It's very, very exciting.
Oh, 100%. Really excited. And you might be the Venusaur Professor. Remember, there is that Watchog Professor out there.
Oh, I gotta watch out.
Definitely.
I gotta watch for the hog. Yeah.
Watch out for Watchog. We've been asking all of our players here in the lounge as we're wrapping up Scarlet and Violet. We're wondering what maybe some of your favorite memories from this era are. It could be a personal achievement or maybe something you watched throughout Scarlet and Violet. Like, when you look back on this generation of Pokemon, of VGC, what are you going to remember?
That's a lovely question because this generation of VGC has meant a lot to me. It has not, like, I had most of my success in Generation 6 and like a little bit in Generation 7, but like I haven't like had the results that I kind of wanted recently, but I did have a lot of really, really fun memories. Like, I mean, the first Miraidon regional, like how electric was that?
That was awesome.
And then this is the first time I ever went to Japan to play in like a local grassroots, which was an incredible, amazing experience when I was preparing for 2023 and 2024 Worlds. Gosh, just so much fun stuff. Like Lunar Blessing Cresselia, new move here, and like and so I'm really like, for me it's like I've used this one Miraidon since the very beginning of the regulation, and now we're here at the very end, and I just like I want to do it justice. I want to get at that chip that I know it can it's worthy again, you know?
All right, and you got 2 more matches, but before we get you out back onto the field, want to know your shout outs for any of your friends and family watching at home.
Oh, I would like to shout out all my friends and family. Like I mean, right here in the moment, it's like hard to think about anything other than getting out there and like preparing for the next one. But they're like, when you see somebody up here, you know that there is like so much that goes into like every moment, every button press, every, you know, mood that they have during the tournament, how they feel, and there's like just so much love. So there's a lot of love in my life. I'm very grateful for that, and I'm very grateful for everybody who is even just, you know, a small part of this tournament.
And we love seeing you have the success you have here this weekend in LA. Best of luck as you move on to phase 2.
Thank you very much.
Now, Aaron, I do believe we have a pretty exciting little segment coming up next. If you want to introduce
yes. Okay, so I would like to let you all go over to a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to Los Angeles Regionals by Scott Glaza. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to Dr. Aaron Venusaur and Joe for that lovely segment there, and excited to dig into that match. You know, really fun to see Aaron on stream. We've gotten to see him a lot over the course of this generation. Justin as well. But we'll see a little different this time. Shame we didn't get to see the Toxapex, but I think a lot of fun as we look at these teams on Team Preview once again. Not too much to say here. The Trapagos, Sinistcha, Toxapex thing has kind of jumped up more and more. If you're interested in seeing a game where the Toxapex does appear, we saw a little bit of a similar team with one of Aaron's fellow original members of the inaugural senior division of the VGC on the Hong Kong Master Ball stream last weekend. So you can check out that video on the YouTubes if you like. Other side of the field, you get a pretty traditional Groudon team, a little different than what we saw the previous time that Groudon was on stream with the more traditional Sun team. Not too much else to say about that. Looking a little bit closer at Aaron's team, though, the key thing to keep in mind here is that electric seed and the Calm Mind. I'll spare you watching the animation every time, but one thing to keep in mind is, yeah, you know, as long as that Terapagos doesn't switch out of battle, it does have that 1 level of boosted defense, and with a Calm Mind, as was able to be put on the board in both of the winning games for Aaron, an additional level of special attack and special defense as well. So it makes it really difficult to knock out. You know, Terapagos' stats are incredible after it goes through that terastallization and changes form. So really does get a lot out of these boosts. And, you know, this team is built to protect it as well as it can, right? You've got some very supportive Pokemon, the Incineroar, that fake out, and you knock off the Parting Shot, the Will-O-Wisp. You know, we see a lot of it in this format. Got to enjoy the last bit of it, as, you know, knockoff is fortunately going away in Pokemon Champions. And then that Sinistcha, which we see a lot in Pokemon Champions, not so popular here. So hey, Aaron mentioned he hasn't practiced a whole lot of the Pokemon Champions yet, but a very Pokemon Champions forward team here. And then, like I said, we didn't get to see the Toxapex yet, but a very interesting Pokemon. Infestation does damage, applies a damage over time effect, and traps the opposing Pokemon. So you can do some goofy stuff with that, especially against opposing Zamazenta. Maybe we'll get to see that later in the tournament. You know, just inside of the field, pretty traditional Sun team with, you know, the Jumpluff, which wound up being, I guess, more impactful as the specter of Jumpluff. We kind of weighed over all of Aaron's decisions rather than what it actually did on the field. But we will see it briefly in the first clip I have here, where Aaron is going to switch this Miraidon into battle. I thought it was kind of funny in this first game. This is kind of the decisive play as Aaron put the lock on finally, where the low HP Miraidon switches into battle, really just to turn that electric terrain active again. Winds up not mattering. The Jumpluff does not go for a Sleep Powder there onto the Terapagos, instead goes for the Tailwind, and support Miraidon kind of just goes down here. But I thought it was just sort of fun to think about, where usually in these 2 legendary Pokemon formats, we think so much about how these Pokemon are supposed to be these big damaging Pokemon, right? And you're supposed to build around them. But this is really, in a lot of ways, a 1 restricted Pokemon team. It is all about that Terapagos, and even Miraidon is there in large part to support Terapagos, that electric terrain, preventing any sleep moves. If you've played a Terapagos team, you know how annoying that can be, where you really need to be taking an action every turn, and then also kind of just getting that little chip damage earlier in the battles to help out Terapagos. In the next game, we see, once again, this Terapagos excited to get into its much larger and more exciting and colorful form here as it terastallizes. But this first turn doesn't go so well. You'll see the same thing kind of with both Game 2 and Game 3, where these 4 Pokemon face off with one another. The terastallization for Terapagos, as we haven't mentioned it already, removes all the field effects, so we see both the Sun and the electric terrain going away. In this game, that kind of just working against Aaron turn a little bit, where it does slow that Flutter main back down because the sun has gone away and deactivated photosynthesis, but attacking with that Volt switch into the Protect and then getting nothing because, as we've been talking about during the match and in the interview afterward, afraid to use that Calm Mind and the threat of a potential switch in from a jump bluff that could encore it, instead doing a Terra Star Storm, and Justin just gets this turn exactly right and sets himself on a path where he's going to slowly win this game. I believe we have a similar clip here from a little bit later in the match where we see the Terra Star Sword coming down from Terapagos, but without the help of that Calm Mind, it's just not quite enough damage. You see it kind of doing a trivial amount of damage to the other side, going to be a 5-ish hit KO, and that's just not going to be good enough here. The Citrus Berry activating for that Calyrex is critical here, I think much more so than the critical hit that happens in the subsequent turn. The Leech Seed goes down, and because the Citrus Berry is already activated, not only does it have the HP from that, but it halves the damage of its knockoff. If instead the Terra Starstorm had just left the Incineroar at 50.1%, there's a real world where the knockoff just knocks it off, and this is a 2-game set. But I think that's really the key move in this match, not so much the critical hit afterward, although perhaps Aaron would have been able to battle that. I do love the Leech Seed from the Calyrex of this matchup as well. Really powerful in a situation like this Terapagos where you only get that Electric Seed bonus once. So Leech Seed very likely to stick, or at very least have a huge impact by removing that defense boost, potentially opening up the ability of these mostly physical Pokemon to deal damage to that Terapagos. In the final game, we see once again...
Voltei, Thiago. Nós ainda estamos falando do round 6 ainda, né? Cara, faltam 2 rounds, é porque acabou tão rápido que eles tiveram que enrolar. Se não deixou o like, se puder deixar o like, deixa o like aí, gente. Tô vendo que foi. Oi. Pula. É pra tutorial. Cara, eu vou ver se tem esse jogo. gostei. Parece legalzinho. Tá. Legal, legal. Ah, tá. Ah, tá. Será que eu volto tudo? Ah, eu volto tudo, que bosta. Mas legalzinho o jogo, pô. Nossa, eu volto tudo, que maravilha. now. Pera, não dá pra pular aqui, não? Não, peraí.
Incredibly deserving trainers in the finals of the World Championships. And I felt like for both of them, especially, I remember you and I, Aaron, were talking about the fact that both Gio and James had actually been so invested into Koraidon as a legendary Pokemon in their restricted format. And so the two of them almost getting rewarded for that loyalty in that World Championships too.
And to do it in an arena, like, guys, that was crazy. And it's only getting bigger here as well. So what an experience that was. And for Gio, he had never won a VGC tournament before and said, you know what, I'm going to pick one win and pick the World Championships. And done pretty well.
Absolutely awesome time there in Anaheim last year. Can't wait for San Francisco as well. I think it's time to get a little plugged in on social media, guys. The Pokemon, I think the official Pokemon Champions X account made this post. And we're used to our top 12 usage for each one. Here we have our top 10 usage Pokemon from the Global Challenge that just happened last weekend. I'll run through the 10. Sneasler 1, Garchomp 2, Basculage 3, Kingambit 4, Cinnamon 5, Charizard 6, Aerodactyl 7, Archaludon 8, thank you Aaron, Sinistcha 9, and Pelipper 10. What do we think, team?
8, 9, 10, that's a pretty good trailer right there. That's in the same line.
I'll take no thank you, Aaron. First of all, I'm going to get the World Champions to kind of follow the
Mano, que massa. Cara, que da hora. Eu gostei de joguinho. Mano, eu vou anotar. Vou anotar. Eu vou jogar esse jogo online.
Hot dog taco hamburger. Hot dog taco hamburger. Hot dog taco hamburger. Why are there only 3 things on this menu? It's because the usage is so high for those particular Pokemon. Whatever you decide, a hot dog and taco and hamburger is up to you. But I mean, like pizza, we got to throw pizza in there. I think Kingambit's a pizza.
Sim, eu acho que não deveria ter descido aqui agora. Dragas. Salve, Dragas. Como é que você tá? Boa noite. Vem contigo. Daqui o ataque dela é muito fraquinho. Ele só mandou o famigerado 6-7 e vazou. legal, gostei. Voltou? Bem-vindo de volta, Alexandre. Mano, eu achei um joguinho muito da hora. Se pá, eu vou jogar ele em live, gente. Tava dando uma visualizada aqui no joguinho. Cara, que joguinho da hora. Vou até anotar o nome. Vou ver se esse jogo tem pra telefone. Caraca, que massa, cara. Daqui a pouco lança bem verso, mudaram até o símbolo do Omnidix. Sério? Caraca. E aí, tá preparado pra rejogar tudo de novo, Alexandre? Tá preparado pra rejogar todo ele de novo? Eu vou fazer o seguinte, eu vou pegar um negócio aqui pra comer e já volto, rapidinho.
Do Garchomp and Sneasler and Basque Legion, and then, you know, it intimidates
Gives a
King
defiant
Gambit so it
boost,
can go
yeah.
beat up all of its friends, so. What a time to be alive.
I know we were really kind of joking about it beforehand, but I really do wonder how long it's going to stay the trend that Incineroar is down that low. Because I think about where the meta ends up developing sometimes, and you know, is this still going to be the case where Sneasler is at the top? We already maybe suspect that it might drop a little bit if you're looking at like the top X% of players. But similarly with Incineroar, you know, how much is it really going to stay sat there?
I think it's a fascinating question because, for example, the team that won the global challenge, piloted by Federico Camporesi, one of our international champions, he like mentioned like, oh, this team is actually pretty Incineroar weak, and actually like having tried out a bunch of the top teams, like the best players in the game are building right now, a lot of them actually don't seem amazing into Incineroar, but I think part of what makes Incineroar harder in this format is that King Gambit is like one of the kings of the format, right? And so in this format, for example, you don't get punished for bringing in Incineroar. There's no threat of King Gambit or Milotic saying, hey, thanks for coming out and giving me a Defiant or competitive boost. But in the format that we're playing right now, it's like a lot of teams will have King Gambit or Milotic. And so it means that if you have Incineroar in your team, you actually have to be a lot more mindful about whether or not you bring it into battle versus it feels like most of the formats we played, like there's just not much to punish Incineroar, so it's super safe to throw onto a team.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if there's not going to be like a big skew in like the day 1 and day 2 usage stats of the first regionals that we run into, or like, you know, maybe day 1 looks a lot like this, and then, oh no, on day 2, like, Incineroar's back, it's 33%.
Yeah.
Like the Fluttermane jump scares we've had throughout Scarlet and Violet.
I do also think once Incineroar like starts rummaging on the ground and finds an assault vest and just puts it on, once that's in the game, I think that's going to help, right? Because, you know, you can have access to that 4th attack and have your better, hey, your Intimidate for physical, your special defense covered on the assault vest as well. I know Garchomp has been the topic of conversation for a lot of teams, either Scarf Garchomp on, you know, these Levitate Mega Delphox teams, or even on Tyranitar teams. You going back to the old day, Bright Powder, right? And the Sand Veil, the good old days is maybe something from the olden days would like to say. But like, why is it that Garchomp always performs so well in the low-powered format or low-power format event areas? Because there are other powerhouse Pokemon that have similar stats that do not nearly perform as well as it does every time these low-powered formats come around.
I mean, it matches up well in the format, right? I think kind of just ignoring everything else. Like, well, it has a type advantage against a lot of those Pokemon, right? Like being just faster than Charizard and, you know, being super effective on both of its forms. Like, pretty great. Like, God, Rock Slide spamming is so good right now, and Garchomp is so good at it. Like, it also, like, I think especially the way it's trained is really interesting. We're like, it was fascinating how fast this time trainers decided that Jolly Garchomp was for newbies, and the correct way to play Garchomp was to make it really bulky. But like, that's a hard Pokemon to get off the field, right? Where it starts feeling like Mega Scissor does. We're like, well, I hit this thing 3 times, like, go away.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think especially when you're looking at just how versatile Garchomp is as a Pokemon, you already brought it up. Like, what kind of moveset is it going to have? What item is it going to hold? I feel like there are at least 3 or 4 items that are completely viable on this Pokemon right now. On top of the fact that you can train it to be really bulky, or you can give it like Stomping Tantrum as an option to have, or Dragon Claw, or kind of a bunch of different moves. But yeah, it's just good.
Yeah, I think if you think about the move spread, like Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide, and then, I don't know, there's tech moves like Scale Shot, for example. Those can hit everything on our top 10 list for super effective damage or neutral damage, right? And like, it is the best Earthquaker in the format, and Earthquake is just one of the best moves in this game. And so combine that all into one toolkit, and the fact that there aren't that many super breaking, like you know, one hit knockout on
Voltei.
just make, I don't know, it's like Citrus Garchomp.
Daí, Alexandre.
Crazy concept because we didn't see that when Garchomp used to be popular with the pack pot against the Billy, and every time I fight against him, I'm like, why is it living every single attack I go into it? It's a testament to, yeah, like, this Pokemon's fast, it does a lot of damage and everything, but also can be quite
Thank you guys so much for helping us get through here. We're all ready for our round 7. Hopefully the viewers at home feel a little bit more prepared to talk about the top one we're going into Pokemon Champions. But let's get back to round 7 here in LA. Sierra, Yuki, take it away.
Thank you so much. I feel like we're all learning so much about Pokemon going to Champions, but again, we gotta focus.
Estamos a uma partida oficialmente chat de finalizar o dia 1. Navarro. Caraca, tem 1, 2. Caraca, tem 3 Just nesse regional. Meu Deus do céu. Nenhuma surpresa, o time é quase igual. Só o que muda é o Gepon. Pera. É o Chimpaô, Raging Bolt e o Gepon. Que o Seed Heart. O Seed Heart tem Chimpaô, Raging Bolt e a Whimsicott. E o Lois tem o Incineroar, Orgepon de fogo e Rillaboom. O time do mano Seed Heart, né? Singal. Zamazenta de Boosted Shield, Calyrex de Life Orb, Chimpaô de Focus Sash, Raging Bolt de Boost Energy, Urshifu de Água de Mystic Water e Whimsicott de Covet Cloak. E o time do mano Lewis Markle, né? Já Magenta de Wasted Shield, Calyrex Shadow de Life Orb, Incineroar de Rock Helmet, Org com Máscara de Fogo, Rillaboom de Assault Vest e o Shifu de Água de Choice Scarf. Ou seja, esse Shifu vai ser rápido. E aí, Alexandre, preparado para rejogar todo o jogo lá do Ben 10 de novo? Preparado, mas eu acho que não vai ter mais skin pro Omnitrix. Sério? Que triste, pô. Mas será que eles, ao invés de lançar skin pro Omnitrix, eles não vão colocar, tipo, versões do Omnitrix? Ou já tinha isso também? O que jogou tu deve saber mais ou menos. Eu acho que o Alexandre não ouviu minha mensagem. Não viu o que eu falei, né, no caso. Porque eu não sei se contava como versão, mas tinha do Ben 23, da Gwen e do Ouvido. Tecnicamente, a gente... Vamos lá, a gente tem 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A gente tem 7. Atualmente eu acho que são 7 versões do Omnitrix, é isso? Porque a gente tem a do Ben 10 clássico. A gente tem o Omnitrix clássico. Aí tem do Ben 10 Força Alienígena. Aí o Supremacia é o Super Omnitrix. Aí tem o Omniverse, que é o, né? Aí tem o do Albedo, o do Ben 23 e o do Ben 10.000. São 7, não são? Laranja. Hablas espanhol, Alexandre? laranja. Ficou engraçado. Eu acho que são 7 Omnitrix atualmente, não? Eu acho que são 7. Porque eu não conto a da Omnitrix da Gwen, porque é o clássico também, né? Então eu acho que não conta, Paulo. Não, Alexandre, eu tô perguntando se atualmente são 7 Omnitrix, eu não tô dizendo no jogo. Eu tô perguntando no universo de Ben 10. Que a gente conhece são 7, né? São 7 Omnitrix. Sem contar o da Gwen, porque o da Gwen conta como clássico também. Mas até onde eu... Cara, pela minha memória aqui, eu puxei rápido, são 7. Se tem mais algum, eu não tô lembrando. Olha, se a gente for contar o reboot, o que a gente não conta, a gente vai ter que contar o da Gwen também, né? Porque se contar o do reboot, são 7, são 9. Se contar o do reboot, são 9. Porque eu não cheguei a ver o reboot a fundo. Mas tinha uma parada meio viajada que o Kevin tinha um Omnitrix também, que ele mesmo fez, né, eu acho. Aí se for contar essa pira, esse surto inexistente... Cara, real, eu não sei quantos são. Mas eu acho que são... acho que... então, assim... Eu tô... contando sem repetir, são 7. Contando sem repetir, são 7. Pelo menos os que... Pelo menos o... Ah, também tem que levar em consideração, Alexandre, que o relógio do Ben 10.000 é da versão do Omniverse. Porque se for o Ben 10.000 da versão do Ben clássico, é o mesmo Omnitrix. Então, no caso, tem que contar a versão do Omnitrix do Ben 10.000 é a do Omniverse. Opa, salve Judson, boa noite, quanto tempo, cara? Como é que você tá? Metido? É aquele Omnitrix que ele tem nos 2 braços, aí ele eu acho que ele pode até combinar, né, alguns aliens, né? Ele pode combinar os poderes de alguns aliens, né? Eu lembrei de um agora aqui, Alexandre. Aquele do Ben 10.000 do Supremacia, conta? Porque o do Ben 10.000, ele só era o Ben e o relógio ficava aqui no peito. Ele, tipo assim, se ele, mas ele só tinha a característica e os poderes do Alien. Não sei se tu vai lembrar, mas a do Ben 10 Supremacia, esse Ben 10.000, né, o do futuro, ele usou uma vez o Enormossauro. O Omnitrix dele. Aí ficava aqui no peito, ele só girava, né? Só girava o círculo e meio que batia e de costas ficava tipo a animação do alien que ele se transformou. Dá pra considerar? Porque querendo ou não também é uma variação do Omnitrix, né? Lembra bastante entre o Omnitrix e o Super Omnitrix, né? Mas é uma variação, querendo ou não. Não consideraria? Ah, então são só 7 mesmo. São 7 as versões que eu lembro, mas Gwen, surto do Kevin e esse do Ben 10. Mais 3 de... Vamos considerar como cópias, então? Mais 3, então são 7 originais e 3 repetidos. Repetido não, né? Porque o Kevin nunca teve o Omnitrix. Nossa, Alexandre, lembrei de um aqui. Só não sei se ele é canônico. O Carnitrix é canônico? Agora me veio a dúvida. O Carnitrix é canônico? Não, o do reboot só... Eu só contaria só o do Kevin, né? Só ele. Aí o outro repetido seria da Gwen e esse do Ben que eu falei que ele só bate no peito, no caso. Agora me veio o questionamento. O Carnitrix é considerado oficial? É uma... não sei. Pera, o Carnitrix não é canônico. É uma AU. Ser o que? Alternative Universe. Se é um universo alternativo porque o Ben 23 também é um universo alternativo. Mais uma realidade, né, do que um universo. Não, mas é do mesmo jeito. Peraí que eu já volto.
Goes for a setup move, he is threatened Encore, and if you're being threatened Encore, well, you can get through it with Terra Dark, but if you're Terra Dark, Body Press is going to do a ton of damage.
There's a lot of weird things to potentially get locked into on this turn. Fake Out also included among them. It will be wide guard to make sure you go faster, but Encore instantly coming out after. That is always a big call, because if it was something else, well, I mean, it could be a little bit wonky, but now Rillaboom can't really do anything on this next turn, and sure enough, this Kali Shadow will go into Encore, into the Nasty Plot. Where it gets weird with the Encore, though, is you do have the Trastalization, which does mean that, well, I mean, you can go ahead and send that, and you can't get locked into anything.
Right. Yeah. Sid recognizing, okay, because your Rillaboom has such a bad matchup here offensively, you're just going to lean to support. I'm going to punch that with the Encore. And now you're threatening both a Tailwind Body Press into the Calyrex, but also an Encore. So, yeah, Lewis will have to protect here to make sure that it's definitely not going to be Encored or KO'd this turn. But I wonder if Sid is going to read that and try to push his advantage even further.
I mean, Rillaboom essentially forced to switch out. You're not really doing anything. And also Terrestrialization essentially forced out as well with that Dark Terra type to make sure that you just cannot get Encore locked into any sort of setup, right? Which does mean, well, I mean, anything like a body press down the line would do so much, but no encore. Instead, Tailwind to get the speed advantage on Sid's end and calling the terrestrialization, knowing it's so telegraphed that Lewis does not want to get locked into anything. Of course, the dark terrestrialization comes out, right? Then Prankster doesn't do anything, but goes for the body press, gets it right, and already a huge Pokemon advantage in this match.
Yeah, you can see Sid smiling there, and for very good reason. I mean, if you got that wrong, right? If it was just no terrestrialization, attacked, nasty potted again, I mean, Lewis was in a perfect position. Having Follow Me at full health next to it, Calyrex at full health, maybe at +4, maybe having done a bajillion damage already, but now it's completely different. Getting that read correct means that the setup was for nothing, and now Lewis only just has one restricted left, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. We still don't know the fourth Pokemon, I have to imagine, but I mean, Sid still has so much staying power on his side of the board. Terrestrialization for the Zamazenta to make sure that it is just going to be resisted damage coming out from both of the Pokemon on Lewis's end, but yet again, the encore, the MVP of game number 2. Rillaboom, again, is locked into this fake out on this next turn. Can't go into it any other type of attacking move. And Zamazenta with that terrestrialization is essentially that was a critical hit.
Wow.
That was a critical hit, man.
Yeah, this really goes to show how good Terra Dragon Zamazenta is into the Fire, Water, Grass core. Just being able to just all these attacks, and wow, you see the forfeit happen there. And that was just such an aggressive game from Sid. I mean, just calling Lewis turn after turn after turn. Like, encore turn 1. Tailwind body press into a ghost type turn 2. Encore into Rillaboom turn 3. I mean, every single turn he made a hard prediction that turned out to be correct. And yeah, it was just like unrecoverable, and Lewis saw that coming in. I'm still at a loss of words. Like, that was just incredible, incredible reading like a book.
I mean, Sid was a lot more active in the game during the early parts of Scarlet and Violet and the tail end of Sword and Shield, and I think he's just been busy with life, right? But at this point, it's probably for a lot of people's benefits that he's been a little too busy to play the game, because that game 2 was just incredible. I think that was the fastest match we've seen so far today, and we've seen a couple of really fast matches, but wow, what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a contrast to the match we featured just previously, where like the defense was just so rock solid, and it was just really hard. Like, Justin had to play so aggressively to even have a chance to break through, and defense ended up winning. This time it felt like the offense was just overwhelming. Like, you just like burst through all the defense, encored everything, whatever, and it just came not just from like the compositions of Sid's team, but also his play style of being so aggressive and saying, I know you're not going to just throw away the turn this turn. I know that you're not going to use your Rillaboom for support, so I'm going to encore it. Like, all of these aggressive reads just paid out in dividends and resulted in this lightning fast match.
It was, yeah, that was just incredible. And I mean, those are also the types of plays that you feel a little bit better about doing when you are up a game within the set, right? Because something like that tailwind into the body press into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, I mean, it is a risky play if like something else doesn't happen, right? Because I mean, if there was no terrestrialization, that's going to be a lot of damage, and your Zamazenta's not really doing much, right? But just willing to make these big plays. The fact that we saw the encore into the fake out not once but twice, already once. I feel like the amount of times I've tried to click that combination and it's not worked out for me is so high. But being able to, going for it twice and getting it right twice is so good.
E aí, voltei, Alexandre. A gente considera então o Carnitrix oficial? Quantas horas de live? 6 horas e 38 de live, gente. E já muito obrigada a todo mundo que tá aí, passou, e é isso. E aí, Alexandre, a gente considera? Consideramos ou não consideramos? Cara, os jogos... Eu vou esperar o último jogo pra dar a cartada aqui, mas, mano, esse primeiro dia tá sendo uma pedra no sapato pra Pokémon Company. Definitivamente. engraçado me ver o negócio. Rapaz. Hein, ô Alexandre? A gente considera então Carnitrix? Se considerar o Carnitrix são 8. Se não, ele vai para a lista dos 4 ali que foram rejeitados. Pior que das realidades alternativas, o único que usa um relógio diferente do Ben é o Ben 23, né? O resto ou usa o Omnitrix clássico ou o Omnitrix do Omniverse, né? No caso. Se quiser sim, né? Se quiser sim. Eu sou bem verso. O negócio lá. E o meu chapa. Eu veio com 2 aliens desbloqueados. Chama e besta. Dois clássicos ainda? Caraca, que massa. 2 classicões aí. Inclusive os 2 que apareceram no primeiro episódio do clássico, né? Yes, o resto tu tem que pegar a amostra pra... Pera, o resto ou tem que pegar a amostra ou pegar level. Como assim pegar a amostra? É tipo um Blox Fruit da vida, que você vai em uma certa área e você luta com alguns e aí você coleta? É assim que você vai pegar? Eu sei que é amostra de DNA, mas como é que pega essa amostra de DNA? Acho que sim. Ah, deve ter mudado isso também, né? Porque você falou que mudou. Provavelmente. Vou descobrir jogando. Aê! Vixe, o novo vício do... do Alexandre vai ser agora... Ele vai... Em Pokémon? Nunca mais. Agora vai ser o Benverse. Acabou as jogatinas de Pokémon, agora é só Benverse. Nossa. Mano, meu telefone tá pegando fogo, gente. Vocês não tem noção, hein? Pelo menos ainda falta um jogo, né? Vou rushar o Benverse todo sábado por mim, feriado. Legal. Interessante. Eu já comprei até a roupa do Ben de Força Alienígena. Caraca, que massa! Pera, pro teu personagem de Roblox, é isso, Alexandre? Sim, meus últimos 10 robustos. A história começou com um relógio esquisito, tudo no seu e só dor é o que eu sinto. Veio através dos olhos, toda vez que me transformo, se quebraram meus ossos. Na terra, um garoto que cansou de ser doido. Cara, o rap do Carnitrix é muito bom. Mas engraçado é o teu corretor falando, Alexandre. Meus últimos 10 robustos. Do dragão foi você que escreveu? Achei que o teu corretor que tinha colocado. Ô Alexandre, depois aqui da live eu vou postar a foto lá no canal do Discord lá, mas eu... Eita, peraí. Eu consegui 3 dígitos shinies. Eu consegui 3 dígitos shinies. Corretor automático, desativei. Porque é um inferno aquele troço. Ah, tá. É verdade. Tem algumas palavras que eu coloco às vezes e ele corrige errado. É engraçado. Cara, que preguiça. Que preguiça. Teria que ficar com o meu mano fantasmático por um tempo. Nó, fantasmático é massa, né? Ou, para os mais íntimos, Zisker, né? Famoso Zisker, ou Zisker. Eu nunca lembro se a pronúncia é Zisker ou Zisker. Não, será que eles vão ter variação? Será que eles vão ter variação de alguns aliens? Ia ser legal, né? Ter a variação do fantasmático como Zisker, né? Nossa, já pensou? Tu poder se transformar no Zisker? Tecnicamente... e tem agora do Lobo Pidão, Frank... Ah, tem o... Como é que é o nome? É o Wolf's Bane? Acho que é o Wolf's Bane. Eu acho que é o Wolf's Bane. Frank's Bane e o Bala de Canhão. Legal. Caraca, só os heróis... Pera, eles têm 10 no total? Porque até agora você me falou 5, 6. Você me falou 6 até agora. Será que... Quais são os outros 4? E aparentemente todos do clássico, né? Nossa, ia ser legal se tivesse um cipó selvagem. 4 braços não pode faltar, né? E o diamante. Vou falar os que eu não lembro que estão no jogo. Tu vai descobrir depois, né? Então depois tu fala quais que você viu que vai ter. Chat, falta apenas uma partida, hein? Era pra ter acabado agora, né? Ó, Gold Tag. Wolf Glick ao homem. Chama, Diamante, XLR8, Lobisbem, Fantasmático, Cipó Selvagem, Ultra T, Bala de Canhão, o Frankisbem, 4 braços, besta e aquático. 11 aliens. 11 não, 12. Então, por enquanto, você não tem confirmado 12 aliens, né? Olha o Shiny Mega High quase a level 100 com 6 níveis perfeitos no ombro aqui da moça. Olha, legal. Você tem Mas tu acabou de falar que tem o besta e o chama. Ou seja, pode tirar o chama e o besta daí. Então são 10 aliens que você... Aí você falou que tinha o Fantasmático, o Bala de Canhão e o Frankisbem. E o Lobisbem, no caso. Então são 4, 6. Então 6 desses 12. Mas pelo que eu lembro que tinha antes de ser derrubado, que eles lançaram. Ah, tá. Não, mas os que você falou agora foram... Você falou 12? 6 desses 12 você acabou de confirmar que tem no novo. 2 você falou que são os que começa, parece. E os outros 4 você falou que apareceu no trailer. Mano, isso aí foi sensacional, tá? Essa moto. Acho que vi um vídeo do criador que na versão 2 vão lançar o Mega Olhos. Caraca, o Mega Olhos. Nó. Nossa, o Mega Olhos é um... Cara, quando eu falo do Mega Olhos, eu só lembro de uma coisa. Ben 10 contra os 10 negativos. Cara, que esse filme do Ben foi muito bom. Ben 10 contra os 10 negativos. Pô! Se eu não me engano, o Mega Olho só aparece... Qual? Ben 10 contra os 10 negativos. Nunca viu não, Alexandre? Depois você procura. É um filme. Ben 10 contra os 10 negativos. Ou... Eu acho que é um filme. Não vi. Procura. É massa demais. Basicamente... O Ben enfrenta 10 vilões dele. Você vai ver no filme, procura aí. Procura que vale a pena. É muito da hora de ver. Pô, tu já viu o rap do Marquinhos do Ben 10, né, o Alexandre? Então, você nunca reparou que tem uma parte que o Marquinhos canta com Mega Olho, venço os 10 negativos, os aliados? Então, é por causa disso. É literalmente o filme. Ele tá fazendo referência ao filme. Eu escrevi aqui bem 19. Se eu não me engano, esse filme, cara, agora eu não vou saber se ele passa antes ou depois do filme que o Omnitrix dá defeito. Eu não vou lembrar agora. Agora eu não vou lembrar a ordem. Agora irei ali. Falou, Alexandre. Boa gameplay. Welcome back, trainers. É agora, chat. O último jogo deste dia 1. E eles vão fazer coisinha pra render. Eba, que alegria pra mim. Por quê? Porque tem que fazer. Porque aparentemente as 8 horas são obrigadas. E é no Update 2 que vai lançar Mega Ouros. E não tá confirmado, mas acho que no Update 3 vai vir um glutão. Caraca, vai vir um glutão, legal. Porque a sombra do update está parecendo muito guloso. Será que eles vão fazer a louca, o Alexandre, e lançar o Vilgax também? Porque por mais que o reboot seja delírio coletivo, no reboot, o Ben do reboot consegue absorver o DNA do Vilgax e consegue ter ele como alien no Omnitrix. Isso é uma das poucas coisas que eu lembro de ter visto. Ia ser engraçado eles lançando os lugares também. E tem skin de alien no jogo? Qual é o herói que você. Qual é o alien que você mais quer que lance, Alexandre? Boa força do justo. Arraia Jato. Arraia Jato. Eu ia achar legal se lançassem, deixa eu ver. O Tartagira ia ser legal de lançar. O Artrópode ia ser legal de lançar. Mas, claro, primeiramente tem que lançar meu XLR8, né? Tem que lançar meu XLR8. Inclusive, eu pretendo um dia fazer live de Ben 10 Protetor da Terra. Voltei do trabalho. Oxi, virou CLT? Ô, louco! Senhoras e senhores, temos um CLT no chat. Mais um. O Omnitrix parece o do Ben 10 cabo clássico. Ah, legal. Então não mudou muita coisa, né? Ele só é mais cheinho. Pô, tu trabalhou hoje, Dragapult? Ô, louco. Pera, tu tava de mais de tarde, Dragapult, CLT Canon, então, né? Aparentemente o CLT não escapa de ninguém por aqui. Salva a terra, somente tu veio mais de... Tu tava de CLT implacável então, né? É aquilo, Dragapult. Ou você... Normalmente é CLT. Ou você passou / está passando pelo CLT. Provavelmente todos aqui dessa live já passaram em algum momento por alguma dessas situações. Amanhã, se pá, eu faço vídeo de Benverse. Boa! Nice. Aparentemente a CLT é inevitável. Todos algum dia vão ter esta virose. Em R$1.000 e poucos. Mas é trabalho de 8 horas, ou Dragapult? Ou você ganha... Ou você ganha por dia? Como é que é o negócio? Não revelando muitos detalhes, claro, né? Porque provavelmente acho que você não quer, mas... Ah, o Massa Cinzenta também tá? Vulgo Azimuth? Ou como é que é o nome da raça do Azimuth, cara? É... Galvaniano. Cara, tu ganha 1.000 e pouco por dia? Caraca! Trabalhinho bom, então. Por mês tu tá tirando uns 10k, se não gastar tudo, né? Por aí, né? Não, pera. Por mês tu tá tirando uns 10k. Ah, tá. 1.000 no final do mês, tá? Ok. Ia ser maravilhoso se fosse, né? Quem dera se fosse por dia. Ah, então se você tá ganhando... deve então... Mas relaxa, aos pouquinhos aí. Eu não sei como é que é esse trabalho, se ele é acumulativo, se ele cresce conforme o tempo. Mas daqui a pouco tu tá ganhando bem mais do que isso, Dragapult. Tu é menor aprendiz, não é? Tu tá trabalhando como menor aprendiz, não é, o Dragapult? Provavelmente um menor aprendiz ou assistente de alguma coisa, né? Acredito eu. Menor aprendiz normalmente não ganha muito assim também, não. Menor aprendiz e assistente, né, no caso. Então é normal esse 1000 e pouco mesmo. É, eu fiz 18 anos. Ah, então... Pera. Ah, então no caso, eu não sei se é se você subir de... Acho que subindo de cargo aonde você trabalha, se tem como subir, aí você começa a ganhar mais. Se não, você... eu aconselharia você procurar outro. Fazer concurso, essas coisas. Porque quanto mais coisa você tiver no teu currículo, melhor, entendeu? Ainda mais que tu é novo, dependendo da área que você quiser seguir, você é contratado fácil, entendeu? Jovem aprendiz, se eu não me engano, ganha 700, 800 reais. Não sei, ô Alexandre, não sei como é que tá hoje em dia. Há um tempo atrás, era metade disso aí, eu acho. Aí eu não sei se você trabalha em fábrica, se você trabalha em empresa ou Dragaboot. Mas dependendo de onde você trabalhar, eu queria ser entregador. Aí eu podia fazer umas livezinhas. Faz o seguinte, ô Dragaboot. Tenta fazer uma rendinha, uma renda que você consiga se manter, para depois você querer tentar ser entregador, entendeu? Porque o que acontece? Você teria que ter já automaticamente, você já teria que ter meio que uma renda já pré-estabelecida para você conseguir se segurar até você conseguir gerar uma quantidade razoável, entendeu? Nesse negócio de entregador. Tudo bem que é uma coisa que dá bastante dinheiro, querendo ou não, mas é uma coisa que você já tem que ter uma coisa estabelecida, entendeu? Era 10 reais? Não, Alexandre, eu acho que era 400 e pouco, pô. Acho que era 400, 500 por... Acho que por mês, eu acho. Me segurar e depois, quando eu tiver dinheiro, eu vou conseguir seguir meu caminho? Sim, porque aí você... Pera aí, só um minuto. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Porque aí pensa comigo. Como você é novo, tu recém fez 18 anos. Por mais que você já tenha tido alguma coisinha que você quis, né? Normalmente seus pais ou os responsáveis deram pra você. Mas como agora você é capaz de ir atrás e ganhar seu próprio dinheiro, cara, quando você pegar o teu dinheiro na mão, tu vai falar assim, cara, tem tanta coisa pra eu comprar, o que eu compro? Ah, eu quero comprar isso, eu quero comprar isso. Primeiro de tudo, tenta se estabilizar. Nem que você more numa kitnet, mas você tendo um teto. E tendo, se você, o famoso se der ruim, você tem onde cair morto. Tenta chegar a esse ponto. Um lugarzinho, um kitnet, será com, né, de 15 centímetros. Eu sei que não é isso, tá, gente? Mas, aí conseguiu, aí tu faz esse negócio de tentar esse negócio de entregador, se você ainda quiser até lá, se não. Mas o principal é tentar sempre procurar curso profissionalizante, que dê diploma. Porque por mais que você não vá fazer a função, já é uma coisa que, por exemplo, eu não queria trabalhar em escritório de, sei lá, de deixa eu ver, escritório de contabilidade, por exemplo. Mas você fez um curso profissionalizante que te deu o diploma. Tá lá no teu currículo. Cara, se abrir uma porta numa empresa por causa desse teu currículo, cara, abraça. Você vai conseguir uma renda boa, porque trabalhar em empresa é um dinheiro que não é um dinheiro, é uma boa quantidade de dinheiro dependendo do que você trabalha. E vai ser ali, cara, dali você consegue se estabilizar melhor. E nunca, gente, nunca se acomode onde você tá. Faça sempre o seu melhor para você sempre crescer, não passando por cima de ninguém, mas fazendo por mérito próprio, e jamais fique acomodado. Tipo assim, hoje eu moro num kitnet. Pô, o kitnet é confortável e tal, mas cara, se eu me esforçar mais um pouquinho, eu consigo comprar um apartamento? Consigo. Então eu vou me esforçar. Entendeu? Ah, eu tô no apartamento, tá confortável pra mim e tal. Eu consigo comprar, se eu me esforçar um pouco mais, eu consigo comprar uma casa? Consigo. Então se esforce. Entendeu? Não fiquem acomodados. Busquem sempre o melhor para vocês. Porque, gente, a gente não leva nada dessa vida. Então a gente tem que aproveitar o máximo. Enquanto a gente está aqui, tem que aproveitar o máximo. Ser feliz do jeito que a gente pode, com o que a gente gosta. Entendeu? Vou fazer a thumb de Bem-Verse hoje. Nice. Entendeu? Então, ô Dragapult, procura cursos profissionalizantes aí na internet, de graça, ou até às vezes pago, que você consiga pagar e que tenha diploma, e sempre coloca no teu currículo, entendeu? Porque, querendo ou não, quando se é jovem igual vocês são, o mercado vai procurar o mercado vai priorizar sempre os mais jovens, entendeu? E se você sendo jovem e você tendo experiência, é uma combinação muito boa. Porque mesmo que só agrega ainda mais no teu crescimento como pessoal e profissional. Entendeu? E, por exemplo, você tem o básico, mas a empresa consegue te ensinar. Ou então você quer ir atrás. Sempre vai. Gente, conhecimento nunca é demais. Seja, assim, é até engraçado falar isso, mas seja aquele famoso, aquele nerd que vocês falavam que era insuportável na sala, que perguntava tudo pra professora. Ah, como é que faz isso? É assim? É assado? Não sei o que, não sei o que. Gente, é importante. Por exemplo, você pegou alguma coisa básica de contabilidade. Aí você se depara com alguma coisa que é mais complicada do que você conhece. Se tem alguém disposto a te ensinar, cara, pergunta. Você chega pra pessoa e fala, eu vou encher teu saco porque eu quero aprender. Pergunta e anota, sempre pra vocês gravarem, entendeu? Pra memorizar, pra sempre ter aquilo ali. Porque, cara, conhecimento nunca é demais. E quanto mais coisa você tiver, né, que seja bom pra você, mais o mercado vai estar aberto, entendeu? Então tem isso. Quanto mais você, quanto mais conhecimento, melhor, né? Entendeu? Então, ô Dragapult, tu ainda tá aí, né? Rotão! Ó o Rotão. Engraçado que o Rotão do cara, o M, quase faltou um pouquinho da perna. Indras investidor? Não, mas tem que ser, pô. Tem que ser. Ô, Alexandre, tem uma coisa que eu tenho total noção, é de que eu não sou apenas um youtuber. Eu não sou apenas uma pessoa que vocês assistem, um bonequinho na tela de vocês. Eu tô aqui para trazer conteúdo para vocês se divertirem, sim. Mas eu também tenho que entender que vocês são meu público, vocês meio que se inspiram em mim, vocês seguem o que eu falo. Então eu tenho que ter esse senso de responsabilidade de passar o máximo de coisa boa e que ajude em vocês, entendeu? Eu não tô aqui só pra fazer coisa engraçada, entendeu? Eu tô aqui também pra ser uma pessoa, quando todo mundo questiona, todo mundo fala, ai, você não vai ser nada, não te apoiam, não, sabe, não procuram tentar acreditar em você, eu tô aqui. Entendeu? É isso. Então eu tenho essa noção de que eu não sou só alguém que tá fazendo coisa engraçada pra vocês virem, assistindo coisa. Não. Eu tenho que ter noção que eu tenho uma responsabilidade com vocês. Entendeu? Eu não tenho responsabilidade nenhuma na questão de criação. Mas o que eu puder passar de lição de vida e ajudar, aí já cabe a mim fazer isso, entendeu? Já é uma responsabilidade da minha parte. É isso. Falei bonito. Opa, peraí. Falei bastante? Falei bonito? Não sei. Ó, David, Josh, Shane, Grassley. Resumindo, o Mindras é um pai pra gente. Querendo ou não. Mas eu não sou... Eu não fico com a parte paterna, eu fico só com os conselhos e as ajudas, né? Os conselhos, basicamente, Alexandre. Em resumo, é isso. Espera aí que eu já volto, inclusive, gente, rapidinho.
Off somewhere around the 850 plus range, and so, you know, not that far away from here, especially with the deep finish, but still looking to try to secure a run. And for Navjeet, this is someone who has gotten top 8 at the World Championships before, back in 2024 in Honolulu. Has not played very much this season, only coming in with 229 championship points, but in my opinion, I have been so impressed by him as a player and team builder in the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so excited to see these two go off against each other.
Yeah, Navjeet has classically only been on the West Coast regionals, has not traveled too much outside of that particular region in order to attend events. So seeing him down here in LA is very, very exciting. As we take a look at the teams on a deeper level, we do see that Navjeet is going to have kind of that restricted pairing that has the biggest target on its back. That's the Shadow Rider Calyrex alongside that Zamazenta. I don't think that there are honestly too many surprises when you take a look at this team. This is also going to have the updated Chien-Pao with the Assault Vest, so notably having only Dark and Ice type attacks, no Sacred Sword on this one. But everything else is kind of what you would have expected to see as classic partners for the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Zamazenta.
Yeah, totally. I think the things that maybe stick out to me most are going to be the Calyrex moveset. There's no Encore. It's actually Astral Broad, Psychic, Pollen Puff, and so Pollen Puff gives you some additional typing coverage. People like using it on Calyrex, of course, to beat opposing Calyrexes that are Dark Terra, and people often go for Dark Terra to get around Astral Broad and Psychic, and of course, Pollen Puff, you can heal yourself up as well. And Amoonguss and Ogerpon on the same team is interesting just because they often provide a similar role with that redirection, but Ogerpon here crucially also running that taunt rather than, for example, a grass type attack like Power Whip. And so I think normally when people look at Cornerstone Ogerpon, they just expect a super offensive Pokemon, but you can actually make this quite bulky. So at the end of the day, double redirection and a Calyrex that has a little bit more offense thanks to that Pollen Puff as well. And as you called out, this Chien-Pao, 4 attacks, it's got that Ruination, so you can often go for something like Ruination into a body press, just double up and try to get a knockout.
or Ruination is going to help get some of those resistant hits from the Astral Barrage into a comfy range, and the Shadow Rider Calyrex can also clean everything up and start to get those Grim Nay boosts. On the flip side here, you have Shane Gaffney, who's going to be using a restricted duo of Kyogre and Calyrex Ice. So a different Calyrex form on this side, but this is also not really a common restricted pairing we usually see.
Exactly, yeah. It feels like it is probably, if you are going to use, you know, Kyogre, Ice Rider is just one of the best partners for it. And we did see it top cut the World Championships, but this is kind of a new take on it, right? We've seen teams like this normally have Rillaboom and Fluttermane, for example, but this is a little bit more offensive where you've got the Tailwind potential from the Tornadus. And of course, there's the Smeargle here, which is a really scary partner because it can, of course, go for Decorate onto either of your restricted Pokemon. Smeargle Tornadus, of course, also won very much in the previous year, and that was often with like Calyrex Shadow Rider, and so but still paired with Tornadus, you can also decorate your Tornadus, give that boost as well. So at the end of the day, the Smeargle just allows for, you know, Tornadus, Kyogre, Calyrex to do so much damage with their spread moves. And the Calyrex is interesting because it's Grass Terra Seed Bomb, which is not something we see that often.
No, I mean, usually when you see that grass icon on the team sheet, that's going to be a Leech Seed. It's going to be a more kind of supportive option there, just to add to the natural bulk that the Ice Rider has. But I think the other thing that I think is important to call out here is just weather control in general is going to be easier for Shane to keep hold of. There's no weather reset on Navjeet's side, and you also have the ability to go for Rain Dance as just a manual option here on your Tornadus. So let's say you have the Urshifu in the front, then you're able to reset the rain in a different way. We are going to see the restricted pairing for Navjeet hit the field with the Zamazenta and the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but for Shane, it's going to be the Kyogre next to Tornadus.
So I think one thing that's really interesting here is you have to play the mind game of Wide Guard, because Navjeet, of course, does have Wide Guard. You can see he's locking in his moves so fast. He said, I'm just going to Wide Guard, I'm going to Astral Barrage. Good luck dealing with this, because you don't have taunt on your Tornadus. You can't taunt my Wide Guard, and so Tornadus here, of course, can set up a Tailwind. Then the question is, what will Kyogre do in the subsequent turns, because it could Hydro Pump into either slot. So, free for Shane on turn one, but Navjeet saying, look, you're just going to really
Oi. Olha Kyogre! Kyogre! Kyogre. Thunder. E do Thunder. Nossa, o Body Press deu dano. Bati no negócio aqui. Droga. Droga. Quantas horas de live? 7 horas e 23. Mano, o meu VTuber caindo pelas tabelas ali. Usar mazenta é bonito, né? Tela? Não, quero gol. Tem wind. Toma. Aqui complicou um pouquinho por um negócio, né? Ah, ele cai aqui, não? Não cai. Ok. E a chuva parou e agora só tem mais 2. Tá, é 1-0 já? Caraca, ok. Que horas tem, inclusive? 40, 9 horas. E amanhã também vai ser a mesma coisa. Bicha virada vindo aí, ó. Ali já foi, tem o Chifu e o Tornados ainda. O Chifu leva, ele é life up, né? Se ele fosse Scarf, eu acho que seria mais rápido. Mas eu usar Mazenta aqui? Não, pera, tem o Wind ainda, né? O Chifu leva, GG. Nossa, ainda bem que não foi 3, porque se fosse 3 ele ia destruir o do Flamengo. Ó, sei nem o que você tá falando, mas ok, né, mano? Ah, mas agora ele cai com um Birremão de Blash, né? Birremão de Blash, caiu. Agora a Isa Question. Ele ainda tem o Tailwind acabou. 1-0 aqui pro Navitis, Josh. Indras, o que você acha de Jojo? Que tem muita pose. Brincadeiras à parte, não é um anime que me cativa, sinceramente. Não é um anime que eu assistiria. Assim, vontade de assistir um anime, vou assistir Jojo. Não tenho essa vontade. Sinceramente. Qual o motivo? Nenhum, é o que eu falei, não é um anime que eu olho e falo, nossa, que vontade de assistir. Não tem motivo nenhum. Entendeu? Não tem nenhum motivo nenhum. Não tem motivo, sinceramente. Tem nenhum motivo. Só não é o tipo de anime que eu assistiria, sinceramente. Cadê o segundo episódio de Reagindo no Netflix? Ih, tá igual a maioria das séries que tá saindo na Netflix, tá saindo por semana. Só porque tem muita morte no cinema. A Netflix está cuidadosamente retirando todas essas cenas, Marlon. Eu não duvido não, tá? Inclusive. Mês, simplesmente só em outubro que eu... Caraca! Mas essa é a parte o quê? Parte 3? De Jojo? Pra eles se lançarem só em outubro? Parte 7? Ah, tá explicado. Exatamente, provavelmente não vou usar hoje, ué. Né? Mas essa é a última parte, ou Marlon? Vou mandar no Discord, tá? Depois eu vejo, Alexandre. Essa parte 7 é a última não, né? E se for a última, provavelmente deve ser por isso. Eles querem fazer render. Não, ainda tem a parte 8 e a 9. Então de repente... Ou eles estão fazendo muita modificação, ou estão querendo segurar mesmo pra falar, ó, a gente vai lançar... Estão fazendo... Ô Marlon, sabe o que eles estão fazendo com essa parte 7 de Jojo? Estão fazendo igual fizeram com Stranger Things. Lançaram uma na metade do ano e os outros 2 episódios só no final. As outras partes, né, no caso. Caraca, deu crítico no Raging Bolt? Esse Raging Bolt tá sem nada de defesa. Eu nunca lembro, Marlon. É o Body Press não, né? Body Press foi o que ele usou agora. Qual é o nome do outro ataque que tem chance de paralisar? Não sei se você percebeu, mas é um Glacial Lance de um Calyrex. Não, eu tô ligado, mas às vezes pode ser que o cara não fez investimento na defesa, né? Thunder Wave? Não. É um ataque que é corporal também. Não é Body Press não, né? Body Press é esse que ele usou agora, né? Nuzzle? Não, é um dos bores da vida. Eu esqueci o nome. Eu esqueci, cara. Eu sei que tem um outro ataque além do Body Press. Body Slam. É o Body Slam que tem chance de paralisar? Não tinha uma pera de um desses ataques ter chance de paralisar? Ah, tá. É o Body Slam. Obrigado. Então, é isso mesmo. E aí eu sempre confundo. Eu nunca sei qual é, na verdade. Ô Marlon, uma pergunta. O Dito tá no Pokémon Champions? Acho que não, né? Não tem nada. Poxa, que pena, eu não vou conseguir usar o meu Dito Shine lá. Um dos meus 3 ditos Shines lá, no caso. Eu vou ter que ir atrás de um Smeargle Shine. Que droga, cara. Poxa. Soninho. Nem tem Smeargle? Ué, o que foi usado então quando eu joguei o GC? Que tava redirecionando o golpe. Era o quê? Não era girafa, porque girafa não faz isso. O Inzicote também não era. Sinixá? Era Sinixá? Eu só me lembro de ter enfrentado 2, cara. Eu lembro de alguns times que tinham Sinixá, mas eu não lembro de em campo só 2. Inclusive deve ter acabado o ranqueado já lá no Champions. Você viu? Ariados, campeão do GC. Ah, eu fiquei sabendo. Quem diria, né? Agora dá pra dizer que dá pra usar qualquer Pokémon. Desde Campos fez essa doideira. É, então. Será que ainda compensa tentar fazer uma no Champions? Porque o 7-1 o 7-1 da Mega Evolução eu acho que acabou já. Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui rapidinho. Eu consigo olhar aqui rapidinho. Deixa eu ver. Eu vou ficar sem chat por um momento, por um breve momento, mas aí eu vejo aqui. Eu vejo vocês aqui pela aba do programa. Qualquer não, muito específico essa coisa. É tão específico que ele ganhou o GC, né? Ô Marlon, tu não sabe onde fica a pontuação não, né? Porque eu não faço ideia. A primeira vez que eu joguei eu não faço ideia qual é o site pra eu ver se eu consegui alguma pontuação, o que é, como é que é, eu não faço ideia. Deixa eu ver aqui. Se mudou o regulamento. Ah não, muda em 3 dias. Tá. Muda em 3 dias. Dá pra pelo menos tentar pegar a Great Ball 3. Já que eu sinceramente eu desisti completamente do negócio. Eu não vou conseguir pegar a outra nem ferrando. Não sei. Pô, eu precisava saber, cara. Eu queria saber se eu ganhei alguns pontinhos. Nem que seja um pontinho. Mas eu já ficaria feliz só de saber que eu ganhei um ponto. Tu não sabe onde via o antes, não? 3 dias. Sim, 3 dias. Rapaziada, vai ter festinha dentro do... Vai ter festinha dentro do meu barraco. Oxi. Só que não vai ter live tão cedo do Champions, né? Eu tenho que voltar a jogar o Zelda. Achei um joguinho que eu quero ver se dá pra jogar no telefone também. Muito da hora. Eu gostei pra caramba. Tem, pelo menos no Switch. Não sei se tem pra telefone. Se tiver, vai ser maravilhoso. A próxima Regulation deve ser o 7.2 ou 7... Pera, foi Mega Evolução 7A, né? Deve ser Mega Evolução 7B agora. Provavelmente. Eu chuto que deve ter mais 4 ou 5. 10 segundos para o X1 com o Flamengo. Ó, boa. Aí provavelmente eles devem liberar mais algumas Mega Evoluções, né? Eu acho que ainda tem mais 2 ou 3, na verdade. 2 ou 3 sets, aí eles liberam. Será que... Lindras do Flamengo está na minha frente. Ó. Cuidado que ele é o mestre das linhas, né? Mestre dos fios, né, na verdade. Ele seria um marionetista, né? Vou embora daqui, tá doido? O V1 foi fácil. Tá, ok. Ok. A 2 tem a fruta dos fios despertada. Nó. Inclusive, o do Flamengo chega a despertar ela contra o Luffy? Ele já tá, a fruta já tá despertada ou não? Ou nem? Eu acho que eu não cheguei. É porque eu nunca, assim, vou ser sincero, eu nunca vi One Piece, né? Eu comecei a assistir episódios assim, esporádicos, lá em Holy Cake, ou quando o Luffy tá enfrentando o Katakuri. E depois eu acho que o comecinho de um ano. Aí depois só quando o Luffy desperta o Gear 5, eu acho. As Dressrosas eu não vi. Tudo de Holy Cake pra trás eu não vi. Pra dizer que eu não vi, eu vi a série. Então, já volto, eu irei fazer Flamengo assado. Ou esse seria assado, nunca saberemos. Não, uma hora a gente vai saber. Santorini, estilo 3 espaços, no cima azul, sabor de pirata. Conheci o chapéu de pai. Só, mas falhou, ok. Tá. Vai ser uma barragem mata? Não, matando o cavalo tá ótimo. É o Foco 7, né? Não, não. Mano, pro Josh se dar bem, o Smirgol não pode jogar essa. Ele tem que travar. Ah, já li isso que o Marlon mandou. Ele vai querer sacrificar os Zamazenta? Calma. Um Glacial Lens. Vai pegar nos Zamazenta? Vai, né? Tá. Agora o Zamazenta acorda. Ele aumentou a especial defesa, mas diminuiu o especial ataque. É, não se mexeu. O Zamazenta cai aqui, não? Cai. Mas é entrada gratuita pro... Tá, o Trick 1 acabou. Agora quem ataca primeiro é o Kali Shadow, né? Em teoria. Barrage. Estuda de bomba. Cara, ele vai dar... Será que ele dá Double Protect aqui? Ganhei. Nice, boa. GG. Marlon, hoje aconteceu uma coisa... Hoje aconteceu o pior pesadelo da Pokémon Company, tá? Hoje aconteceu o pior pesadelo da Pokémon Company. Tá, agora só falta ele acertar. GG, acabou. Cara, ele tem um golpe que me deixou com... Caraca! Ainda bem que tu conseguiu levar, então. Tá de longe. Aham, boa. Ô Marlon, hoje ó, vamos lá. Eu acho que não tem como, né? É. Pera. Que? Ah, não. É, deixa pra lá. O desgramentinho aí, ó, quebrou a corrente aí. Que eu ia falar, todos os jogos hoje, Marlon, foram 2-0. Do primeiro que teve na transmissão até o último agora. Só que o cara achou que não conseguia vencer. Pô. Aí agora empatou essa bodega. Aí o cara vai e me quebra o esquema aqui. Mas tinha que ver, a Pokémon teve que enrolar horrores hoje, tá? A Pokémon teve que enrolar muito a transmissão hoje. Será? Eu fico pensando. Será que a gente não ouve o que eles falam, né? Mas será que os juízes ali, eles pedem pro pessoal que tá na mesa, falam tipo assim, gente, dá uma enrolada aí, demora pra atacar, deixa o outro empatar. Será que eles fazem isso? Porque, cara, isso aqui foi bizarro. Dava pra ele ganhar, ele tava com o Calyrex dormindo. Mas eu acho que ele levava o Kyogre, pô. Não é possível que ele não levava o Kyogre. Sacrifiquei toda a minha estamina e meu HP pra dar o máximo de dano possível pra matar o Dolph. Boa. Não, lindas. Não sei, o Marlon. Eu tenho minhas dúvidas. Porque não é possível que o Calyrex e o Among Us não ia matar o Kyogre sozinho, pô. O cavalo tava... Acho que o cavalo tava pelo menos mais um, mais dois, pô. Não é possível que ele não levava o Kyogre. Cara, eu nunca tinha reparado nessas esses detalhezinhos na boca do Kyogre. Ô Marlon, não sei em que tempo da live você chegou, mas eles oficializaram, tá, Marlon? Esse regional é o último regional que vai ter com os jogos Pokémon Scarlet e Violet. Provavelmente o próximo já vai ser o Champions. Provavelmente não, né? O próximo vai ser o Champions. Já que eles oficializaram aqui que esse é o último regional que vai ter Scarlet e Violet. E faz até sentido, né? Porque acabando o primeiro, tomara que tenha um metagame bom. Então, Marlon, é isso que eu ia falar agora. Porque, ó, em 3 dias vai mudar o 7. Provavelmente vai pro 7B. Então a gente vai ter metade das Mega Evoluções. Provavelmente, se pá, a gente deve ter as Mega Evoluções de ZA. Vou despertar a minha raça pra P3, vou ficar zica. A gente deve ter nesse 7.2, nesse 7B aí, provavelmente as megas de ZA. As que teve, as antigas e as novas. Porque, se eu não me engano, já tinha das novas. Tinha o Scovillian, a Frostless, Scovillian, Frostless, deixa eu ver, do Scovillian, né? Tem a do Skarmory, tem a da Glimora. Eu só lembro dessas 5, mas eu sei que tem bastante. Flor. Que flor? Flor de quê? Flor de lixo? Então provavelmente nesse daí deve vir o Mega Garchomp Z, Mega Lucario Z, deve ter a Mega do Lucario normal. A Floette, a Mega Floette também, 6, né? 6. Das novas, 6 só, eu acho. Tinha algumas antigas, mas as novas eu acho que eram só 6. Do Mega Dragonite, obrigado, 7. Então, por enquanto, as que a gente lembra aqui são 7. Das novas. Eu acho que só, né? Das novas só 7, se pá? Aí, pronto, se livrou do cavalo. Aí veio a questão, deixa eu ver uma coisa. Tem um embaixo do nariz. GG? Mas já? A dos iniciais de calo. Ah, é Megânio, Emboar e Feraligator. Tá, são 10. Ué? Pô, teve round 3 pra acabar assim? Ah, para! Por que não ganhou no round 2 direto, caramba? Não ganhou 2-0? Pô! Os iniciais de calo do antigo. Greninja. Ah, é. Greninja. Tem a mega do Greninja? Chesnaut. Como é que fala? Da Fox eu sei que tem. Agora do Greninja e do Chesnaut eu não vi, não. Eu posso até abrir aqui, ó. Já que acabou, eu deixo só aqui nos comentários. Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Posso até abrir aqui. Essa é a parte boa de ter o jogo, né? Ah, estamos em dúvida. Deixa eu abrir o jogo aqui rapidinho. Tem de todos? Ah, então são 13, né? Então são 13 megas. Ah, tem a do Titã. Não, pera. Novas, só novas, lindas. Só novas. Só as novas. Vamos lá. Pulou aqui. Eu vou dar uma olhada aqui, ô Marlon. Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Ó. Vamos lá. Ó. Clefable, é verdade, ó. Clefable. Então eram 13, né? 13, 14. Victory Bell 15. A da Starmie eu falei? Eu cheguei a falar da Starmie? Ô Marlon, você lembra se eu falei da Starmie? Então 16. Ah, tem a do Chimeco, 17. A do Excadrill, 18, né? Chandelure, 19. A do Golurk, 20. A do Meustic, 21. Raulutia, 22. Crabominable, 23. Drampa, 24. 24 megas novas que tinha. São 24 Megastones novas que tem. Então das novas que faltam, que teve no ZA, faltou só a mega do Baxcalibur, a do Lucario e a do Garchomp Z, né? Só foram essas 3? E não tem a dos iniciais de Kalos. Tem como pegar, né? Mas não tem elas aqui vendendo. Então são 24. E aí 24, 27. Né? Tem mais algum que eu esqueci? Ah, do Golissopod, isso mesmo, 28. Ah, do 0 hora 29, tá. Mais alguma? Então tem 20. A do Absol Z. Ah, o Absol tem outra, né? Esqueci, tá, 30. Então tem 24 mega pedras novas no jogo. E 6 faltando. Não, o Marlon, a gente conta só do... Ah, se... Pera, 20, tá. 30, 31. 23, 31, 32 no caso, né? Mas a do Darkrai não conta porque ela não vai ser jogada pelo menos no competitivo, né? Porque até onde eu sei, mítico não pode ser jogado no competitivo. A do Ritran talvez, então seria 31. Ou seja, são 24 Megastones no jogo. Então são 24 Megastones no jogo. Ó, 24 Megastones no jogo. E... oito ainda a serem adicionadas no jogo. É isso? O que dá 32, né? Então são 32 mega pedras novas no total. É isso? Ah, do Zygarde. São 33, pronto. 24 no jogo. E 9 ainda não usadas. 30 com a Dama Guerra, né? 34, então são 10. Então são 10 mega pedras. Espera aí que eu já volto, só um minutinho.
I dropped the Raging Bolt in that, so I was hoping that I could kind of, if I catch him on the Trick Room, I have follow me again, pressure, follow me pressure, and then I have the taunt as well as the Ivy Cudgel. So I kind of tried to adjust with that, and game 3, I got a little bit fortunate. He didn't click Tailwind. That's a position where he probably, should have clicked Tailwind. And I was able to kind of punish that and kind of snowball from there.
I also need to know what you're feeding your Raging Bolt, because game 1 it took a double target pretty well. You also got the paralysis on the Smeargle. Like, Raging Bolt kind of cooked in that set. Why is it so strong?
I didn't really bring it much today, but I think the sets I did, it was kind of doing stuff like that. So I gave it a bit of training in its defenses, just a bit in its HP, and it's really nothing special, but I think it just speaks to Raging Bolt as a Pokemon itself. Like the raw stats are just so high that you'd have to EV it in attack probably to mess it up. So yeah, I think it's I think Raging Bolt just complements the core really well. It's a team that doesn't have a lot of speed control outside of the ICU and Chen-Pao. So you really rely on Sucker Punch and Thunderclap quite a bit. So it kind of allows everything to either pick up knockouts or finish weekend Pokemon off. So it's really, really, really good.
Now, our segment aired from earlier when we did the Pokemon Friendly Feud. You guys got the W. What was more difficult, winning, getting the 100 points there, because some of those questions tricked you, or going 8-0?
Honestly, the 0 on the psychic answer was...
I'll give you I'll give you a second chance on your which video game champion. So people that won the Elite Four, from the video games, would be the best at VGC. Here's your second chance.
Steven, I gotta go Steven. Metagross is one of my favorite Pokemon, so I gotta go with Steven.
There you go, that's a great answer. And then last one for you. Let's get some shout outs for your friends and family watching at home.
Yeah, shout outs to my parents, shout outs to my sister. My family means the world to me. Especially this season, they've given me their vote of confidence to travel more than I have been in past seasons. And they're always there, even win or lose, they're always there to support me. So yeah, just big shout outs to my family. And and I'd be here all day if I was naming friends, so I'm gonna spare you that. But they know who they are. And yeah, shout outs to Momo Nation.
Yeah, it's win or lose or just win or win when it comes to today as you're 8-0. We're going to send it over to Scott. But before we do, Scott, I just want you to know, I caught a shiny Nihilego just now in Pokemon Go. Scott, take that.
Yeah, I bet he put that in a Premier Ball just like Sierra, but a great match that we saw there. Certainly game 1 and game 3 and game 2, very different tempos, so maybe we'll focus a little bit on that second game. A really excellent set by both players there. We can see kind of the highs and lows of EGC there, where sometimes you make one bad read and the game just kind of gets lost for you, and other times it's a long grind. So as we look at the team preview of this match, it's kind of, we're very familiar with these Pokemon, especially after that lengthy game 2, but I really like what both sides do. Kind of similar tools.
Oh, meu Deus do céu. Aí, pronto. Tá aí, ô Marlon? Então são 24 mega pedras que tem no jogo e 10 que faltam para ser adicionadas. Será que dá para adicionar 10 pedras, cara? Isso, sem contar as megas passadas também, né? Quer dizer, faltam 11. Eu esqueci de... Nossa, eu esqueci de uma, cara. Peguei V3, ganhei uma habilidade boa. Ei, Marlon. Eu acho que eu terminei a conta aqui. São 24 mega pedras. São 24 mega pedras que o jogo tem. E 11 que faltam adicionar. Isso das novas, tá? Não tô contando as antigas. Quanto menos vida eu tiver, mais dano. Tu tem algum acessório que duplica teu dano, que dá dano adicional a alguma coisa? Porque seria muito bom você colocar. Porque ainda mais se o negócio escalonar. Cara, demorou. Olha isso, cara. Meu amigo. A partida, de certa forma, foi tão rápida que eles tiveram que colocar análise também. Sim, eu tenho. Testa. Se escalonar, se escalar o teu dano, se der multiplicador de dano, cada vez que você perde vida, é bom você adicionar. Seria bom também, melhor ainda, se tiver algum para dar multiplicador de crítico. Porque multiplicador de dano para escalonar, mais o multiplicador de crítico, nossa, tu vai dar muito dano. Vou me jogar na água para ligar o hack da observação. E vamos que vamos. Ó, boa. Vai que a habilidade dura 10 segundos. Mas é a partir do momento que você sofre dano? Ou é quando você tá com nada de vida? Porque tecnicamente ela não deveria resetar, né? Porque cada vez que você toma dano, ela tem que ficar parada. Ou resetar, tipo, você foi pra cima, tomou dano, aí ela começou a contar, só que você o inimigo veio pra cima e você tomou dano de novo, aí ela volta a resetar, entendeu? Se for assim, dá pra tu bugar ela, pô. Se toda vez que você tomar dano ela resetar, toma dano propositalmente só pra ela ficar resetando, entendeu? Quando estiver perto de resetar, você vai pra cima do cara, do oponente, só pra você tomar dano pra ela resetar. Dá de 30 segundos? Tem que saber exatamente a hora que vai usar. 2.411 de dano normal sem habilidade. Interessante, dependendo da vida do chefe, ver com a habilidade, como eu dando com pouca vida. Vai testando de acordo com o grau de vida. Testa com a vida cheia, metade da vida e quase nada de vida. Provavelmente você vai dar mais dano com quase nada de vida, pelo que você falou. Tá, subiu 1000. 5. Subiu 854 de dano, ô Marlon. Subiu 854 de dano. Metade da vida dele é 26. Pô, então basicamente ele fica com 1/4 de vida, basicamente. Com o dano total que você tem, ele fica basicamente com 1/4 de vida, né? Esse foi o clique, eu posso spamar esse dano. Não, mas aí o dano é cortado pela metade ou continua esse dano? Porque se o dano for reduzido, se você spamar, nem compensa. Ah, continua? Ah, então maravilhoso. Maravilha. Ó, o Justin Tang tá em 15º. Só perdeu uma. Eu tenho uma skill que dá em média 12k de dano. Caraca! Interessante. Combado com esse total que você der, você dá insta-kill nele, não? Se você usar a habilidade e usar esse... Ó, usou a habilidade, o teu dano total, tu mata instantâneo, não? É isso, chat. Terminamos a live aí, ó. Amanhã, por volta das... Deixa eu só confirmar o horário. Amanhã, por volta de 1h15, estamos de volta aí, beleza? Pra gente ver o último regional, segundo a Pokémon, tá? O último regional em Scarlet Violet, beleza? 69k de dano. Caraca! Então tu dá... Tu dá insta-kill nele então, né, Marlon? Sim. Boa. Agora tá overpower até achar um boss que 69k de dano não seja nada, né? Se ele ficar no meio do ataque, é bye. Nó. Ainda tem isso, área de dano? Caraca. Ô, quebradinho isso aí, tá? Esse negócio de área de dano é uma das piores coisas que foi feita pra jogador, na moral. Aumenta em porcentagem? Ah, tá. Moça bonita e o belo moço, então, né? Hoje a moça bonita tá uma mistura de coisas, ô Marlon. Ela tá de Pikachu, ela tá de parede de templo asteca, ela tá de azul. Ela tá meio indecisa no que ela tá usando. É isso. Primeiro dia acabou. Ô, esse moço aí foi muito engraçado. Ele, na mesma hora que ele tava sorrindo, 2 segundos depois ele fechou a cara. Falei, ué. E sim, tivemos Groundon hoje. Tivemos Groundon. Nosso querido terraplanista. Pode. Lucia 3, 69 de dano. É um barra 18 avos. Nossa, não é nada então. Caraca, você faz cócegas então nele. Mas é isso, gente. Brigadão a todo mundo que assistiu. Eu vou ficando com a live por aqui. Valeu, Marlon. Valeu todo mundo que assistiu. Lembrando, gente, amanhã por volta de 1h15 eu vou estar em live pra gente fazer o dia 2 e provavelmente o último dia de regional em Scarlet Valley. Beleza, gente? Vou ficando por aqui. Um grande abraço a todos, um bom restinho de sábado e falou! Fui, chat! Até amanhã! Falou! Não esqueçam de beber água, hein, chat?